chickadees. How are you on this fine Monday morning? Please tell me where you're coming in from and what you are drinking. I am having myself a nice cup of hot cocoa in my new misdemeanor coffee mug. Oh, yes, you could have one too. I'm sure it's going to taste better this morning since I'm drinking it out of a misdemeanor coffee mug. Oh, Dizzy, you were absolutely not going to be late. I am Central Time. That's the Chicago area, the Tennessee, the partway through Texas time zone. And good morning, Granny Debbie, and hello to Christine. Factual Lie, thanks for coming in from the UK. Having some nice coffee, are you? And Kelly, good morning. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day to everyone. Connecticut. Brr, I bet it's cold up there. Ooh. Florida Panhandle drinking a coffee protein drink. Well, I don't drink. Well, that's not true because I sometimes have the Atkins chocolate, double chocolate royale or whatever. But I this morning did have myself some protein Cheerios. So I'm feeling all full of it today. I am raring to go. Got to watch a great weekend of football. And here we are getting ready to find out all that we can about the disappearance of Dee Warner. Kansas is cold, KS Granny. Yes, you are right. Kansas is cold. Oh, Coffee Nut. So glad you're with us. Okay. Make sure you do the YouTube things like subscribe, notifications, share. You can become a member too. It's possible. You really can now. And I already showed you my misdemeanor coffee mug. I did add some additional merchandise there. Some of the shirts you can now get with the pocket size logo on them instead of entirely on the front. So be sure to check that out. If you click on any singular item, it will bring up that item. And then you can click on the Misdemeanors Boutique, and that will show you everything that's available. Well, Victory, thanks for coming in. MSU, I am assuming that is Michigan State University. Am I wrong, Victory, for Michigan State University? Are you a Spartan? We can still be friends, even though I'm a Wolverine. It's okay. And good morning, Kat. And yes, yeah, afternoon for Factual Lie. That's what I thought. Go green. Alrighty, so let me give a quick summary of what has happened in this case up to this point and what we're going to be watching today. I do have my handy dandy notebook, my trial and hearing notebook. Oh, I forgot I had stuff in the bottom of it. I just spilled that everywhere because that's how I roll this morning. And thank you, Victory. I won't hold it against you either. We can all cohabitate just fine. Also, I did want to ask, did everyone do all of, before I get into the summary here, did everyone do their beginning of the year, New Year preparations? I don't mean the resolutions. One of the things I do every single year is I flip all of the hangers in my closet because Mr. Demeanor thinks I have too many clothes. No such thing. And I prove to him every single year that I wear everything that's in my closet. Although I have a lot, I wear everything. Good morning, Serenity. Thanks for joining us. And so every new year, I flip the hangers so that they're going the opposite way instead of the normal way that I hang them. And so I've been having a devil of a time every time I go in there to take something to wear. And I'm like jerking on the hanger because it's going the wrong way. So just a little tidbit. At the end of the year, whatever hasn't been flipped around gets taken off the hangers and it goes to either Salvation Army, Goodwill, and I let someone else enjoy that clothing that I did not wear at all in an entire 12 months. So if you haven't done that, maybe you ought to think about it. Who knew you were going to come here for tips and tricks on managing your life? Okay, so back to the disappearance of Dee Warner. So Dee Warner went, oh, yikesies here. Hang on a second. I'm trying to move stuff and I got all jacked up here. Dee Warner went missing on April 21st, 2021. Her body wasn't discovered until August of 2024. In between that time, there was a request by the family that she be declared deceased because they were unable to find her, and everything pointed toward her being deceased. And so that's what we're going to be watching today is the preliminary hearings for the request to declare her deceased. She was 52 years old when she went missing. There are questions about whether there were some issues in the marriage and whether she was intending on making some different choices moving forward. Also, if you didn't know, her remains, when they were found in August of 2024, were found in an anhydrous tank, which is something that's used for fertilizer, and they had a quite large farm and several pieces of property. So it wouldn't be unusual to have that tank on their property. What was unusual is that her remains were found inside. This happened in Lenawee County. Adrian, Michigan area is where this is. You'll hear several references to those locations. And Dale has denied through all of this that he had anything to do with her disappearance and definitely had nothing to do with her murder. But I think there's more to it. That's why I wanted to do the preliminary hearings. Dale is going on trial on the 27th in Michigan for the murder of Dee Warner, his wife. So there's a lot to unpack here. I don't know if y'all remember when we did the quick little summary, there's some little wifey swappy things that happened. His ex-wife is now married to her ex-husband kind of thing. I don't know if y'all remember that, but it was not on my bingo card when we did the summary. So that is part of this. They had children, his, hers, and theirs together. So there's a lot to unpack here. And so I'm looking forward to finding out some of the additional information that we might be able to glean from these preliminary hearings. So without any more delay, I am going to get right into it here. I'm trying to get my computer screens where they need to be. It's a Monday, and I checked out over the weekend, y'all. Not even gonna lie. Oh, Eileen, you're back from Scotland. Thank you so much. Well, you'll be able to see the preliminary hearings. I don't know if you watched them initially, but that is what we're going to do today, is watch all of the preliminary hearings in reference to the family requesting Dee be declared deceased. So without any more delay, let's get right into it. I think I have my settings correct. I've set this on 1.25. I think we can do that pretty easily. If not, there are over 9 hours of testimony. So I want to speed it up just a little bit so I'm not here. I got football to watch tonight. It's Indiana University against the University of Florida, Miami. The U, baby. I don't know who to vote for. So it might be one of those games I watch every time they've got the ball, whoever the offense is, I'm cheering for them because I do that sometimes when I can't decide. Sorry. Okay, y'all ready? Because we're going to go.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Speak directly into the microphone. Spell your first and last name, please.
Stacy Brody, STACEY BRODIE.
Good morning.
Hi.
Ms. Brody, what's your occupation?
I am a massage therapist.
How long have you been a massage therapist?
10 years now?
Were you, so you were doing that in April of 2021?
Yes.
And where were you employed at that time?
Clinton Chiropractic.
Is that just a chiropractic office? Is that a doctor's office? What is, just
It's-
massage?
It's chiropractic and wellness. So we do chiropractic, massage, and laser treatment therapies.
Okay, and in April of 2021, how long had you worked at that particular location?
We've been there 8 years in November. So 5 years or 3.
Did you know Dee Warner?
Yes.
How did you know Dee?
At first as a client and then as a friend.
At what point in time did you meet Dee?
Probably within the first year of employment. She was already an established patient of Dr. Shenman's.
Okay, so when you say as a client, what do you mean? What are you referring to?
I treated her with massage.
Can you explain what you mean by you treated her? What were her problems?
Lots of neck pain, headaches, some upper back and shoulder pain.
And you said you also became to know her as a friend. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. How often did you see Dee in the capacity in the office?
For the most part, it was once a week.
And did you see her outside of the office?
Yes, a few times.
Do you recall how many times?
No.
Did you ever have phone conversations or text messaging with Dee?
Not text because I didn't have a cell phone at the time, which she thought was hilarious. But we have had phone conversations and we would message through Facebook.
Okay, everybody. I know you're asking, is the volume better since I turned it up some? Oh, good morning, Melissa. Perfect timing. I am going to try to add this enhancer, but y'all know I am just an old lady trying to be a YouTuber. So, yeah, I don't know that I'll be able to do this while we're live streaming. And so I'm working on it, everybody. I've asked to do it. I don't know how to do any of this now that I get in here now. Continue to install. Let's try that. How about that? It's now installed. Continue. Y'all bear with me while I get my life. I don't know if y'all can hear that lady talking to me, but oh, click the Wave browser. Yeah. It went away. And click here to try again. There it is. Give me a moment, everyone. I'm installing it right now, so minor delay. Oh, all you fine people making me do my job so much better. I'm now waiting for it to be verified. Now, once I have this thing here, I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to do with it to make sure it works. Oh. Okay. Thank you for successfully installing it. I know, Granny Debbie. I am trying to be all, techie and everything. Oh, my son would be so proud of me right now. Okay, so it's downloaded. I've pinned it to my taskbar. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now. So let me get some of these screens out of here. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to make sure this works, y'all. we're gonna move on with testimony, and I'll keep working in the background.
And
An
did
extension,
your
huh?
office, or did you prescribe Dee any medications for the treatment of her neck and back?
I do not have the capacity. That's not within my practice to prescribe. And I don't believe Dr. Shenneman did.
Tell me about when Dee would come in for a massage. Tell me about that. How did that work?
Well, sometimes she would get adjusted before. Sometimes it was after. It just depends on how she was running for time and which time slot she had. We have certain ones that you have to be adjusted before. She would come in. She would tell me what was bothering her the most that day. She would get ready. I would come back in and I would start the massage and we would talk.
When you say she would get ready, how did she get ready or prepare for that?
Undress down to her undergarment, her underwear.
Okay. And then you would come back in the room?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. I just need you to say yes or no for the record, okay? When Dee would come into these appointments, did she appear at all to you to be under the influence of anything?
No.
And when you say you guys would talk, did you guys have to have conversations about her body and how she was feeling?
At certain times, yes.
Okay. And was that for purposes of doing the massages?
Yes.
All right. And did you have the opportunity to observe Dee Warner's person unclothed?
Yes.
Were there areas of concern for you?
Yes.
Okay. Describe what you observed.
The very first time was a bruise.
I would object just because the very first time it could not be relevant depending on the time frame.
I will. When was the very first time that you observed something on Dee?
It was probably within the first year and a half. I don't remember the exact date. She had a bruise on her right hip.
Hold on. So the first year and a half of,
Mhm.
oh, thanks. So the first year and a half of her
Coming to see
being your
me.
client?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that by 2021, she had been going to you for about 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to put words in your mouth. Would it be around 2018, 2019 that you saw the bruising?
Probably. Sure.
Yes. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
To be honest with you, I don't remember exactly when. I know that it was within the first year that I started seeing her.
Okay.
It was earlier on.
With that time frame, I would object relevance.
Thank you.
Another
Okay, describe
sigh.
what you observed.
She had a bruise on her right hip.
Okay. Can you describe the bruising?
Yeah, it was about the size of an orange. It was purplish, greenish color.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Dee about that bruising?
Yeah, I was
This is in connection with her treatment in the chiropractic office and the massage therapist.
Briefly, it's not been established that she was going to the massage therapist for this bruising. And again, we don't know that it was for the purposes of medical treatment. She's not a doctor. She's a massage therapist. She specifically treated her head, her neck, and her back. That was not an area that was talked about for a hip. And also under 803.3, if a person is in pain, that is admissible to talk about their pain, but there is case law, this is right from the bench book, statements that where that pain came from are not admissible, circumstances surrounding that pain when it happened where those are not admissible under 803.3.
A statement made for purposes of medical treatment. She's indicated that she's doing this therapy for the purposes of Dee's injuries, and it was important for her to discuss the condition of her body to effectively treat Ms. Warner.
okay. Remind me again.
Did you have a conversation with Ms. Warner about those injuries?
Yes.
Okay.
Typically, in a session, I would do full body massage
Okay.
unless she requested otherwise.
Okay.
So at that point in time, I was working on her lower half of her body, and I saw the bruising. And I asked her, I said, "Girl, what the heck happened?" And she kind of got quiet for a minute, and I was like, "Is it sore?" And she said, "Dale and I got into a fight, and he pushed me into the dresser."
Okay. Did you end up working on that area at that point?
I asked her if it was okay, and she said yes, that it wasn't too tender to the touch, that I could continue working.
Okay. And were there any other times after that that you had concerns?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the very next time that you may have had a concern?
Again, with timeline, I don't really remember the exact timeline.
Okay.
But she had another one just lower than her hip on her thigh.
Okay.
Kind of dark. And I asked her again, and she at that point said she had been fighting with Dale. She didn't give any other specifics.
Okay. When was the last time that you saw Dee?
The Wednesday of the week she went missing.
Okay, so does April 21st, 2021 sound accurate if that was
Yes.
that Wednesday?
Mhm.
Okay. And where did you see Dee at?
Work.
Did-
She came in for a massage.
Okay. How did she appear when she came in?
Not herself.
Okay. Describe that. What do you mean?
She was very upset. She had been crying. Seemed a little preoccupied. I had asked her what was wrong, and she said that there was a lot of things going down.
Objection here, sir.
I'm going to pause for a moment here. I appreciate Factual Lie and Kat giving me this assistance. I have the extension. It's installed and it's turned on, but I don't know how to utilize it in order to boost the volume for all of you. So I did muddle my way through the other steps here, thanks to some assistance. So I'm on my extensions. I just don't know how to make it, how I can adjust anything in the YouTube. Yes. Yeah. All righty. Carrying on.
She,
Yeah. Yeah.
the
Granny
last time
Debbie,
you saw her,
she is.
You said she appeared upset.
Yes.
And I apologize. She crying?
Yes.
Okay. And was she talking, when you asked her what was wrong, was she telling you something that she planned to do, or was she just describing
last-
her current,
Objection leading.
or I'm not done with the question, or was she just telling you what her state of mind was at that point?
I'm supposed to answer that. The last time I talked to her, we had conversed previously about her state of mind and her state of how things were going in her life.
Okay.
And
So when you say the last time, are you still referring to April 21st?
yes,
Okay, and did she have any plan?
she told me the very last thing she ever said to me ever was that she was tired and that it was time to talk to a lawyer.
Okay.
Oh,
Did she say anything after that to you about that?
That was the last thing she said to me.
Did you have any other appointments set up to meet with Dee?
Yes, she was supposed to come in the next Wednesday.
Did she show up?
Nope.
Did she cancel?
Nope.
Okay, did Dee ever, during that 5-year period, cancel appointments with you?
She never just didn't show up. She would either contact the office or she would contact Facebook, me, or she would call me and let me know that she couldn't come or why she missed. I never just didn't hear from her.
Okay. Now, I just want to clarify, did you know what Dee Warner did for a living?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you did massages with her, there were other times that you were there other times that you observed injuries to her?
Yes.
And were those
y'all, I'm going to switch my feed here because yes, I have icons under the video once I reloaded it. So give me just a moment here. I'm going to get us over to the correct feed so that I can boost your volume so y'all can hear what the heck is going on. We were at 12 minutes, 14 seconds. Let me get us all there. And yes, this woman is struggling. She clearly was a close friend to her. And let's see, boost volume. Oh, look at me. Okay. Hang on just a second here. Let's get y'all going. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. Okay. Let's try this. Oh no. What has happened? It's not sharing. What happened? Hang on. It helps if I have the correct feed going to you all. Um, now,
Okay, and why is that?
It was just like if you bang your shin
better?
or you run your arm into something. I mean, I knew she was a farm girl, so there were certain times that I just didn't think to ask because the bruises didn't look like the other bruises, if that makes sense.
Yay! I'm so sorry your friend was all beat up, ma'am. I'm sorry, but I just
Did you
got us so like
know
we can hear
Dale
you.
Warner during the time that you knew Dee?
I met Dale twice.
Okay. And where would you have met him at?
They're home.
Is Dale Warner in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Can you point him out and identify a color of clothing he's wearing for the record?
He's in orange with glasses.
I'd ask the record to reflect she's identified the defendant. When Dee would come in for her appointments, did Dee bring her phone in with her?
Yes.
Did you notice that if she had a watch on?
Yes. So, well, not all the time, but sometimes
Okay.
she had her Apple Watch on.
Okay. And do you know if Dee used her phone or her watch during those appointments?
Dee was my only client that ever kept her phone on the table with her.
Okay. Where'd she keep
She kept it, well, it depended if she would keep it under her shoulder. And then if she was face up, she kept it under her hip.
it? Did she ever answer the phone while you were giving her a massage?
Only if it was the kids.
Have you talked to
Oh.
Dee since April 21st, 2021?
No.
Nothing further.
Good morning, Ms. Birdie. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I represent Mr. Warner, and I have some questions for you. Have you watched any of the testimony in this case up until this point?
No.
I want to get a baseline of how you got here in the first place. Who first approached you about this case?
In the very beginning, it was one of the detectives from the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department.
Do you know when that was?
It was just within a few weeks after she went missing.
And you don't know. Do you know what the name of the detective
I
was?
don't.
How many times have you spoken with law enforcement about this case?
If memory serves, 3 or 4 times maybe.
Do you know if those were in-person meetings, phone calls?
In person. I mean, they would call me to come and meet, but in person.
And do you know about how long those meetings would last?
No more than an hour. Probably less than that.
Have you met with a private investigator about this case?
One time,
And who was that?
Billy Little.
Oh, we know about Billy Little.
Have you met with the prosecutor about this case at all?
Yes,
How many times?
one time,
And how long was that meeting?
less than an hour.
Have you ever attended any rallies or vigils for
I
Miss Warner?
attended one vigil.
Have you ever had a Justice for D sign or ribbon?
Yes, I do.
Do you currently have it in your yard?
Yes, I do.
Have you made a contribution to any group for Miss Warner?
No.
Have you ever shared comments or posts on social media about what you think happened to Miss Warner?
I bet she has.
I know I've posted about it. I don't know if I've said specifically what my thoughts were.
Do you think it was just general information about the case? What do you think you posted?
In the
about?
very beginning, I know it was just if anybody had any information, that type of thing.
Have you ever given any comments to the media about this case or Miss Warner?
I was approached one time.
By who?
Tracy, I believe her name is.
Do you know where she was from?
I don't.
But you believe she was a news reporter
She-
from some media source?
Yes.
Do you know if she was from a documentary?
I don't believe so.
Did you speak with her?
I just via, I think it was Facebook Messenger.
Okay. You have no personal knowledge that what Miss Warner told you was true, correct?
I'm not really sure how to answer that question.
You were never in a room to experience what Miss Warner claimed happened, correct?
Ma'am, come on.
And when she came in for massages, she was not covered in bruises, correct?
No.
Oh, so he was a
Did
little
you ever document any
restrained.
of the bruises that she had?
I do not have to document unless I cannot work on it. And Dee never told me I couldn't work on any area.
You didn't have to document it, but you didn't feel it was necessary to document?
Nope, not if I didn't have to work on it.
You didn't
Or,
call,
I mean,
sorry, I didn't
sorry,
know I took you.
unless if it was injured enough for me to not work on, then I would have documented it. Otherwise, no. I
This
didn't.
makes complete sense to me.
You didn't ever call the police about these bruises when
I
she
am
told
also
you?
not a mandated reporter.
Correct.
And she was of sound mind. So no, I did not call the police.
You stated that you had known Miss Warner for about 5 years from the last time you saw her, April 21st.
Prior to her
2021.
missing, yeah, about 5 years.
And you stated that you would see her about every week.
It was once a week. I mean, obviously things came up, vacations, illnesses. There was a time she was in PT, and her insurance didn't cover both. So there was a short amount of time where I didn't see her at all, but yes.
What was the longest gap between when you would give her massages?
If memory serves, when she was in PT, I think it was about a month and a half I didn't see her. But for the most part, it was every week. If she was sick or on vacation, it was like a couple of weeks.
So
between.
2 to 3 weeks, do you think?
Probably.
And then I believe on direct, you testified that you went to Miss Warner's house.
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
And what was the purpose of that?
She was in a lot of pain. And once was during COVID, and it was to help alleviate that pain. Nothing else she was doing was working.
I feel
And so I
that.
went and worked on her there. And then the other time, we were doing the Facebook silliness, the door wine thing where you would drop off gifts during all the
Oh,
COVID
COVID.
stuff or whatever. And we had met and talked, and
We did whatever we
that
could
kind
in
of thing.
COVID not to
At her
lose our
house.
minds.
Did you ever make plans outside of work to see her besides those 2 times?
there was a few times we were supposed to meet for lunch, and it just never really happened.
Would you say the vast majority of your conversations happened while she was on the massage table?
Probably.
And how would you describe Miss Warner?
She was, how do I put this? She was as fierce as a lion with the heart of a lamb. She loved fiercely. She presented herself as fierce, tenacious, but at the heart of it all, she cared a lot. She cared a lot for me and my family. She went out of her way to set my son up with a friend of hers for welding. If my husband was laid off, she was trying to find jobs for him to do, put him in contact with people for jobs. I had a lot of respect for Dee.
And then you testified that you only met Mr. Warner twice.
Yes,
Did you speak to him during those times?
I said hi.
There was no further conversation.
No, there wouldn't have been.
When did you first learn about Miss Warner not showing up for the appointment or being gone, I guess I should say?
I was at a track meet in Hillsdale, and my work called me and asked if I had heard from Dee yet, and I said no. And they stated that they had had a patient who was on the fire department that had heard that she was missing.
Do you know what date that was?
It was the following Friday.
Okay. The following Friday of when
Of
your
the
massage was.
Yeah, so like she missed her massage appointment that Wednesday. It was that Friday.
Okay. And you had last seen her the previous week
Yes.
for a massage.
Yes.
So it had been a little over a week since you had last seen her.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke with her before that?
The Wednesday before she went missing.
Were you concerned that she didn't show up for her massage on Wednesday?
At first, no. I mean, people, they're busy, and I know she was very busy. And honestly, it didn't cross my mind after I was in the height of track season with 3 kids that were competing. There was a lot going on that spring.
Have you heard of the Facebook group Justice for Dee?
Yes.
We have.
Are you a member of the group?
Yes.
What is the purpose of that group?
To my knowledge, awareness, looking for her, trying to figure out what went on, keeping her name out there so people don't forget her.
Okay. And what happens if someone posts a comment that goes against the narrative that Mr. Warner killed Miss Warner?
I don't know as far as that goes. I just liked the page because it had to do with Dee, and
She's not an admin.
Have you ever
is what she's
commented on
trying to
posts
say.
in that group?
I think in the very beginning, but then I kind of stayed off of it because it just upset me.
You've actually made a comment where someone posted a positive thing that went against the narrative, a positive thing about Mr. Warner that went against the narrative that he killed Miss Warner, and you said this is not the place to be making those comments, correct?
Sure. I don't remember.
If you
Sure.
saw a screenshot of that post, would that help refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
%100% Lockong Express. And this lady, she is like me. Face gives subtitles. She could never lie on the witness stand because her face would give it away. And also, I do not believe this is the same attorney for Mr. Warner that he has now, is what I'm getting at. She is not nearly does not nearly have the fierceness that I have witnessed from his current representation. Oh, sweet niblets, what are we doing here? I got to do some flippity flip on some of this.
And then let me know when you're done.
Oh boy, here we go. The reading begins. Oh, sorry, y'all. These people that take their glasses off to read kill me because I have my glasses so I can
Would
read.
that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
So have you made a comment when someone posted a positive thing about Mr. Warner that was not the appropriate place to be making those comments?
Yeah.
What? Am I lost? So was that all for nothing?
I just have one final question. You have no
What?
personal knowledge about what happened to Miss Warner, correct?
No.
You do not know where Miss Warner is.
No.
Okay, no further questions.
I just have one question. When you spoke with Miss Warner about these injuries that she indicated Dale caused, was there a time that she followed up with her plans with Lena?
Objection leading.
Who's Lena?
Was there a time? Okay. Was there a time where she indicated her intent or plan with Angelina or Lena, whatever you know her as?
Oh. Y'all, Angelina is the small or the young daughter of Dale and Dee. That she was the child they had together. So. Oh, you don't have any sound anymore?
I guess I'm not real sure what you're asking.
Did she discuss any plans or intent with her daughter when you were discussing the situation with Dale causing her injuries?
I had asked Dee why she stayed.
Okay.
I believe I said, "What are you doing?"
Objection, hearsay.
Goes
I-
to her state of mind.
Sereni,
And-
refresh yours.
She said she had already been divorced once, and she had the businesses in Lena to consider. That's why she stayed.
Okay. Did she say anything else about not leaving Lena?
She said that she was the only involved parent, and Lena would be screwed if something ever happened to her.
Oh, Lord. Ugh. Oh, mercy. What
Miss
are
Birdie,
we doing?
you have no idea if it's true that Miss Warner was the only involved parent, correct?
I do not.
You were not in the home
No.
with the Warners?
No.
So again, you learned what Miss Warner wanted you to learn.
I learned what she told me.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we've now had Miss Stacy. I kind of like her saltiness. I'm good with it. She's a little like, ma'am, what are you insinuating? Sure. So it looks like, and I'll be perfectly honest with you, the playlist that I have from WTOL, I have no idea what order it is in. So I don't know when these particular witnesses appeared. So it's just separate videos of each one of these individuals testifying. So I can tell you the next person to testify is Zach Bach. He is from Dee's first marriage. And if I'm remembering correctly, the children from the first marriage are of age, meaning none of them are minors. So we should have some pretty decent testimony and interpretation of their relationship and so forth. So let me get us going here. And y'all can hear much better now, you said, since I've got my booster now, thanks to all of you fantastic people.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, scoot up to the microphone, speak into it directly. Please spell your first and last name.
Zach Bach, Zackbock.
Zach, how did you know Dee Warner?
Dee was my mom.
And you have brother and sisters?
Several.
Okay, and who are they?
My oldest sister's Amber, my older brother TJ, my younger sister Raquel, and I have a half sister Angelina.
Okay. Did you ever live at the Munger address where your mom and Dale lived?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. And did you ever work for any of the businesses there?
Yes, multiple times.
All right. What was the latest time that you worked at any of the businesses?
I was working there until I believe June of 2021.
And do you know when you started?
The first time?
No, when you ended in June 21, when did you start it? How long did you work up until June 2021?
Probably about 4 years.
Okay. And what did you do in that stint?
My mom and Dale were going through, they had just fired their previous accountant, Mark Weisberg. We're going through a lot of financial issues.
Okay. And so they brought you in?
Yes,
Okay, and what did they bring you in to do?
to help the accountant clean up the books.
Okay, and help the accountant that they were having trouble with, or a different accountant?
A new accountant. They were being audited by the IRS at the time when I.
Okay, so Mark Weisberg, the old accountant, was gone by the time you got there?
Correct.
Can you describe the businesses that were run out of the Munger address?
When I first started back, there was the farm operation, there was the chemical fertilizer company, the trucking company, and for about a year and a half to 2 years, there was the vegetable farm,
The farming company, did it have a name?
Warwick Farms,
Okay, and the chemical services,
Warwick Farm Services,
the trucking company,
DDW Investments,
and the vegetable farm.
Do Russell Potato Farm, but the LLC's name was the Spud Factory.
The Spud Factory.
Let's go in reverse order. Did you when you were brought in, did you look at the books of the Spud Factory, Michelle Vegetable Farm?
Yes,
Did you look at the books for all four businesses?
yes.
How was the vegetable farm doing at that time when you started?
Objection relevance as to how the vegetable farm was doing, I think, and I'm not even quite sure the year of that.
Council, can you lay some foundation
Sure.
on-
Well, now I want to know what the vegetable farm was doing.
I mean, I can tell you the relevance of this, Your Honor, but it's just, I don't want to say too much on the record, I guess what I'm getting at. So if you just give me a little latitude to establish some of the particulars.
He's like,
Thank you.
you don't want me to say
Right,
everything
so
that I want to
Do you have
say.
a year that you were
But I
first
will if
looking
you
at
want.
the vegetable farm books?
It would have been probably 2015 and 16.
Oh,
And did you keep on doing the books until you left in June of 2021?
Yes,
And were you familiar with, was there interaction between the businesses in terms of transferring money from one business to another?
absolutely.
And would you be the person that was doing that?
Once I had started it, yes, then I was typically the one that transferred money between the different
Okay.
businesses.
All right. And in terms of the vegetable farm, was that a business that contributed money or that took money?
Took money.
Okay. And in small quantities or big quantities?
It varied.
Okay. Did it ever vary to be a plus?
No,
Okay. So it's negative the whole time.
all the time.
so that would be a
Did-
liability.
That business being negative all the time jeopardize the other businesses, if you know,
As far as I could see, yes.
from
Oh,
a financial standpoint, I mean.
Correct.
Okay. And how did
Oh.
it jeopardize those other businesses? To what degree?
It was taking money out of the other businesses, well, the other business that was actually profitable,
Okay. And which business was profitable?
DDW Investments.
What about the farms?
Warwick Farms was not very profitable.
Okay. And what about services?
Services was not very profitable, mainly because of the fact its largest customer was, in fact, the other entities that my mom and Dale owned,
oh,
meaning Warwick Farms and the Spud Factory.
I think it would be a mom joke, Dizzy.
What was in terms of the farm, do you know how many acres were farmed?
They farmed roughly 3,000 acres.
Okay. And of that, was some of it leased and some of it owned?
Correct.
What was the breakdown?
Roughly 50-50.
And did the farm have employees?
Yes.
Did services have employees separate from the farm?
No.
Did DDW have employees?
Yes.
How many employees, give or take?
On average, I would probably say around 15.
And did you have an office at the farm?
I had a desk at the farm.
Okay, and where was your desk?
If you walked in the main front door, I was right in the center of the office.
And who else worked in the office? Let's just take of April of 2021.
My mom and Stephanie. Vogel.
So you were generally in the office with your mom and Stephanie.
Correct.
So do you know Dale's responsibilities as it relates to those 4 businesses? We're talking about 2019 through 2021.
Dale was typically responsible for employees outside of the office, as well as the, I'm going to say the operating side of the business, the putting the crop in the ground, taking the crop out of the ground, spraying, putting fertilizer on, that type of thing.
And when you say the business, do you mean the overall business or a particular one of those businesses?
Pretty much all of the businesses.
Okay, so including the trucking company?
I mean, my mom handled the majority of the actual trucking company employees along with Todd, who was the dispatcher. And the mechanic was the only other employee that was outside that kind of worked with both the farm operation as well as the trucking company.
Okay. And who had responsibility over the office workers?
My mom.
I'll bet you they were Canadian geese.
How are the businesses owned, if you know?
The trucking company, DDW Investments, was owned solely by my mom. The remaining companies were owned 50-50 between both my mom and Dale.
Okay. And you,
Oh.
as a person that was operating the books, you saw the documents that established that?
That, as well as the conversations with the third-party accountant that prepared their tax
Objection
returns.
as to hearsay.
I'm assuming we're just talking about the second part of that statement. Yes, thank you.
Coming in hot.
Between Dale and your mom, was there ever a conversation that you personally heard regarding the ownership of the trucking company?
I guess, can you be more specific?
Did your mom state openly that she was the sole?
Objection. I believe he's calling for hearsay on behalf of Ms. Warner. He's talking about a conversation that Mr. Bach would have overheard allegedly between Mr. Warner and Ms. Warner.
This is a conversation that involves the defendant, so his response is what I'm getting at.
Oh, so
But
not
also,
the truth
what
of the
you
matter?
is going to be saying is a present sense impression, what is currently the state of affairs, not a past recollection.
Your question goes to what Mr. Warner said?
No, what Dee said is the present state of affairs and his response to that.
I'll allow.
Thank you.
My mom often spoke about how she was the sole owner of the trucking company, as well as the LLC operating agreement that I had access to in the office. I could physically see it.
Okay, and when she would
It's a
say that,
public
I'm talking
record.
about just in front of Dale, right? That's what we're talking about,
She'd say in front of anybody.
right? But she said it in front of Dale.
Oh,
Okay,
absolutely.
and
I
did he
like
say, no,
Dee.
you're not the sole owner?
Never.
Yeah, those are all public records. You can see who the owners of businesses
Were you in
are.
contact with your mom over phone, either voice or text?
Yes, we typically would be talking both in person if we were physically sitting with each other. At the same time, we could very well be having a text conversation with each other. And then I spoke with my mom just about all day, every day.
Okay. When you did call her, was it usual or seldom that it went to voicemail?
No,
It was, how often did it happen?
I very rarely called her, but I don't think I've ever been sent to voicemail.
Okay. And text, did she ignore texts from you?
No.
Did you actually see her with her phone on her person when you saw her? On a day-to-day basis? Did she
Oh,
have a
yeah,
phone on
her phone was attached to her.
And I'm referring to both at the office, but I'm assuming you went in the house too.
Yes.
Okay. Did you go in the house for, first, let me ask you this. When you lived there, when was the last time you lived at the house?
I lived in the house probably the last time in roughly 2017.
Okay. After you moved out in 2017, did you still have a room in the house, a bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. So even up to April of 2021, did you have your own bedroom still?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you knock when you came to the house or just walk in?
I just walked in.
Okay. Did you have a key to the house?
No, I don't know if anybody had a key to the house.
Okay. Wasn't normally locked.
No.
Ah, that's what.
And did you also then see your mom frequently in the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And did she have her phone on her even in the house?
Yes.
Dee sounds a little bit like me. My phone's with me like all the time. All the time. Just saying.
Was there a foreclosure looming at any point while you were doing the books?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What?
Approximately what year was that?
Oh,
2018, 2019.
Okay. And why was there a foreclosure looming at that point in time?
North Star Bank, who had the majority of all of their loans, the loans had matured and they were
Oh.
asking for payment and we couldn't
oh,
pay them,
balloon.
nor could we get it refinanced.
Okay. So what did North Star have an interest in? What properties?
All of the property. I
Okay.
think the only thing they did not have an interest in was the house.
Okay.
Oh
What, the rest of
my.
the property around the house?
Surrounding the house, and of the farms that they owned personally, I would say they had a lien against 95% of the farms.
Okay. And were you aware of the cause of the trouble that didn't allow you to pay North Star Bank?
The potato farm.
So
Okay, I want to give a little bit of context here because I don't want us to just be traveling along and no one know what he's talking about. So when he's talking about the loans coming mature, what he's talking about is it sounds like they obviously had some sort of loans on the property that had a balloon payment at the end. What that means is you have 3 years of installment loan or installment payments. And in that 3-year period of time, you're also supposed to be taking chunks out of the principal so that at the end of the 3-year time frame, you can make this final balloon payment and pay the loan off in full. If you were unable to make that final loan payment in full, then you would likely look at a refinance situation where you would either go to the existing financial institution and ask to do some sort of streamline refinance that would allow you to convert it from this balloon type of loan to a regular, possibly 30-year or 15-year mortgage loan that you just make payments on. And what he's saying is that the maturity date came. So I don't know if it was 3 years. I'm just using that as an example. The 3 years passed, there was still money owed on it. And North Star Bank was saying, okay, your loan is mature. You need to meet the terms of the original loan agreement. And they were saying, we can't. And we can't pay you. And in addition to that, we also can't seem to find additional financing elsewhere. So then that leaves the financial institution with no other choice but to consider the loan in default. And then, of course, they would begin foreclosure proceedings. So that's what he's talking about. I did not know anything about this financial stuff here. So this is, y'all know I love my white collar crimes and my financial stuff. So I'm digging this.
do you know what happened to stave off foreclosure?
A lot of things had happened to keep them from actually foreclosing. We actually had worked with my uncle Greg. My mom had called my uncle to try and help figure out and negotiate
Objection as to hearsay.
Okay. Yeah, just tell us the financial arrangements, please.
Ultimately, we had to sell a couple of the farms to satisfy the bank to give us more time.
Ooh, that's a
Was
negotiation.
there also an issue around that period of time with John Deere?
Yes,
Okay, would that mean the John Deere dealership
Oh boy.
or company John Deere?
the company John Deere.
Okay, and tell us about that.
The equipment loans were all in default as well. And
What kind of
so,
equipment are we talking about?
tractors, sprayers, planters,
Farming
everything.
equipment,
yes.
not the trucking
No.
equipment? Okay. All right. And so
What?
what was the nature of the problem regarding the farming equipment? Why wasn't that being paid for?
There was the John Deere dealership that they worked with had set up, they called it a roll program. And in this roll program, when my mom and Dale initially made their first down payment, then every year that equipment could be rolled into a new piece of equipment, and that down payment stayed with that piece of equipment. But they signed new loan agreements for each new piece. And when John Deere, I'm assuming, probably did some type of an audit and realized that they didn't have these down payments because they were being held.
Object as to lack of personal knowledge when I hear him say, I imagine that, or I think that, or I suppose that. None of that appears to be based on personal knowledge.
I agree, John. What was John Deere trying to do financially in regard to your company?
John
His,
Deere,
his company,
Well, I'm
I
sorry.
guess, things sure have changed in the last 30 seconds.
Ma'am,
Yes. What was John Deere trying to do
Save
in
your
regard to Laurel
outrage.
Farms?
they were coming to collect their equipment
Okay.
and sue them.
oh,
And what did you have to do financially in response?
that's called repossession.
Or did they collect their equipment?
So John Deere actually ended up turning those contracts and forcing the local John Deere dealership to buy them out of those.
It was the
Notes.
dealership's fault.
And then the local John Deere dealership ultimately sued my mom and Dale and the companies.
That makes
Okay.
sense to me.
And who's the owner of the local dealership?
His name is Paul Bader.
And out of this whole scenario, does Paul Bader end up with any interest in the farm?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and how did that happen?
Part of the settlement between Paul Bader then suing my mom and Dale and the companies, the attorney had come up with a plan to.
Objection. I just want to establish this is based on personal knowledge and not something that he was told, or because I didn't hear anything about a background in accounting. All I hear about is this is Ms. Warner's son who came in to look at the books, and I'll explore that with him. But this seems to be
Ma'am.
a lot of detail for someone who is, I think, a bookkeeper. So I don't know that he's actually
Oh.
personally involved in this.
Oh, ma'am, let me put you in your place for just a hot second here. Just a bookkeeper. This must be right up there with the lawyer, being called just a civil attorney. Bookkeepers are kind of like nail technicians and beauticians. They know everything. They have to know everything. This woman needs to save her outrage because it feels very misplaced to me. Just her son sitting at a desk. You're right, Kelly. That's what she's implying. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Had to get that out of my system.
Counsel, if you can lay more
Absolutely.
foundation as to where- yes.
Were you making the payments to Bader?
I made the payments to Bader. I came to court. I did the research for the attorneys on behalf of the lawsuit.
He did it
regarding
all.
Paul Bader and John Deere.
Okay. So you have
I-
firsthand knowledge of this?
Personally witnessed and watched all of the contracts being sent over, the subpoenas that were sent, and everything else.
Okay. So what was the resolution then of the deal with Paul Bader?
The resolution was that it was kind of killing two birds with one stone. So to stop North Star Bank from continuing the foreclosure and Paul Bader from ever being able to actually collect on any winnings from a lawsuit, Paul Bader ended up buying all of the farm ground from my mom and Dale, and then turning around and selling it back to my mom and Dale on land contract. In doing so, this relieved the foreclosure from North Star Bank, as well
Oh.
as giving Paul Bader the ability to add an additional, I think it was $450,000 on the top of the loan to satisfy
Satisfy
his
all
payment
of-
for his
Oh
lawsuit.
my.
So he paid off North Star
Correct.
and he had added another 400,000
he
on top of
owned the property.
that. And your mom and Dale owed then that much money to Paul Bader.
So then we made a monthly payment to Paul Bader.
Okay. And
Okay, I want to fill in some blanks on this too, since we're talking about a lot of financial stuff. This is actually, if you're going to watch Corey Richens, which I will be, I will be at my day job, so I won't be able to live stream it, but I am going to be watching it. This is the kind of information you kind of need to know to get a background for that case as well. So what he's talking about is so the John Deere dealership took responsibility because of the equipment not having the proper down payments. So they kind of fell on the sword, which they should have. It sounds like they probably did not make the appropriate contracts according to John Deere's policy. So now John Deere corporate is out of the picture. John Deere dealership, which is Paul Bader, is now on the hot seat because he is now responsible for all of these equipment loans. So then he went to Dee and Dale and said, listen, I can pay off, since we're suing you for all these funds because you still owe us all this money and you can't pay us. So what I can do instead is I will buy your land and satisfy your North Star Bank obligation. I will satisfy the loan that you owe to me because we're suing you on these contracts for the equipment. And then you can just pay me back what is owed on all of those things on what is called a land contract. Now, what that means is that Dee and Dale, they don't really own the land anymore. It's kind of like when the bank has a lien on your property. You're listed as the owner, but you don't really own that. The bank owns that until you pay them off, and then that lien is satisfied, and then you own it outright without any other encumbrances. So in this situation, Paul Bader is technically, even though the ownership is going to show in Dee and Dale's name, there's a massive lien on it, plus the $450,000 that they owe him from the lawsuit on this piece of property. That then also means that if they default with him, he gets to take their property from them. So they still don't own their property. Instead of North Star Bank owning it, Paul Bader owns it now as the lien holder. So, and this is a lot of stuff that's going to come up with Corey Richens, I would say, since she was doing a lot of real estate, and it sounds like possible lien hopping, almost like Ponzi scheme, but with real estate. So, yeah, that's where we are here.
do you know what the total debt was to Paul Bader?
The exact number, no, but it was just over $4 million.
And as of April of 2021, were you still making payments on that debt?
Correct.
As of June 2021, were you still making payments?
Correct.
Was the debt spread across all the businesses, or was it only for one or two of the businesses?
The debt was associated with the company that the attorney had set up called Buyback LLC.
Okay.
The collateral was Buyback LLC and the farm ground itself. The Buyback received the money from DDW or Warwick Farms to make that payment.
Okay. Was DDW, the trucking company, involved at all in the Bader issue regarding the John Deere equipment?
No.
Was DDW involved at all in the North Star foreclosure or attempted foreclosure? Was any DDW interest on the line, is what I'm asking you?
Yes, briefly, until we got the DDW portion of the debt refinanced with TLC Community Credit Union.
Okay. And do you know the amount of DDW that you had to refinance at that point?
Less than 500,000.
Oh, that's a pretty small amount for a business.
When you left, well, let's just go in April of 2021. What did the
Oh, here we
finances
go.
look like
Serenity.
for
This
the
is your
farms,
question.
services, and DDW? In other words, were all three thriving? All three terrible? How were they doing in general terms?
Warregg Farms was not profitable and was being held up by a constant transfer of money from DDW Investments to Warregg Farms. Warregg Farms Services was really not doing much of anything. The only income that was coming off of that company was through seed sales. And it too was borrowing money from DDW.
Okay.
Not nearly as much as
Wow.
Warregg Farms, but still borrowing money from DDW.
And then let's say 2020, do you know the revenue of DDW in round figures?
Roughly just over $3 million.
Okay. And how much of that did you profit?
In 2020.
Yes.
In 2020, I believe there was roughly a $700,000 profit.
And of that 700,000, some of it went to pay the debts of the other businesses.
All of it went to pay the debts of the other businesses.
Wow. So you're broke, basically.
Did you?
You are
did
basically
you, run
working for the other companies. Oh, sweet niblets. This is a mess. Oh, she needed to get out of this. $700,000 propped up the other businesses. And obviously, her financial standing and her credit was good enough that she was able to refinance her debt that she of the business that she owned 100%, but unable to refinance any of the debt that had Dale's name on it. Oh, this picture is getting clearer.
payroll also, or at least did you see the books for payroll?
I ran the payroll, yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you had trouble making payroll?
Every week.
And what period of time are we talking about? When you had, you say every week, are you talking just 2021 or going back even farther than that?
We struggled to make payroll from the time that I started working back at the farm and the trucking company since 2016, 2017.
Okay.
Oh,
And
good
what
grief.
did you do in order to make payroll?
Ooh.
We did a lot of things. A lot of times when it came time to pay the Warregg Farms employees, I transferred money from DDW to Warregg Farms in order to be able to make the payroll. We would turn around and hold off on sending the tax checks to the IRS until there was sufficient funds to be able to cover those.
Oh.
We'd hold on to vendor checks so we could send out different invoice or pay for different invoices that we had received from the businesses. We did anything to go ahead and make sure that the employees continued to show up.
Objection only because he keeps using we, and I don't know who he's referring to with we. So I'd like a clarification of that.
Are you doing this yourself or someone else doing it?
I'm doing it with my mom, I guess.
I would
She's
say
the
under
owner
her
of the company?
instruction.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow, this woman's really got a problem with him. Wee. It's like we're little piglets in our toes. Wee, all the way home. It is a wee. He's not doing it on his own. You know darn well that Dee was like,
You
hey, do
mentioned
this,
that
and
when
do
you
this,
started,
transfer that.
Mark Weisberg had just left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know why Mark Weisberg left? From your own personal knowledge?
From
Objection as to relevance.
All right, let me ask you a different question. Thank you. Was there contention between Dee and Dale over Mark Weisberg?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what his role was before he left?
What Mark's was?
Correct.
Mark he called himself the controller, but he was essentially the accountant.
Okay. And was he accountant for all the businesses?
Yes.
Did you personally witness any discussions, disagreements, arguments between your mom and Dale regarding Mark Weisberg in that frame of time?
I did not personally witness. My mom had texted me.
Objection as to hearsay.
Well, she hasn't said what.
Well,
I'm saying, she texted you regarding this? Is that what you're?
Correct.
Okay.
but it's still implied hearsay, right? He asks about, did they disagree about Mr. Weisberg? Then he says, did you get a text about this? It all should be stricken. None of it's based on personal knowledge. It's all based on hearsay.
He got a text with a subject matter. That's all. I didn't introduce a statement. It's a subject matter. It's regarding this accountant.
It's not a general subject matter, it's a pretty specific subject matter.
Okay.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Was there a point that you and your mom bought a lake house in Lenawee County?
Yes.
Okay. And were there conversations, you don't have to say what was said, but was there a conversation about that before you bought the house with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And who bought the house? Who went in on it?
Both my mom and I.
Okay. And what time period was this happening?
2019.
Okay. And
Or I'm sorry, 2018.
2018. Okay. Where were you living at the time?
I was living at a house that I was renovating on M50 up at, we called it the Cedar Point property.
Okay. And
We talked about
where did
Cedar
you
Point.
live once you purchased the house, the lake house?
I moved into the lake house.
Okay. And which lake is it on?
Sand Lake,
Who made the down payment for that house?
both my mom and I.
And then who made the monthly payments?
Both my mom and I.
Did your mom tell you her plan regarding that lake house?
We had, the conversations we had had about the lake house was that it was going to be both an investment as well as,
Objection as to conversations, hearsay.
This is 8033, Your Honor. This is her plan regarding this property. Thank you.
both an investment as well as, she called it her safe haven, a place for her to be able to go when her and Dale would get into a fight.
Oh,
Thank you. Did she use it in that manner once you had the house?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would she come to the lake house?
I would say on average, probably about once a month.
Okay. I'm
oh,
just talking about overnights now.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present? I mean, did you leave the house or were you there when she came?
Sometimes I came home and she was there. Sometimes I knew she was coming. Sometimes she would just show up.
Okay. And the times that you knew she was coming, was this like, planned weeks in advance or you get a last minute notification?
It was usually a text, I'm on my way.
Okay. And did she bring anybody with her when she came?
Lena?
Okay. Was there ever a time she came for overnight without Lena?
No.
When your mom did come for those overnights, was she at work the next morning? I'm not asking from your own personal knowledge from being at the office.
She was typically in and out, yes. She would stop by the office if she had things to do, and then she kind of continued about the rest of her day. What that consisted of, I don't know.
In your bedroom in the house on the farm there, did you have a safe?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember when you got the safe?
I don't.
oh,
Do you recognize the safe in that picture?
Yes,
Okay. How do you recognize the safe in that picture?
that was the safe that was in my bedroom.
it looks like an Amazon listing, just so y'all know. You're not missing much of
Did
anything.
there ever come a time when you couldn't get into the safe?
Yes,
Okay. What were the mechanisms that you'd use to get into the safe?
there was a combination to it. It's an electronic safe, so you type in the combination and it opens, and then you also have a backup key,
And when you had trouble getting into it, was it with the key or the combination?
the combination,
And how would you typically get in? Was the combination or the key?
the combination.
Right. And where did you keep the key when you weren't using it?
The center console of my car.
Okay. So it wasn't even in your bedroom?
No.
And so how did you discover you couldn't get into the safe?
I had tried to open it for some reason, and it just wouldn't open. It does this long beeping noise when the combination's wrong or it's been tried too many times or whatever it is, and the combination just wouldn't open.
And so what did you do in response to not being able to get into the safe?
I went to my car and I got the key.
All right. Did you open it?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything missing?
There was money that my mom had in there that was missing.
Okay. And was it just money laying there in a rubber band envelope or what?
She usually had it in like bank envelopes.
Did she
Envelopes
staple
they give you
it?
at the bank.
All right.
In-
And did
in
you know how much money
1,000?
was in the envelope?
I did not.
Did you know that your mom was, or how did that money get in there? I guess I should ask you that.
So both my mom and I had the combination to it and the key.
And so do you know how that money that went missing, how that particular money got in the safe? Did you put it in there or your mom?
It could have been a combination of both of us. Sometimes she would give me an envelope full of money and say, "Can you put this in the safe for me?"
Okay.
And then sometimes she would just put money in there herself.
Were you personally aware of how much money was in the safe when it went missing?
She informed me of it after.
Was it a small sum or a lot of money?
Objection, this is going to be based on hearsay.
I'll move on.
How's that hearsay? Does he not know what was in the safe? Could he not figure out, hey, we had 20 grand in here and now we have 2? How is that hearsay? Oh boy, I need more context here because
Did you ever ride in the car with your mom?
Often.
And what car would you ride with her? Yeah.
It was, for the most part, it was always the Cadillac.
Okay. And especially I'm talking about, let's say, early 2021 through April 2021.
It was typically always the Cadillac. The only time she ever usually used to drive the Hummer was if her Cadillac was either being serviced and it was at the shop. She took it to, I don't remember what the GM dealership is in Clinton, but she would take it to them and they'd usually have it for a day or two or whatever. And then she would drive the Hummer in that case, or whenever they used to take the Hummer to Florida with them. So in March, usually when they would come home from Florida, she might drive the Hummer for a couple of days because there was still stuff in it.
Were you familiar with the things that your mom regularly kept in the Escalade, in the Cadillac?
For the most part.
Okay. Things you can remember that were regularly in the Cadillac when you rode with her?
She kind of had a little bit of everything. Band-Aids, she had medication in there, she had dollar bills stuffed everywhere. Her purse was always in the Cadillac or in her car. She had a little wallet that she kept usually in her center console.
Okay. And do you know whether she kept the purse, I'm going to refer to specifically, was that kept in the car? Or did she take that out of the car when she left, when she parked and got out of the car at home?
I very rarely ever saw my mom with a purse.
Okay. All right. What did she carry her money around in?
She had a phone case that had a little slot for your driver's license and little slots for your credit cards or cash or whatever.
grab and
And
go,
when
baby.
you would get into the car with your mom, would the purse be there?
All the time. Usually on the passenger seat floor.
And where would you typically sit?
Usually in the passenger seat.
And this may seem like a random question, but are you familiar with the second story, basically the fake bookshelf?
Yeah.
Okay. And where does that go when it's open?
What?
It goes into an unfinished attic space, and then there's a staircase that goes up to like the third floor of the house. That's unfinished.
Do stairs go any place other than the upstairs?
No.
Okay.
If you were to climb around in the rafters, you could make your way to the attic above the garage, and there's a staircase in the garage to be able to go down into the garage and outside the main floor.
So if you needed to, you could go through that bookcase up through and around downstairs into the garage.
You don't really need to climb over anything. You're just kind of stepping on rafters. It's like 2 steps.
Did your mom ever tell you her plan for the future as it regards to the trucking business? Like who was going to end up with it?
The plan would change. So depending on how she was doing, if she was upset and wanting to go ahead and
I'm going to object only because I'm hearing the plan will change. So under 8033, and I've objected before on this, I guess then existing state of mind. So
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
it seems like it's changing every day.
Oh, stop with the
In April
additional
of 2021,
commentary, woman.
Was there a specific plan that you were aware of that your mom told you?
In April of 2021, the day before she went missing, she sent me a text message stating that I'm done with this. I'm signing everything over to you and you can deal with it.
And she said signing everything over to you. Did you know what that meant?
What?
The businesses, her portion.
Her portion of the businesses.
Correct.
Y'all,
So
that's
that would make
huge.
you the sole owner of the trucking company.
Correct.
That's huge.
You know your mom kept the keys to the Cadillac?
In her pocket.
Okay. Did she,
Objection as to personal knowledge. I mean, is he seeing her always with the keys in her pocket? Like, he doesn't live in the house anymore. So
did you see
He's
what your
not
mom did with the key when you guys got out of the car?
My mom never took the keys out of her pocket until she was maybe changing her pants.
Wow, that's huge.
Again, random question. From your own personal knowledge, do you know your mom's email address that she mainly used?
I know her personal email address and the business email address.
Okay. Can you give those to me?
Her personal email address was tasermom, not spelled like that. It was spelled TZAR or TAZR at gmail.com. And the business address was ddwinvestments@yahoo.com.
And again, from personal knowledge, did you know Dale's email address?
I don't. I think it was Dale at warag or me or iCloud.com or something like that. I can send things to Dale.
Yeah, Serenity. I was thinking the same thing. It would have been absolute hearsay,
The Munger
except
property
she
itself. Do you know
texted it
who
to him.
owned it before your mom and Dale?
Before my mom and Dale got married, my mom owned it by herself. I think my grandfather paid it off when he died, and that was her inheritance. And before that, it was owned by her and my dad when they were married.
Okay.
And my mom got the house, and I think there's it's 20 acres that the house sits on in the divorce.
Oh,
I want to take you to Saturday, the 24th of April, 2021. Did you see your mom that day?
Briefly at my sister's house.
Okay, approximately what time of day was that?
Would have been probably early morning, or I'm sorry, late morning, 11-ish maybe.
Without saying something, you said, what did she look like?
She had been upset
Okay. And how did you know she had been upset?
while she was texting me all morning. And
objection as to hearsay.
Just asking for your observations.
her face was red, her eyes were puffy. You could tell she was crying.
Did you see her at all later after you left Amber's?
No.
Did she say anything, again, while at Amber's, regarding her plans for that day?
She was bringing Lena over there, or picking Lena up. I think she was picking Lena up. And the girls were doing something, and I had just kind of randomly stopped by.
Okay.
I think I went back home.
I want to make sure that I heard you right, maybe I didn't. When she told you she was done with the business, where was that? Where did that take place?
Via text message.
And do you know what time that text message came across?
Sometime that afternoon.
All right, so later after you'd seen her at Amber's.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Sunday morning, were you at the lake house?
Yes.
And without telling us what was said, did you get any phone calls that morning?
I got a phone call from my sister Raquel.
And did you do anything in response to getting that phone call?
I texted my mom, and it never went through. I tried to call her, I believe,
And her being,
my mom.
Okay.
And it just went straight to voicemail. I got around and then headed towards my mom's house.
and do you know approximately what time you arrived at your mom's?
It would have been mid-morning. I'm going to say maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Okay. Where did you go when you arrived?
I had parked in front of the office and went into the office.
Did you see any vehicles parked down at the office?
My mom's Hummer was in front of the office, and the JCB was sitting in front of the office.
And tell us what the JCB is.
So the front door of the office, the Hummer was on the right-hand side of that, and the JCB was kind of parked on an angle on the left side of the front door.
And what is a JCB for those who don't know?
It's
I don't
like
know
a,
what that is.
it's got a bucket on the front of it. It's a,
Ah,
I don't know, we move
Like a
fertilizer with it.
front
Or-
end loader.
Did you ever see it with
Forklift-y
anything
thing?
other than the bucket on it?
Yeah, there's you can put forks on it.
Okay.
I've used it where
Lift.
you can put forks on it. You can put like a big platform on the front of it.
Okay. And do
Got
you
it.
recall what it had on that morning?
A bucket.
Bucket.
Was anybody in
Interesting.
the office when you went in there?
No.
Is this the office?
Yes.
Okay, you recognize the person?
Yeah, it's me.
And you see in the upper.
Is this, I'm sorry, is this an exhibit that's being published? It hasn't been admitted to my knowledge?
Oops.
Yeah, we were using it for demonstrative purposes, Your Honor. I don't think it needs to be marked. I'm certainly willing to mark it, let's put it that way.
Again, the maps yesterday, again, that's unusual to not have things admitted as an exhibit, but to just put up photographs to use for demonstrative purposes, that's generally not how demonstrative exhibits work. And so if they want to admit it as an exhibit, I
Yeah,
think
it
it should be
is.
admitted as an exhibit.
I can do
It's
that.
a demonstrative. You put it up and display it. You're demonstrating what it is. Ma'am, that's exactly how a demonstrative works. Now, you might want it in as evidence. That's a whole different thing. But yeah, demonstrative means you're demonstrating something like visually. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy, this is like, way
This is people's proposed exhibit
more
29.
information than I
Do you recognize
expected.
that picture?
Yeah.
Okay. What is in that picture?
It's the main office, and I'm standing at my mom's desk.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of?
In Serenity, it
Okay.
sounds like they
What it looked
did
like on that
have
morning?
security cameras because that's what they're talking about right here. Oh, look at the judge.
Who was the admission of people's proposed 29?
No objection, thank you.
I love a good looking, powerful woman. Thank you. That's the first time we have seen Your Honor.
Okay. In that, do you have a pointer? Oh. Could you point to your mom's desk if it's in there? Okay. And is there a computer on that desk? Is there any reason that you went to her desk that morning?
I had gotten on the security cameras that's on her computer.
Okay. And so is that where you view the security footage is from her computer?
Oh,
Okay. Where do you sit in that office? I don't know. Back from Stephanie?
Over here.
oh, Serenity. Here's the answer to your
I'm
question.
sorry. So maybe you speak up some.
I sit right here, and Stephanie sits right here.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now for that. So are you saying that when you went in first thing that morning, you looked at the camera footage?
No.
Okay. So you went in the office. Then what do you do?
When I had first walked into the office, I kind of just walked in, probably yelled, hello, mom, anyone, and then kind of just walked through the whole. This part to the left is the conference room, and to the right,
It's a
you
dude.
go into the lunchroom
Different trial
/ Dale's
judge.
office, and then another door is the where Todd sits, the trucking office, and then I walked through the back part of the trucking office where there's like a storage room.
See anybody?
Nobody.
All right. So then what did you do?
So then I had walked back out of the office, and then I had walked back up towards the where one of the semis was parked.
Okay. Did you have some information? You don't need to tell us what the information was, but did you have some information
It is Old
that-
Saver.
you wanted to check out with regard to one of those trucks?
Yes.
Okay. And which truck did you go to?
I went to Terry Nyrick's truck.
And what was,
Terry Nyrick's truck?
Terry
and
Nyrick.
you mentioned Todd the dispatcher.
Correct.
His last name is Nyrick also.
Yes.
Do you know if they're related, Todd and Terry?
They're brothers.
Did Terry work for the DDW?
Yes.
What was he?
He was a truck driver.
So his semi is parked back there,
Yes.
and each driver has their own truck.
Yes.
What was the purpose of you looking in his truck?
What
What were you looking for, if anything?
I was looking to see if his truck was cleaned out.
And why would it have been cleaned out?
He had quit the day before.
Was it actually cleaned out when you
Oh.
looked in?
No.
Why did he quit? Tell us everything. Oh, please be Carrie Roberts and tell us everything. Why did he
Can
quit?
you point to where his, I'm sorry, this is 27. Could you point to where his truck was parked?
Right here.
Okay, so just to the west of it, what we call the dry fertilizer barn, or what we have labeled as a dry fertilizer barn.
Yes.
Did you see anybody back there when you were looking through his truck?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the sprayer?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
It's used to spray liquid chemicals and fertilizer onto fields.
Okay. Does it have a distinctive sound when it's in motion?
Yes.
Did you hear it coming that morning?
I heard it a couple of times that day. Yes.
Okay. Did you hear it when you were back in that area outside by Terry's truck?
Yes.
Okay. Same time or a little bit later? When?
Right about the same time when I was back there by Terry's truck.
Did you see the sprayer at any point?
I
I'm
did
talking about
not.
at that moment in time.
No. I only heard it.
Does anybody else arrive in that general area while you're still there?
So shortly after I stopped hearing the sprayer, I met Dale as I was leaving the Terry's truck.
Okay. And can you point to the spot where you met Dale at?
Right here.
Okay. So
There's a little concrete pad right there.
So it's basically the southwest corner of the dry fertilizer barn outside the barn.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Dale at that point in time?
He had said, "You really don't know where your mom is?" And I said, "No." Then he talked about, the fight that they had and what was going on.
So you were looking for your mom. You hadn't heard anything from her, correct?
Correct.
And Dale came up and he asked you about your mom first thing.
Correct.
Interesting.
Where do you go from there?
So both Dale and I walked back towards the office. We didn't walk like side by side. I believe he walked closer towards like what's labeled the new shop. And I kind of walked through the grass and the driveway by the house. And then we both met back at the front door of the office.
Did you have arrangements to meet back there, or was it?
No, just kind of happened.
Right, and then where did you go? You particularly, where did you go once you were at the front door of the office?
Walked inside.
Okay, and what did Dale do if you know?
Walked inside.
And why did you go back to the office?
I don't really know why I decided to go back to the office. I just went back.
Did you have any more interaction with Dale once you're in the office?
Yes.
And where were you in the office at that point?
When we walked into the office, we both took a right, and he was looking like he was walking towards his office, and I took a left to go towards the bathroom and like the storage server room.
Did you both go in the same door to go into the office?
Correct.
Which of the doors did you go through?
The main front door.
The one that leads right into where your mom's desk is?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge
And
Penny,
the
we
bathrooms are
love
to the right
her.
of that,
Yes.
correct? And Dale's office is to the right of that?
Yes.
Okay. So you were separated for some time?
Maybe 2 steps.
Okay, so
3.
did you see him the whole time?
No, my back was towards him.
Did you have any more conversation with him thereafter?
Yes.
All right. And where was that?
As I was walking towards the bathroom, behind me, Dale, I don't know if I can say it,
Say what he said.
says, "Oh, fuck." And I turn around and he's standing in the doorway of where his office is and like the main part of the office is. And he's holding my mom's wedding ring in his hand like this.
Okay. And does he say anything in regard to the wedding ring?
This was on my desk.
What?
Did you recognize it as being your mom's wedding ring?
Yes.
Did your mom regularly take the wedding ring off?
I don't think I've ever seen my mom take her wedding ring off.
Did he say anything else to you at that point in time about, well, did he say anything more about the ring?
No.
Okay. Did he say anything about any other subject while you're standing right there?
He just said that the fight was really bad. But honestly, I don't remember if he was saying anything else. My mind immediately went to get on the computer where the cameras are.
Okay.
If her ring was in here, she must have been in here.
Did the subject of money ever come up?
Yes.
And when was that?
I can't remember if he brought up money being missing from the safe inside, if he brought it up when we were standing on the concrete pad, or if we were in the office.
Okay.
One of the two is when he had brought it up.
Right. And when you said money missing from the safe, Tell us more about that. What did he say?
He said that there was money missing from their personal safe inside the house.
Did he say how much?
He didn't say how much. He said that there was about $100,000 in it.
And do you know where that safe
What?
is located from your own personal knowledge?
I do not.
The safe. You don't know where the safe is?
I don't. There's several safes in the house and on the property in general.
Wow, that's a lot of cash. That's more than Donna Adelson cash, let me just tell you.
Did Dale say anything about what had happened that morning before you saw
Wow.
what he had been doing?
He told me that he woke up and mom was still asleep on the couch around 6:30, and he left to go start spraying some fields and start doing some work outside when he realized he didn't feed the dogs. So he came back in to go feed the dogs, and then he went back to go get in the sprayer
Okay.
to go spray a field around the corner on Carson.
Did he tell you how he got up to the house to feed the dogs?
He did not.
Okay.
From kind of how he was talking, it sounded like he was walking.
Objection, speculation.
She always scares me with her objections. I'm like, whoa. Me either. Damp Donna dollars.
All right. So did you ever actually look at the surveillance camera?
I did.
Okay. At what point?
As soon as he showed me my mom's wedding ring, I
Oh.
immediately got on my mom's computer and opened up the camera system.
Okay.
He's like, there's
You can
something not
see
right
only
here.
Live feed, but you can go back.
Objection, leading.
I'll restrain you. What did you look at on the camera?
I started going back to, I originally looked at the office camera because there's only one camera in the office to see if I could find when somebody had been in there, and the only person that I had seen that morning was my sister Raquel. And then I just kept going further and further back until I could see when something had happened.
Okay. So there's a camera in the office.
Yes,
Okay. Do you know where the other cameras were?
yes.
Can you point to them on the map?
So there's one here in the office. There's one right here at the peak of this building that kind of looks at the scale that's right here. There's another one, I think it's actually further down here, that's looking over here. There's one back here that's looking out at like the fuel tanks. I think that's
Is there one inside the old shop?
inside here. Yes, there's one that looks out this door, but you can't see out of it. You can see inside the shop, but that's it.
Okay. And is there one inside the new shop?
Yeah, there's some, I don't know where it's at, but there's one in there.
And the one in the office, do you know what it points at?
The one in the office, it points at like my mom's desk and kind of that, like that picture you showed me.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have on that. So you go back. What are you looking for on the camera?
I'm looking for my mom.
And
Where
how
the
far
heck
back
did she go?
I had gone back, but I think when I was sitting right there, I had gone back to the previous day when there was other people in the footage.
Okay. And did you see her on cameras at all?
I never saw her on the camera.
Are there places on the property that the cameras don't hit?
The house.
Could you get from the house? Could you drive the Hummer from the house down to the office without being seen on camera?
Yes.
Oh. And you know Dale would have known that.
Was anybody in the office with you while you were looking at the surveillance cameras?
Dale was in the office with me for the first part. At some point, my sister, brother-in-law Dustin, and Aunt Shelley had come in, and then my brother had gotten there sometime shortly after as well.
So initially, that was just you and Dale?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were looking at the surveillance footage, what was he doing?
At first, he was standing over my shoulder, kind of watching what I was doing and what I was looking at. And then he randomly just kind of stopped and was like, well, I'm going to go spray. Let me know if you see anything. And he walked out. And then like 10 minutes later, he came right back in. Kind of the whole day, it was this back and forth.
That's
go do this,
odd.
and then I never did.
Objection. He doesn't know what he did. If he left, he left. What he did, unless Zach is reading minds now, he doesn't know what he did.
Ma'am,
Thank you. When did
you are
come back in?
so
What did he do?
sarcastic.
Continue to stand there and ask questions of what we were doing
Okay. Did he ever look over your shoulder again at the footage?
several times.
Was there a point in time that you went into your mom's drawer? Desk
Yes.
drawer. Okay. Why did you do
Drawer, not drawers.
At some point when
Or-
Dale had walked back out of the office, I don't know exactly when I was looking at the cameras, but at some point, yes, I looked into my mom's drawer.
Okay, why did you do that?
When Stephanie was living in one of the houses that they owned and she paid rent, my mom kept her monthly rent in an envelope hidden in the drawer. There was about $700 in there. Her and I were the only ones that knew that it was there, as far as I knew.
So why did you look for
Oh,
it? So why did you look for it?
See if she had come into the office and taken it.
Was it still there?
It was.
oh, so she took $100,000 out of the safe, but the quick $700 that she could have just taken and gotten out of there, she left. And by the way, she took the 100 grand. I don't know why she would need the 100 grand, and decided to completely disappear when she has always had the opportunity to go to the Cedar Point Lake House. Well, that's what I call it. Well, they call it that too. They call it the Cedar Point House, but anyway, or Cedar Point property. But she didn't do that either. Now I understand why this family was so alarmed about her being missing.
Besides you and your mom? The safe that was in your room, did anybody else have either the code or the key besides you and your mom?
No.
Did you leave your mom's house at any point on Sunday?
Yes.
Approximately what time?
It would have been sometime early, mid-afternoon, maybe 2-ish. And I went back to my house.
Why did you go to your house?
My door has a keypad, so you don't need a key to actually get in. My mom had the combination to it, so I was looking to see if my mom had come there. And then I went up to the Cedar Point property to look to see if she was there.
Was she there?
No.
Okay.
That's where she would have gone.
And then where did you go from Cedar Point?
And then I came back to the office, looked at the cameras some more. I had met with my siblings
You met with your siblings where?
at the office.
Okay.
And then I left and went towards Britain to check the grain bin system. To check the grain bin system. Grain.
Grain bin system.
So you're looking for your mom in Britain?
Yeah, any property that they had a structure at, I was trying to check out.
Okay. Was she in Britain?
No.
So where did you go then from Britain?
So when I was leaving Britain, I actually called a friend of our family. He's a Tecumseh police officer, Officer Wolf.
Okay, let me stop right there. Don't want to hear anything that you said, but you called the police at
Yes.
that point? Okay. Were you calling to report your mom missing at that point?
No,
Where were you headed at that point in time?
I was just driving back from Britain towards Tecumseh.
Okay. And where did you end up? Where did you go?
Ultimately, I ended up back at my house.
Were you by yourself or with somebody else at that point?
My sister Raquel and my brother TJ met me there.
Met you at your house?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do once you were at your house?
We tried to reach the Michigan State Police, but it was a Sunday evening, so the 24-hour line was just a recording. So we ultimately called just 911 and got sent to the sheriff's dispatch.
Okay. And why did you call 911? Obvious question, right?
Yeah, we couldn't find her mom, and the advice I was given from Officer Wolf was call the police.
Well, I was going to object, but you already got it out.
Okay. So you reported her missing Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay.
He's talking about advice, not what the man
Monday,
said.
did you go back to the farm?
Yes.
She needs to simmer down with the hearsay.
Before we get into that, well, let me ask you this. Was your mom at the farm on Monday when you got there?
No.
Do you know what time of day it was when you arrived?
Somewhere around 9.
Okay. Did you go to the office or the house?
The office.
Okay. Did you ever at any point go to the house on Monday?
At some point, I'm sure I did. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether you don't have a specific memory of going back to the house?
I went to the house. I just don't know what time.
Okay. When you got to the house, was anybody there?
Dale's daughter Jenica was there. She was cleaning and cooking a roast. Lena was upstairs playing in her little craft room thing.
Can you tell us, you said Jenica was cleaning and cooking a roast. Did you actually see her cleaning?
The house was spotless. She told me she
Oh.
was cleaning and cooking a roast.
Objection as
smell
to
it.
hearsay.
Well, she's telling him what she's doing at the time. That's okay.
Ay, ay, ay.
Did you try to get on the cameras on Monday?
Yes.
Why were you doing that?
During the day, I was looking at the cameras to once again keep seeing if there was different cars or anybody that had come in and out that maybe I had missed the day before. So I was just playing back as much of the footage as I could see on individual cameras to see anything.
And what about later in that week? Did you try to access the cameras later in the week?
I believe it was later that night when I had gotten home. I was trying to look at the cameras on my phone, and I had been locked out.
You'd been locked out of the phone. Did you try?
I was locked out of the camera system, not out of my phone.
Okay.
What?
So on that
Oh,
night, you couldn't
my.
get the cameras on your phone. Did you try after that on your mom's computer?
I don't remember if I had tried it again on my mom's computer. I had actually texted the IT guy to ask why I couldn't get onto it, and then he told me why.
Did you try to get on the office computer?
Which you can't say because that's hearsay.
On Tuesday or after Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you tried to get on the office computer?
We couldn't log into the server. The server password had been changed.
Did you need the server password to
Wow.
do your job?
Yes.
What in the world?
Did there come a point at which Dale instructed you to do something regarding your mom's paycheck?
He told me to stop writing her paycheck.
How long after that weekend did this happen?
I think it was either that same week or the following week, within 2 weeks.
And why was she getting a paycheck?
The company, DDW Investments, is set up as an S corporation. So according to the accountant, the owner of the corporation is required to go ahead and take some type of reasonable salary. So I wrote a reasonable salary paycheck every week for my mom.
Did Mark Weisberg ever come back to the businesses?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
It was in June
June of
2021.
Okay. And you worked through June of 2021.
Not all of June. I think I left in the beginning of June.
Okay. Did you overlap at all with Mark Weisberg?
Yes.
Okay. Was he brought back as an employee?
From the looks of it, yes.
Why would you lock everyone out of the computer system?
Did
I
your mom, to your knowledge, ever have a second phone?
No.
Did she ever ask you to call her or text her on a different number?
No. My mom couldn't operate her personal phone, let alone a second.
I feel that. No shade. So factual lie. I know you've got to eat, but I find it a bit strange she was cooking roast when her mom was missing. This is not her mom. The sister he's talking about, Jenica, I think that's what he said her name was, is Dale's daughter. So I thought that was telling. And by the way, Mr. Demeanor is making a pot roast for the Demeanor household tonight.
Did you ever see your mom high on medication?
No.
Did you ever have any reason to suspect that she was abusing pills?
No. I don't think she even finished most of the pills that she was supposed to finish.
Objection, unless he has personal knowledge, move to strike.
They all have that same
Did
look.
you
Like,
ever have
seriously.
a conversation with Dale about the viability of the farming business?
Several.
And what did you tell him about the farming business?
That it was a failing company. It was cancer that was going to take the rest of everything down.
And what was his response?
I'm a farmer. That's all I've ever known. I don't have any hobbies. I don't have any friends. If I didn't farm, I don't know what I would do.
When you were in the office and Dale told you about the big fight, did he give you any details about the big fight?
He did not.
Before the first time you went in that morning to the office,
Yes.
did you go in Dale's section of the office?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Dale's desk?
I mean, I walked right past it.
Okay. Did you see the ring on his desk?
No,
Okay. Were you looking for something on his desk?
I was not, but it's a relatively large ring. Be hard to miss.
Mom's relationship with your last thing I have is tell us about your mom's relationship with your half sister, Lena.
Lena,
Yes.
they were inseparable.
aw.
Mom defended Lena against Dale.
Objection. Unless this is personal knowledge and again, the inseparable obviously can't be based on personal knowledge, I would ask this witness to confine his testimony to his own personal knowledge, not speculation.
She is
So
so
what you've seen.
pissed off.
That's what you've seen personally in terms of the relationship between Lena and your mom.
My mom adored Lena. She would do anything for not only any of her kids, but especially Lena.
Can you ever see your mom leaving Lena and never coming back?
Objection, total speculation. I know he wants that answer to end on, but it's totally speculative.
Damn! Step
Thank you.
off with the outrage. My goodness. You need to take a chill pill before you start asking him questions. His mother is
Mr. Bach,
dead.
my name is Mary Chartier, and I represent Mr. Warner, and I have questions for you this afternoon. I want to start off.
I have to correct myself because I said this is not the same attorney. She just looks way different now than she did back when this was going on. But let's be clear. It's the same attorney. When she said her name, I didn't pay attention the first time because I was having all the technological difficulties, but we have since fixed those. But this is the same attorney. That's why she's so snarky. Exactly, Dizzy. Yeah. She's rude. Rude as all get out. Everything she is just over the top about. Oh, I watched her in the last hearing that they had when she had 65 motions and whoo. Yeah, I am not a fan of Miss Chartier. Let's just get that out in the open. And I'm glad I thought it was someone else. So you all saw my actual reaction, my genuine reaction. But now I know who it is. Now I know why I feel the way I feel. Because she is, yes, hostile. Stop with it. And yeah, she must have gone to the Bad Jennifer School of Law. I wonder if she's going to show us her penguin pin that she got for graduating.
With some things that you may have done yesterday. So did you view the proceedings in this case yesterday or today before you came to court?
Did I view the proceedings online?
Yes.
I watched my sister Raquel's yesterday online.
What time?
Probably around 7:30ish.
Did you watch her entire testimony?
I did.
Did you watch anyone else's testimony?
I did not.
Were you told that you couldn't be in the courtroom because you were a witness?
I was told that I could not be into the courtroom because I was a witness.
Because you needed to be sequestered, right? Did someone use that word with you?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Well,
I was handed a subpoena, and then when I got here, I was told to either hang out in the hallway or I can go into a room in the back.
okay. So when were you handed a subpoena?
A couple weeks ago.
And who handed that to you? Police officer or
Yes.
some? The report to court yesterday. Want to make sure I'm getting this correct. About what time?
8:15, 8:30.
And then you are told you can hang out in the hallway or you can go into a room, right?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
I went into the room for a little bit and did some work on my computer, and then I went out and sat in my car for a while until the lunch break, went to lunch with my siblings and my family, and then came back here and sat in the hallway.
What were you told about why you couldn't be in the courtroom?
That I couldn't sit in the courtroom until I testified.
And was it explained to you why?
Not really. That I'm to sit there. I'm a witness, and I got to go ahead and stay and wait until I'm up.
And that's
So, semantics, I agree. She is zealously defending her client, rightly so. Any conviction must stick. I never, ever have a problem with a zealous representation in defense of a client. What I have a problem with is disrespectful, rude behavior, much like I had a problem with Hank Brennan during the Karen Reed trial because he was rude to people. And there is no reason to be rude while you are conducting your zealous defense of your client. So I completely agree, semantics. Any conviction must stick then.
the only thing that was explained to you?
There might have been more. I guess I don't recall exactly what they said.
Who's they?
The police officer and I think either Jackie or David.
And that's Ms. Wise and Mr. McCready, the prosecutor, and then the assistant prosecutor. Is that who you're referring to by Jackie and David?
Correct.
And then who was the police officer?
Dreyer.
Detective Dreyer?
Yes.
From the Michigan State Police?
Yes.
And so you're saying they didn't tell you why? They didn't tell you why you couldn't be in the courtroom?
They very well could have told me why I couldn't be in the courtroom. I was reading the piece of paper that I was given.
Did they tell you you couldn't be in the courtroom because you're a witness and because you can't hear what other witnesses say until after you've testified, right?
Okay.
Okay, right? So you can't be in the courtroom to listen to what witnesses say. We've established that.
I can see how this
Did
could
they tell
happen.
you not to talk to any other witnesses about your testimony or their testimony?
Yes,
And yet you still went home and watched your sister's testimony,
I did.
knowing that you couldn't be in the courtroom to hear her testimony. You couldn't talk to her about her testimony, but you thought it was a good idea to watch her testimony,
I did.
knowing that that would violate a court order on sequestration.
Objection, Your Honor. The order did not cover that specific conduct.
And I know we have already discussed this. I disagree with that because this witness has clarified he knew he couldn't be in the courtroom because he couldn't hear testimony. He knew he couldn't speak to his sister or any other witness about testimony, yet he went home and watched testimony on a video. That violates both the spirit of the order and the order itself.
I think we've already discussed this, and I don't think that we violated the order, so I will sustain the objection.
What was the distinction in your mind
Oh,
about why you
body
couldn't hear the
language.
testimony live? You couldn't speak to your sister about it, but you thought you could watch it on TV before you came into court and testified.
Oh, y'all, we got to back this up because this woman is now beyond the tone. Oh, y'all. Oh, she is not happy that Judge Beautiful Blonde Hair has sustained the objection. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my.
Sustain the objection.
What was the distinction in your mind about why you couldn't hear the testimony live, you couldn't speak to your sister about it, but you thought you could watch it on TV before you came into court and testified?
It was on TV. I wasn't aware I shouldn't be able to watch TV.
So you think there was a difference between hearing it live and then watching it later while you were at home?
I wasn't in here witnessing it, or it wasn't affecting anything that I would have said.
So you said, right? And it was on YouTube, right? It wasn't on television. It was on YouTube, correct?
I have no idea what it was on.
Well, how did you pull it up?
I clicked on a link on Facebook.
Okay. And who posted it on Facebook?
WTOL.
And did you search for this on Facebook?
No, it just pops up in your newsfeed.
It popped up in your newsfeed. And what did it say?
Something about updated case for Dee Warner.
And you clicked on it. And then you saw that it was your sister's testimony?
Yes.
And you thought it was a good idea to watch it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see it on the Justice for D Facebook page?
I don't really look at what's on the Justice for Dee Facebook page.
Okay. When's the last time you were on that page?
Honestly, couldn't tell you.
Now, I want to
love
talk to you
that he's
about
so
your
matter
claim
of
that the
fact
trucking
about
company, and that's DDW Investments. Well,
Correct.
before we even get to that, let's go through your background. So when did you start working? What was your title at the company?
I actually have no idea what my title was.
You have no idea what your title was. Bookkeeper, would that sound accurate?
Sure.
Okay. When did you start being a bookkeeper?
In 2008.
2008. How old were you at that time?
16.
16. And then did you continue on straight through to 2021?
No, I was off for about 3 years, sometime in the middle there.
Okay. And what did you do during that time?
I sold real estate.
So at 16, and at 16, you're saying that's when you took over for Mark Weisberg?
No,
Okay. So you worked there 2006 to when? And when you're saying you took over for Mark Weisberg?
2000 and probably 16, and when Mark Weisberg left is when I came back. I originally worked for the farm from the time I was 16 until I was probably 24, 25.
What's your degree in? Have you taken accounting classes?
No,
Okay. What is your degree in?
I don't have a degree.
Did you go to college?
No.
Did you go to community college?
Nope.
Have you
Ma'am,
taken
don't
any
throw
classes in
shade
accounting?
on no
No.
Have you
degree.
taken any classes in bookkeeping?
No.
Okay. So you started at 16 working for your mom, and primarily working for your mom. Your mom and Dale or Mr. Warner own the companies, but it sounds like your mom is the one working in the office. Mr. Warner is out in the field doing those sorts of things. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. So at 16, you start doing bookkeeping for your mom. You take a few years off to do real estate, sell it, and then you come back and you continue on with your efforts, right?
I mean, sure, yes.
Wait, well, I would just want to make sure it's an accurate summary of what you're
I
saying.
sold real estate the same time that I was both working for my mom, and the reason I was working for my mom was to help the actual accountant that worked in the office. She's the one that taught me how to use the program and what I was doing.
Okay. So you also had indicated at one point that you did, well, let me ask you this, who trained you?
The CPA that set the businesses
He
up.
just
Who is that
said
CPA?
that.
Her name was Stacy Stefani.
And how long did she train you?
The whole time that she worked there when I worked there.
Okay.
You
Several
go,
years.
Zach. We
Several
got your
years.
back on
And
this.
then when you came back after Ms. Weisberg, was she still there?
Mr. Weisberg.
Or excuse me, Mr. Weisberg, was this CPA still there?
No.
So you were essentially in charge of the books.
She had come in to help us clean up the books.
Okay,
She was there for, I would say, less than a month.
all right. So you also had indicated at one point you did research for some lawyers. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, who were those lawyers?
both James Duzma and a gentleman named Brian Doyle.
Are you saying you did legal research for them?
No, I did research for my mom and Dale and hunting any of the documents and contracts down that those two attorneys asked for.
Okay, so you found documents, whether it was in a filing cabinet or you had to go to a court to get them or somewhere else. But
Sure.
when you say research, you didn't write briefs or memoranda
No.
or anything like that. Okay. So I
Man,
want to ask you now about this trucking company, that's DDW Investments, right?
Yeah.
That you said was owned primarily or solely by your mom. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was it ever, in your opinion, or based on your knowledge, owned by your mom and Mr. Warner?
No.
Okay, it never was. And so your position is that the entire time that that trucking business was in effect, it was solely owned by your mom.
Yes.
Are you aware, because you talked about court, that a court has held otherwise?
I'm not aware.
So are you aware that in Judge Olsaver's court, have you been to any proceedings in this courthouse with Judge Olsaver?
No.
Are you aware that there are proceedings, civil proceedings, that have gone on in this courthouse?
Yes.
Because
I
you've
hope
gone to
she
some of them, right?
doesn't change her questioning.
And then are people keeping you up to date about what's going on?
Sometimes, not all of it.
Okay. So, but that seems to be a pretty significant point, that this trucking company that you come in and claim is owned solely by your mom, a court actually held was owned 50-50 by Dale Warner and Dee Warner. And no one told you that point?
No.
No one told you that on October 10th, 2023, a court held
I had
that
questions.
50% of the company was owned by Dee Warner, 50% of that company was owned by Dale Warner. Okay.
I'm going to check this line of questioning. We don't have any of this in evidence.
We will. So, same as
Oh, what?
yesterday, where the court, or excuse me, the prosecutor introduced a certified copy of a court order. We will get a certified copy of Judge Olsaver's order from October 10th, 2023. Order regarding successor conservator's motion for an order.
We don't need a narration.
Okay, well, it's the title of the order, and I will move to admit it under that. I did not think, with a court order holding that the company was 50-50 owned, that a witness would pop up on the stand and say, no, it was solely owned by my mother. That's a surprise, I think, to anyone who has been following these proceedings at all. So we will introduce a certified copy.
Oh,
And I'm moving on from this line of questioning.
y'all got to look. This lady in the pink. I got to back us up just a little bit. Sorry, because and the lady sitting, the blonde lady sitting next to her. We got to watch this craziness that this Chartier starts saying. And having a succession plan in which the business goes to Dale is not the same thing as ownership. And a court can deem that he is the owner or was a 50-50% owner, but she was still the sole owner as long as she was alive. Yes, the whole audience has reactions. All right, I feel like I need to go just a little bit further.
It was solely owned.
Hang on. Okay.
Successor conservator's motion for an order.
We don't need a narration.
Okay, well, it's the title of the order, and I will move to admit it under that. I did not think, with a court order holding that the company was 50-50 owned, that a witness would pop up on the stand and say, no, it was solely owned by my mother. That's a surprise, I think, to anyone who has been following these proceedings at all. So we will introduce a certified copy. And I'm moving on from this line of questioning. Sir, let me ask you about...
Everybody would like you to move on from this line of questioning. The entire gallery is like arms crossed when she starts talking about this, and they're looking at each other and they're like, what is she going on and on about? And I tell you right now, we're all jurors here. And if we don't like how this lady's coming across, that jury is not going to like her either.
Your relationship with your mother, right?
Yeah.
Close, right?
Very.
And that lake house that you talked about, your mother funded that, correct?
A large portion.
A large portion of it. And she referred to it as her house, right?
She referred to it as our house and the lake house mostly, but
But at other times she would refer to it as my house, correct?
yeah.
Right. And you said she wanted it as a safe haven where she could go, or just she could go to the lake, right?
Yeah.
You also indicated that she would go there about once a month where she would spend the night.
I would say on average once a month. Sometimes it wasn't even once a month. Sometimes it might have been never, and sometimes it might have been 2 or 3 times.
So your mom leaving the farm and going someplace else was a regular occurrence, correct?
Correct.
Not someplace else, going
And she
there.
would stay for how long?
A day, maybe 2.
A day, maybe 2. So for your mom not to be there, right, at least from Mr. Warner's perspective, given that this is going on a day or 2, doesn't seem to be a surprise, right? Because your mom had done this before.
Done what before?
Left the farm in her home and going staying at the lake house.
No, actually, this witness can testify as to what was in Mr. Warner's mind. He's being asked to say what Mr. Warner thought. He can't testify to that. He doesn't know personal knowledge.
That is correct.
Not a surprise to you when your mom would show up at the lake house, correct?
No.
And stay there for a day or 2, right?
I've met your client.
Sir,
I couldn't stand there.
Move to strike. Okay, Mr. Bach? I mean, I know you're smiling at me, but I'm going to move to strike that testimony as being non-responsive. Great. You get that there's nothing humorous about this, correct?
Not being funny.
Okay. Well, you seem to think that this is, you're smiling and you're kind of making a joke about things. It's a serious business. You answer questions that are asked unless the judge tells you otherwise, correct? Get that?
Correct.
And were you told that by the prosecutors before you came in, you answer questions that you're asked?
I don't think anybody's told me that.
Nobody's told you?
I'm always supposed to answer any question I'm asked.
Okay. And you watched Raquel's testimony, so you saw how that went. Question, answer, right? So that's how this goes. So
how
again,
it went.
no surprise to you when your mom would pop up at the lake house and spend the night.
No.
And are you aware that your mom would go other places over the years and not just to the lake house?
I've gone with her
You've gone with her. And she would spend how long at those places?
a day.
And where would she go?
We went to my Aunt Shelly and Uncle Greg's. We've gone to my Aunt Lisa's.
Oh, Kat, you definitely want to see at
Those are
least
the
the
only
last
places
10
that I've
minutes
gone.
or so
Did you ever go to a hotel with her?
and pay attention
I
to the
did not.
gallery.
Okay. Are you aware that she did go to a hotel?
Several times.
I want to ask you, who had keys to the office, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, myself, Dale, my mom, Stephanie, and Todd.
On the morning of April 25th, 2021, do you use a key to enter into the office?
I do not.
You said you saw your sister Raquel on the video, correct?
Yes.
About when was she on in comparison to when you were watching the video?
She had gone into the office, I believe it was sometime 8:30, 9 o'clock.
And when are you looking at the cameras?
About 11:30, 12, somewhere in there.
And how long do you spend looking at the cameras?
I was there for probably about 2 hours.
Are you looking at them at the speed that they run, or are you fast forwarding or rewinding quickly to look for people?
Wrong comment. Sorry. Yeah, Kat, because you're like, okay, sure. Yeah. All right. Keep on just yelling at me. Sure. Okay. She is way too much semantics. The fact that she keeps leaving to get away from your client often isn't the flex you want it to be. Yeah, it sounds like there were issues, ma'am. Yeah, exactly, oh Felicia. Yeah, like laughing when something is uncomfortable. This is unbelievable. I was not prepared for this, y'all. I'm so glad we're doing this.
I'm watching them. They're motion censored cameras, so it's only small snippets that you get to watch. So I'm watching that full, 30 seconds, 1 minute that the motion is happening.
And you said you spent 2 hours doing that.
Probably.
And that took you to April 24th or April 23rd?
Yep.
Okay. No, so I was not clear about your testimony. When did it take you to in that first 2 hour block? April 24th or April 23rd?
Some cameras were April 23rd and some cameras were April 24th, just depended on how much movement was on them.
And then why did you stop watching at that point?
Because I watched enough where I never saw my mom enter the office where her ring could be sitting on the desk.
So you watched, I think you admitted on direct, there are blind spots all over that property, including in the office, right?
Not really in the office.
Well, you can't get in and out of that office without being seen on camera?
I mean, if you climb a wall, yeah.
Not just climb a wall, use a different door, right? There are multiple doors into that office.
Multiple doors into the office.
Right. That camera does not pick up, correct?
Yeah.
So then you go back to April 23rd and April 24th.
That would pick up the
and then
desk.
why do you stop watching the cameras?
I didn't see my mom on any of them, so I thought I should go look physically someplace else.
Then when do you pick up watching the cameras again?
later that afternoon,
How long do you spend doing that?
maybe an hour.
When does that take you back to, or are you rewatching some of the
Rewatching
things?
the
You're
same thing.
rewatching the same things. Now, I asked you about your experience with accounting, but just because you had talked about the farm not being a viable business, I think you said it was cancer, things like that. What experience do you
Cancer.
have with farming?
I've grown up on a farm. Both of my parents are farmers my entire life.
Did you help run the farm?
I've helped them in many ways, yes.
Like what?
I've helped both plant, harvest, do hay, cows.
Did you help run the farm? By that, I mean, make decisions about what's being purchased, employees, that sort of stuff, before you began working for your mom at the age of 16.
Before the age of 16, no.
And what about with a trucking company? Do you have any experience running that before you worked for your mom at the age of 16?
No.
And what about with the chemical services portion of it? Do you have any experience of that before you began working with your mom at the age of 16?
No.
So when you're talking about the viability of the farm, it is based on your experience. I want to make sure growing up on a farm and then the work you did for your mom.
Well, in conversations with Dale.
In conversations with Dale. But Mr. Warner disagreed with your assessment of the farm, right?
But he couldn't ever show me where I was wrong.
But he doesn't have to show you where you're wrong, though, right? Would you agree?
Sure.
Because it's his business and your mom's business, right?
Correct.
So he doesn't have to show, while you are his stepson, an employee, right? He can just say, I want to keep running the business.
Sure.
Ma'am, I'm in management. That doesn't go over so great. That's not how
The
you
prosecutor
get
spoke to you about your mom's medication. Are you aware if your mom used any opiates?
I am not.
Did she share with you all the medication that she was taking, to your knowledge?
I have no idea what medication she took.
Did your mom also drink alcohol?
She did.
How frequently?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you.
So when she was with you and you went out to dinner, for example, would she be drinking alcohol?
Yeah.
When you would go to the house, did you see her drinking alcohol?
Not typically. If it was a holiday, the girls and everybody would probably have some type of a drink.
By the girls, do you mean the adult
My
women?
sisters.
Okay. All right. Now, we did talk about the cameras, and I want to go back to that. Who had access to those cameras? You had access to the cameras,
I
right?
had access to the cameras. My mom had access to the cameras, and Dale had access to the cameras.
Did Dale have access to the cameras, to your knowledge, or did you change those passwords so he didn't have access to the cameras?
Nobody could change the password except for the IT person. He actually specifically changed it so nobody could touch it except for him because somebody would get on it and mess with it, and then we were all locked out.
Okay. And then what about bank accounts? I know there's been this conversation about a
that
safe
didn't go how she
in
wanted it.
your mother and Dale's house, or Ms. and Mr. Warner's house, that only you and your mom had access to, right?
Correct.
And then you said there was some missing money from that safe?
Correct.
What about any other accounts or credit cards, anything like that? Is there anything that only you and your mom had access to and Mr. Warner didn't?
As far as bank accounts and credit cards,
Anything financial?
I mean, I had a bank account that my mom's name was on. There was a DDW bank account that I think only my mom had access to. And I'm sure she had her own personal accounts.
The cash that you said your mom had all around her car,
Yeah.
did she keep, and she put cash in your safe?
Yeah.
Did she keep cash elsewhere?
Everywhere.
Okay, everywhere. What do you mean?
Sometimes it'd be in her closet. She'd have money in her clothes. She'd have money in pockets. She'd leave money in a coat pocket. I mean, she had money everywhere.
Do you know where that cash came from?
No clue.
Did you ever see her take cash and then keep it, not take to the bank or anything like that?
If I gave my mom money to take to the bank to put into the bank account, then that's where she put it. If I gave my mom money because somebody came in and bought something and she decided not to put it in the bank account, that's on her. I have no idea.
Okay. You also talked about a reasonable salary that you paid your mom. What was a reasonable salary?
$50,000 a year.
$50,000 a year. Did your mom use the credit card for other expenses, like other living expenses?
What credit card?
Well, your mother's credit card. Right?
They had several credit cards.
Did those get paid for by
The businesses.
the businesses?
Not all of them. Some of them she paid personally if they were a personal credit card, but I don't know what those ones were.
Did you look at the credit card statements to determine what was business and what was personal, or did you just pay a statement?
If we had receipts for them, the receipts were reconciled in QuickBooks to go ahead and reference either a member draws or a business expense.
And by a member draw, do you mean an amount that is essentially paid to the owner or one of the owners of the business in excess of the salary?
Could have been, yeah.
Okay, well, what else?
Depending on who paid the credit card.
Right. Well, what else do you mean by a member draw?
So if one of the companies that was being paid for out of, let's say, DDW, if mom went and went out to lunch with that credit card and paid for it with that company credit card, then it was a member draw and not a business expense because it was a personal lunch, not a business lunch.
And that's what I'm talking about, right? So that would essentially be extra salary on top of the $50,000, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say a member draw, whether it is a credit card statement that is being paid or whether it is going into somebody's pocket, that is in addition to the $50,000 reasonable salary that you were paying to your mother.
Correct.
And when I say you are paying to your mother, it's not coming out of your pocket. I mean, you're cutting the check, right?
Correct.
And when Mr. Warner indicated to you, you should stop that, she hadn't been to work for 2 weeks approximately, right?
Sure.
Ma'am, what are we doing?
What was the percentage of profit for the trucking company?
That I have no idea.
And do you know the percentage of profit or loss for the other companies?
I do not know what the percentages were.
This safe where there's missing money,
Yes.
when did that come to your attention? Did you realize there's money missing from the safe?
I believe it was around October of 2019.
October of 2019. Did you call the police and say there's money missing from my safe?
No, my mom knew who had taken it.
Okay, I'm going to move to strike that because you don't have any personal knowledge of that, do you?
She texted me that he took
Nope, stop right there. I'm going to stop right there. Were you in
Door to
that?
this testimony.
Beg your pardon?
She opened the door to this testimony.
Nope, I
He's
asked-
responsive to her question.
I asked if he called the police to report it. I didn't ask him to tell me what somebody else told him.
She asked that question, and the reason why is his answer.
You did open the door, counsel.
Sure. Okay, great. So
Open the door.
did you call the police to report money stolen from your safe?
No.
And you didn't call 911 to say money was missing from your safe, right?
No, Dale had admitted it to my mom.
Were you there?
No, she had texted that to me.
Right. According to you, right? According to you and your mom. This is what I'm trying to get at. You were not there, right? You didn't see him go into the safe, correct?
No.
You know, according to you, your mom told you that he took the money, right?
Well, I was the one that opened the safe to find that the money was gone.
You have no idea
Oh.
if your mother took the money, right?
Well, I'm asking my mother and she's saying no. So
This is what I want to get at, right?
What do
How
you
did
want to get
Mr.
at?
Warner get in if only you and your mom had the code and the key to the safe?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. To your knowledge, does he have a background in safe cracking that we just have not heard about?
Could be.
That could be, to your knowledge. Did you ever, right? Has that been a career path that he took in the entire time that you knew him?
No.
Right? Do you know how to crack a safe?
Have an idea.
Okay, you do. You have an idea. You know how to do that.
Yeah, go buy the same safe and use the same key.
Okay, so you think a key for every safe is going to open up all safes?
Well, when they are the exact same safe and they're not a safe for a gun or anything that's safe to be in it, then yeah.
Let me walk this back. Or do you have any personal knowledge that he had a key to that safe?
No.
Okay. So your claim is you opened up a safe in 2019 and there's missing money, right?
Yes.
And you're saying you didn't take that money
Correct.
because you could have taken that money and then told your mom, well, let me ask you this. How much money do you think was
Why
missing?
would he admit
She
to
said
it?
about $55,000.
Okay, $55,000. And how much are you
Oh.
making working as a bookkeeper at the farm?
I think I was making $16 an hour.
$16 an hour. So you could have taken that $55,000, right? And then told your mom, oh, look, money's missing from the safe, correct?
Yeah.
Your mom could have taken that $55,000. And then when you notice it missing, say, oh my gosh, I confronted Mr. Warner and he said he took it, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you have no personal knowledge of what happened to that money, correct?
No.
Y'all. This is not
You also
going
said,
how she thinks
Something
it's
about
going.
keys were always in your mom's pocket. What keys were you talking about?
Her car keys
To the Escalade or the Hummer?
to the Escalade.
To the
Whatever
Escalade.
she was driving at that time.
Okay. Did she have a single key or was it on a keychain?
It was a single key.
It was a single key. And you said she always kept it in her pants,
Yes.
except when she was changing her pants.
Yeah.
Were you in the room when your mom was changing her pants? Right.
Weirdly enough, sometimes she'd be changing in the bathroom when I was sitting in her bedroom.
Okay. So you would see her with this key?
No, the door was shut.
The door was shut. My point is, you have no personal knowledge of what she did with that key when you didn't directly see it, right?
No.
When you went to your sister Amber's house, Angelina was there,
Yes.
and that's because she had spent the night.
Yes.
And that night is April 23rd to April 24th, right?
Yes, I believe.
Now, when you went to the farm on April 25th, did you go to the house first or the office first?
The office.
The office first. And that's when you started looking at the cameras?
No.
Okay, so you walked through and then you started looking at the
No,
cameras?
I walked through the office and then I walked up towards Terry's truck after I walked to the office and nobody was in there.
You walked to Terry's truck. Did I hear you say you looked through his truck?
I opened the door and looked inside of his truck.
Is that a truck that's owned by the trucking company?
Yes.
Okay. So you opened up his truck and you looked inside,
Yes.
and then you closed that truck and then went back to the office.
I met Dale at the top of on the concrete pad, and then we went to the office. Yes.
All right. What were you expecting to find in that truck?
Terry had quit the night before, and my mom told him he needed to clean that truck out because it was her truck. It was the trucking company's truck. And I was looking to see if he had been there that morning and if the truck had been cleaned out to know who was on the property.
Was the truck cleaned out?
No.
So you went over there to see if he had been on the property before you looked at the cameras to determine who had been on the property,
Yes.
right? And before you looked at the cameras to determine if you could see where your mother was.
Yes.
The server that you indicate that you didn't have a password to after your mom left the farm, you ultimately got that password, right?
Yep.
So you worked from April of 2021 to June of 2021 with no access to the server?
No, we did. I had asked Dale about it. Dale contacted Kyle, the IT guy, and Kyle remotely logged into the server to go ahead and correct the problem. So we had access to QuickBooks again.
Okay, so talk me through that again, because you said you didn't have access to the server. Then I said you ultimately got the password, but you're saying, no, that's not what happened. So I'm a little confused. So tell me what happened. When do you log on and you don't have access to the server?
So I tried to log on, and QuickBooks does not let you open anything without having access to the server. So
When did you try and do that?
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I contacted Dale via text message that I don't have access to not only the server, but anything. And whatever it is disconnected. So we need to get it reconnected. He said, Kyle assured me that wasn't supposed to happen. I'll call Kyle. So he then called Kyle. Kyle remotely logged into the server, fixed the connection between all the computers in the office and the server, giving us access to QuickBooks and all the files again.
So how long
Interesting.
were you without access?
I couldn't tell you because I left.
Okay. So you left and never came back?
No, I left for that day.
Okay, you left for that day. So the next day you did have access?
Yes.
All right. So because it made it seem like on direct, you never got access again. And that's why I wanted to clear it up with you.
I
So-
never personally got access to the camera system or any of that again.
Okay. I'm not asking about
Oh.
the camera system. I'm asking about the server, right? So
The
is all the
cameras
same?
are on the server's on the cameras. It's
So
all the
how
same
did you do
system.
your job if you didn't have access?
I didn't have access to the cameras on my phone. I still had access to QuickBooks on the computer.
Okay. So you had access once you went back to work on Wednesday?
I had access to one program.
Oh, and that program
Not
was?
the security
QuickBooks.
camera.
But you didn't have access to the camera system after that.
Correct.
Oh, that's interesting.
Did you feel like you needed access to the camera system to do your job as a bookkeeper?
No, but considering we were looking for my mother, his
right.
wife, then yes.
But my question is, to do your job as a bookkeeper, did you think you needed access to the
Ma'am,
camera
you
system?
opened the
No.
door with these.
So you had access to the program that you needed to do your job. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yes.
She's very outraged, and it gets out of hand, and she ends up
The
getting things in that she really
Lake
shouldn't.
House, what ultimately happened to that?
I sold it.
This was brought up on direct, that his mother helped him with the lake house. I'd like to know what the ultimate disposition of it was.
Are we talking about after April 2021?
Right.
I don't see the relevance after she's on this.
I'm gonna allow him.
What ultimately happened to that lake house?
It was sold.
And then who got the proceeds from that?
Eventually I did.
All of it?
Yes.
Why wouldn't he?
Now, how many times have you been interviewed by the police in this case?
Honestly, couldn't tell you how many times.
More than 5 or less than 5?
Probably more.
More than 10 or less than 10?
Probably more.
I need to clarify something again, because when it comes to titling and deeds on property, it's important to understand how it was deeded to the two of them would make a difference as to whether Dale had any claim to it or not. Because if they gave rights of survivorship to Zach, he could dispose of that property however he saw fit and take all of the proceeds, because that's what the deeded property is stating is to be done in the event of either one of their deaths. If Zach would have passed away, then all of the proceeds would have been able to go to Dee. So I don't find that to be the big home run that she thinks it is. And you're absolutely right, Serenity. Yeah, the IT guy locked down the cameras for preservation purposes. I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is why was it so necessary to never ever give him access to it again? Well, I don't get that. What's the point?
More than 20 or less than 20?
Probably more.
More than, where are we going, right? More than 30 or less than 30?
I genuinely could not tell you an exact number.
Okay, so more than 20 times you have been interviewed by the police, correct?
I have spoken with the police. I guess I don't know what you'd classify each one of them as an interview, but I have spoken to the police on multiple occasions,
I
multiple
believe
times
that too.
over the years.
And I think that's a better clarification. So you've spoken to the police more than 20 times, right?
Correct.
What about with the prosecutor's office? How many times have you communicated with them?
I would say probably less than 10.
What about with any private investigators on the case? How many times have you communicated with a private investigator?
Probably less than 10.
And who are the private investigators you've communicated with?
I have only communicated with one, Billy Little.
And who hired him?
I believe he volunteered his time with a connection to my Uncle Greg.
Do you know, so you haven't given him any money for his work?
No.
And do you know if anyone has?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you given any media interviews about this case?
Yes.
To who?
I believe I've spoken to a couple news reporters about, I don't know which ones they all work for, honestly.
What about documentaries, podcasts, anything like that?
Ma'am, don't throw
I
shade
haven't
at the
done any
podcast.
podcasts. Any documentaries, I might have talked to a couple of people on a documentary.
And when you mentioned Mr. Little, you said you're not aware if he's getting paid or if anyone paid him. But do you know, for example, is he staying with you or a member of your family when he's in town?
I have no idea what he does.
So he's not staying with you then?
No.
Have you socialized with him at all?
We've been at the same place, yeah.
Okay, what's the same place?
We've been at memorials for my mom. We've been at candlelight vigils for my mom.
Meals, drinks, anything like that?
He's come to lunch with us when we had court and he was here for court.
Did he have to testify in court?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you have to testify in court? Is that why you were in court?
No, I was here to watch.
Okay, you watched proceedings.
Yes.
But just not the one that we spoke about earlier with Judge Olsager, right?
I've not been to Old Saver. The only court I've ever been to was Catherine Sala and previously Judge Shadler.
And with all your testimony today, which I think has been going on now for probably close to 2 hours, you have no personal knowledge of what happened to your mother, correct?
No.
You have no personal knowledge of where she is as of today, right?
None.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yikes. This lady, she's a bit much. I kind of have this weird fantasy. I'd like to put the penguin and her in a room and let's see who comes out. Wowee. I'm going to keep it at 1.25. We'll see how this next witness does as far as speed, but that seemed to be a pretty good speed for me. We might go a little bit faster than 1 1/4. We may end up doing 1.5, but for now, we will stick to what we got going. There's Judge Beautiful Blonde hair.
State of Michigan versus Dee Warner.
Yes, we'd call Stephanie Vogel.
Stephanie Vogel. All righty. Let me dippity dip us
The truth shall
through.
help you.
Stephanie Vogel, STEPHANIE VOELKLE.
Can you pull all the way up and speak as loud as you can?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Vogel, where were you working at in April of 2021?
We're at Farms. DDW.
Both of them or just one of them? Or?
I believe it was DDW.
Okay. And what was your role with DDW?
I did accounts receivable, accounts payable, invoicing for DDW, a little bit of everything. I think I was Dee's assistant, right hand.
When you say D, who are you referring to?
Dee Warner.
And at that point, April 2021, how long had you worked for Dee Warner?
5 years.
What was your relationship with Dee like?
Her and I were best friends, very close.
Did you also know Dale Warner?
Yes.
Okay. What was your relationship with him like?
I didn't really have one.
I'm sorry, we can't hear on the recording.
I'm sorry. I didn't really have one. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's okay. There's a loud noise that comes from this side of the room, so it's kind of hard to hear. How often did you talk to Dee?
Every day.
Okay. Did you guys talk by phone, by text, by messenger, tell me the methods of communications that you used?
So I was in the office every day for 8 hours and with her in the office. And then out of the office, it would just be by text, usually.
Was there any other methods of communication you used?
Snap,
What is Snap?
Snapchat. It's an app that you send pictures or talk on.
Okay. And when you use Snapchat, are you able to go back and look at your messages?
No, they're usually gone. Like after you send something, they're like deleted.
Okay, and is that a function of that particular application to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you start using Snapchat to communicate with Dee?
Maybe a year prior to her going missing.
Okay.
Within that year.
And was there a reason that you switched to Snapchat?
Objection, relevance.
It goes to the fact that her client was reading their messages, so they wanted to go to something different. It goes to Dee's state of mind. It goes to Dee's state of mind, to the knowledge of the stalking and the trying to keep those conversations from him.
So this witness would have no personal knowledge of that, but also under 8033, the rule does not include a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed. So if she's saying they went to Snap because she thinks something, she believes something, that's not admissible under the rule.
I agree. I did hear her say, I think, or I believe. We do re-ask the question.
Yes. Do you know why you started communicating on Snapchat with Dee?
And again, unless this witness has personal
I
knowledge of it.
asked, do you know?
I will not.
She told me that she was
Objection,
going-
hearsay.
She should have just said
Did you
yes.
have an office inside the office building at the Munger property?
It was a open office
Okay.
with certain 3 desks.
All right. And who was
We
in that
know.
office with you?
Dee, Zach, and myself. And Todd was on the other side of the office.
What's the longest period of time that you've gone having no contact with Dee?
The weekend?
Okay, so maybe 2 days?
Yeah.
Would you sometimes text or call on the weekends?
Yes.
Would you guys have, you and Dee have conversations about marriage?
Yes.
Okay. Would you guys talk about divorce?
Objection, leading.
Tell me all the topics that you and Dee talked about.
We didn't specifically talk about divorce. More, she used the words of leaving him.
Okay.
It would cost her
Right.
too much money, I think, to divorce him.
Did Dee ever talk to you about a purchase of a home?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where this home was?
Yes.
Did she tell you her plan with that home?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when this conversation took place?
Maybe 2 years before she went missing.
Okay. And what was her plan?
Objection as to relevance if it's 2 years before 2021.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
What was her plan with the purchase of the lake house?
She told me that it was like a way to escape or like a safe haven or
Did she use those specific words with you?
yes, she did.
Interesting. Safe haven. That's the same words that Zach said.
Did you ever see Dee with her cell phone?
All the time.
How many cell phones at the same time would you see her with?
Just one.
Did she ever discuss getting a second phone with you?
She did.
To the best of your knowledge, did that purchase of a second phone ever happen?
No.
Okay. And do you know who was the one that was looking into purchasing that phone for Dee?
That was me. She had asked me to look into pricing and trying to find one for her. Yes.
Okay, so up until April 25th, 2021, did you ever purchase that phone?
No.
When was the last time that you saw Dee Warner?
Friday, April 23rd.
Okay, and where was that at?
That was at the office on Munger.
And tell me about Dee's demeanor when you saw her.
Nervous, trying to prepare herself to talk to Todd.
Oh.
And what time was that at approximately?
It was after 3 o'clock.
After 3, okay. And was Todd there at the office at that time?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what was said, but you know if Dee and Todd had a conversation.
Correct.
And do you know if it was a heated conversation?
Yes.
Did you see Dee after having this conversation with Todd?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see Todd after having this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his demeanor?
He basically said that she was trying to pick a fight with her.
Did you speak with Dee after that?
I did.
Okay. And how did you speak with Dee?
She told me that he immediately blew up at her.
Objection is to hearsay.
Yep, I just asked when when the last time you spoke with her after this is.
When the last
So
time
after you see her at the office on Friday, do you have any other conversation with her, either by text, Snapchat, any other method of conversation?
Yes, by text.
Okay, and when is that conversation?
That is later that night, I believe. I can remember correctly.
Would it be possible that it was the following day on Saturday?
Yeah, it could have been.
And if you said in one of your first interviews that it was actually Saturday, would that be more accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what the nature of the conversation you had with Dee was on the 25th?
Yes.
Okay, and
So I'm sorry, I thought this was Saturday.
Saturday,
You indicated the 25th, and so Saturday is the 24th.
24th.
Okay, just wanted to be
Yep.
clear.
24th. So Saturday, the 24th.
Yes.
Tell me the nature of the conversation.
Her first text to me was, "I've had a rough day."
Objection.
I just want to know. I don't want to hear necessarily the substance just yet.
Okay.
I want to know what the basic topic of conversation was about.
The basic topic of conversation was Todd and Terry.
Okay, and did she seem upset, happy, sad, mad, anything in those conversations?
It's
Very
via
upset.
text, I think. So I don't know how she would know that. It'd be a text.
I'll let her explain if she has an opinion.
Ma'am,
Do you have an opinion as to whether she appeared to be in one of those moods during that conversation?
Yes, she was hyperventilating and throwing up
Okay,
Oh.
Excuse me, is this via a text message?
via text message.
Okay, then she wouldn't know that because that would be hearsay communication from Ms. Warner. So I moved to strike.
okay, so hold on. So Ms. Warner told you she was hyperventilating and what?
Throwing up.
How is that not a present sense impression or a then existing?
Objection, counsel.
I'm sorry,
You didn't respond to the hearsay objection.
I didn't have an opportunity to.
she just goes blah, 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 blah. I agree,
She told you
Dizzy.
She was,
Throwing up and hyperventilating.
Okay.
Yes.
okay. Did Dee, during that conversation on Saturday, tell you what her plan was for that night?
She told me that she told Dale she wanted to sell everything.
That
So
she
I guess
told
if that's
him?
a plan, yes.
Okay. Did she say they were going to have a conversation about that night, to the best of your recollection?
I don't think so.
And I moved to strike as being hearsay because it would not fall under 8033 as a plan. It would be a prior act.
I agree. In the months leading up to Dee going missing, did Dee ever come to you and show you any injuries?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
As far as I can remember, I believe it was the end of 2020,
Okay, when you say the end of, are we talking December?
like maybe November, December,
Okay,
but I'm not 100% sure.
okay, and where were you at when this took place?
In the office,
Okay, and approximately what time is it?
in the morning.
Okay, and what did you observe?
I am going to object as to being irrelevant. The question was about 1 month before leaving, and she's talking about something in December of 2020.
The question was not 1 month before leaving. The question was, in the months before her disappearance, did you notice, did this happen?
I thought she said in the month before leaving.
I-
Okay, with the S. All right. I still am objecting as to being irrelevant. Thank you.
You can answer the question.
Oh my gosh, this woman.
That's okay. What did you observe when Dee showed you?
She had a bump on her head, on her forehead.
All right, so for the record, you're pointing to the left side of your forehead. Is that where the injury was that you observed?
I can't remember if it was left or right, but it was the side that she parted her hair, and the part was covering the bump on her head.
Okay, when you say bump, can you describe it as best you can to me?
A goose egg.
Okay, and how big was it?
Dizzy, it's the same
Something like that.
prosecutor.
Okay,
I think he
Um,
just has lighter hair now.
yeah.
I'm sorry. So just like the size of a quarter.
Was it raised from the head?
Yes.
All right. And I don't want you to tell me what she said just yet, but did you have a conversation with her in response to what you saw?
Yes.
Okay, and did she at that point indicate to you, based on that she had some type of a plan?
No.
Okay, did she discuss to you her intent with Lena at that point?
No.
Did she at that point talk to you about leaving the home, the situation?
Objection as to leading. All of these are leading, allowed for a little bit of it, but all of this is leading, just to try and get the answer that she's looking for.
Can you rephrase the question?
Based on what you observed, did Dee describe what she was going to do in response to that?
No.
Did Dee ever speak to you about Lena and the current situation she was in, as far as her plans or what she wanted for Lena moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And what was her plan or intent with
I'm
Lena?
going to object to that. Did she ever speak to her? It sounds like they had a years-long relationship and friendship. So without narrowing down, I'm objecting as being irrelevant and hearsay.
Can you clarify?
Sure. When approximately did you have this conversation with her?
I really don't recall.
Can you put it in relation to the time you saw the goose egg approximately? Can you relate it to that at all?
Maybe within 5 months before the goose egg.
Okay, so 5 months before the goose egg. And what did she indicate to you about Lena?
That she didn't, I mean, I guess she didn't want to leave because of Lena. She didn't want to leave Lena alone with Dale.
Okay, did she specifically say that she did not want to leave her alone with Dale?
Yes.
Let's go to the morning of Sunday, April 25th. Did you see Dee that day?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, you get a phone call, correct?
Correct.
Do you know approximately what time that is?
Yeah, it was around like 10:30.
Okay, and who was that phone call from?
Raquel.
Raquel?
Bach.
Okay, and based on that phone call, what did you do?
After the phone call,
Correct.
I called Dale
Okay, and why did you call Dale?
because I wanted to know where Dee was.
Okay, did you get hold of Dale?
Yes,
How long after you spoke with Raquel did you call Dale?
30 seconds.
Okay, and how long were you on the phone with Raquel?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Did Dale answer?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation?
Yes.
What did you speak to him about?
I asked him if he knew where Dee was.
Okay, and what did he respond?
He responded with, she's upset with me. We had a fight last night. Last time I seen her was at 6 this morning when I got up to go spray.
Okay, did he describe that fight to you?
Not then, no.
Okay, and then what happened?
I just told him that Raquel was looking for her, and he said I would call Raquel, and that was it.
Okay, did you at that point in time go to the Munger Road home?
No.
Okay. When was the next time that you spoke with Dale?
Later that night.
On Sunday night?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time this is?
Maybe 6, 7 o'clock.
Okay, and did he call you or did you call him?
He called me.
And what did he call you for? What did he say to you?
He called me and asked me if I knew if Dee was having a blood test, if I remembered if Dee was having a blood test the prior week.
What?
And he just had said she was acting weird the night before and something about just if I remembered she was having a blood test because
What?
I really don't know why.
Okay, did you know anything about this blood test?
No.
A blood test? Oh boy, there's more
During
to
that
this.
conversation, did he talk to you anymore about what happened the night before?
No.
Okay, so when's the next time you see or speak with Dale?
I believe it was Tuesday,
Okay, Tuesday the 7th?
28th or 27th. You're correct.
Okay, and in person, on the phone, how do you speak?
In person
Where at?
at the office
Okay, and approximately what time is this?
in the morning about around 9 a.m.
Tell me about that conversation. Where are you at? What are you doing? Are you sitting, standing? You know,
I believe Tuesday it was just a I really don't remember. I don't really remember the conversation we had on Tuesday because I came in to do invoicing.
so when you say you saw him at 9 a.m., is this inside the office?
Yes.
Okay, are you at your desk?
Yes.
All right, and what does he do?
He came in and was going through her desk, going through paperwork. And I remember he actually did ask me about something with Traverse City, if we knew something about her going to Traverse City.
Okay.
And he was looking for a number for there. I don't know what
Did you have any knowledge about her going to Traverse City?
no.
Would it be common for you to make arrangements if she was going to go somewhere to stay?
Yes.
Okay, how often did you do that for Dee?
Just for when she went on the cruise. And she had a timeshare. So I would do all of those for her. Those-
During that conversation on the 27th, did Dale speak with you about the fight the previous night?
I don't believe it was that day.
Okay. At what point in time did you leave DDW? Or are you still there?
No, I'm not there.
Okay, when was your last day?
My last day was June of 2021.
Okay, so
Oh,
between
something went down in June,
April 27th,
y'all.
2021 and your last day, how many conversations do you think you had with Dale?
In-depth ones, probably maybe 2.
Okay, let's talk about the first in-depth conversation that you had with Dale. Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was maybe the week after she went missing. And he came into the office and sat next to me
Okay.
and asked me if I knew who would pick her up and not tell anyone.
Did
And-
he talk any more to you about that?
And he also, yes, he went into about what happened actually that night and if I had heard what had happened that night,
Okay, so when you say that night, what night was he referring to?
April 24th.
Okay, and did he explain to you what he believed happened?
Yes.
All right, and what did he say to you?
He told me that him and Dee had a fight, that he felt like she was trying to pick a fight, and she was irate, and that he said that that he remembered what Craig had told him to stay calm, and he was staying calm, and she was getting upset about it. He could tell that it was aggravating her that he was staying so calm.
Okay,
And
so he made it a point to tell you he was staying calm?
yes,
Okay, did he tell you anything else about that fight?
he said that she had took some medication for her neck.
Hey, y'all, I don't know what happened. Did I get booted? My StreamYard just went bloop. So let me get us back where we were. Did everybody, are you back now? I got yeeted also. Oh, let me take this here. I don't know what the heck happened. It just went bloop. Something went wrong. You see me? Okay. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna go back to our regular scheduled programming. That was so weird.
And
So he made it a point to tell you he was staying calm?
yes,
Okay, did he tell you anything else about that fight?
he said that she had took some medication for her neck that was hurting, and he rubbed her back, shoulders on the couch, and she fell asleep.
Did he say anything else about that? Rubbing her back or neck?
No.
Okay, and in the 5 years that you had been around, have you observed Dale to massage Dee's neck or shoulders?
Yes.
And how would you respond to that?
Like uncomfortable, especially if it was after a fight.
Okay, when you say uncomfortable, can you describe what you mean by that?
Kind of like shrugging him away.
Yeah, I get that. Give me some space. I just want to be mad for a while.
You indicated that you would book trips for Dee about some vacation club. Can you tell me what that's about?
It's a timeshare that they had bought, and they had so much time left to book vacations. They had a deadline, and one day I was on the phone and working with Dee, trying to book them all before the end of the deadline.
Okay, when you say all of them, how many trips were there that you had to book?
I can't remember exactly how many there were. They were probably maybe 10.
Okay, and do you remember
that
how
would
many of those
stress
trips
me
were
out.
booked for after April 25th, 2021?
I want to say 2.
Okay, and the remainder of those, so the other 8 would have been before April 2021. Is that
Yes, and there was some into 2022.
okay? How many were into 2022?
Maybe 4.
Okay, so in 2021, I just want to be clear, 2021, there's 2 trips,
Yes.
and 2022, you think there's 4.
Yes.
And when the 2 trips you booked in 2021, were those just trips for Dee, or those trips for the family, or Dee and Dale, or
For all of them. Yes.
Okay.
I believe the one in December was I could be wrong, but the one in December was December 31st, and it was for just Dee and Dale.
Same question for 2022. Out of those 4 trips, who were those trips for?
I believe all of them, all 3 of them.
Okay. Tell me about Dee's vehicles that she drove.
She drove a Caddy, and she drove a Cadillac and a Hummer.
Okay. And how often would she drive the Cadillac?
That was her main transportation.
Okay. Do you know then if you can estimate how often you would see her in the Hummer?
Not very often. The only time really was after maybe they went on vacation, because they took it down to Florida, and when they would come back, she would drive it a little bit, and then I would take her in I would drive the Hummer and follow her in the Caddy to the body shop.
Okay.
And pick her up with the Hummer for the Caddy to be worked on. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Do you have a conversation with Dale about Dee's wedding ring?
No.
Did you see Dee's wedding ring on her finger?
Yes.
Did you ever see Dee without her wedding ring?
No.
On April 30th, 2021, did you have a conversation with Dale about Dee's phone?
Dee's phone?
Correct.
I don't believe so.
Do you know if at that time Dee had just purchased a new phone? In
At
April
what time?
2021, do you know if the phone she had was a new phone?
I do not. I don't recall.
Did you set up any of her previous phones, iPhones?
Set it up. No, I mean, yes and no. I would help with some apps, like figuring them out, but like setting it up, I don't think so.
Okay. Did you ever get insurance for any of those phones?
No,
Okay. Do you recall if Dale ever asked you about that?
no.
Since April 24th, 2021, have you seen Dee Warner?
No.
Have you heard from Dee Warner?
No.
The Dale Warner that you've been talking about, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him and describe the color of clothing he's wearing?
Orange.
Because he's in custody. She should have said, he's in Lenawee County jail garb.
When you were looking
Get
into
towed.
purchasing a new phone for Dee, do you recall what you were looking for specifically in a phone?
I was looking for an iPhone. A little like under $1,000, she said.
Any particular company?
I want to say that it was either T-Mobile or Cricket.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Oh, Lord, here we go. This
Is your
lady.
last name pronounced Vogel?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. My name is Mary Chartier, represent Mr. Warner, and I have a
Ugh.
few questions for you today. Want to start off with, you were talking about the Hummer. So it
Gives
sounds
me
like Ms. Warner had
anxiety.
two vehicles. She primarily drove the Cadillac Escalade and the Hummer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she primarily would drive that Cadillac Escalade. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was that a newer vehicle, the Escalade?
2016, I believe.
And do you know what the Hummer was?
I do not.
The Hummer, you said she would use it, or they would use it to go on vacation. And then, did I hear you say she would drive it a little bit when they would get back?
Yes.
Do you know why? Was it because there was gas in the vehicle, or?
I don't know why. No, I can't recall.
But it sounds like her primary vehicle was the Cadillac Escalade.
Correct.
Now, this new phone that you spoke about, was it how old was the phone she had?
I have no idea.
Did you get that phone for her?
No.
Do you know what type of phone it was?
An iPhone.
An iPhone, but you don't know what kind.
I do not remember
What
what number it was at
version?
the time. No.
But so she had an iPhone and she wanted another iPhone,
Yes.
and you did the research for it, but you said you didn't purchase that second phone.
Correct.
One of the things that she specifically wanted on that phone was that she could use it internationally, correct?
I don't recall.
Would looking at messages between the two of you refresh your memory?
Yes.
She looks baffled by that. She's like, what?
Of 2020, did that refresh your memory, ma'am?
A little bit.
So in December of 2020, Ms. Warner specifically wanted a phone that would work internationally, meaning outside of the United States, correct?
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And you may not have purchased that phone for her, but you don't know if she purchased a phone herself,
I
correct?
do not.
The two of you, you described yourself, I just want to make sure, as friends, as well as she's your boss and you're her staff member, correct? Were you friends the entire time you worked with her, or was it a gradual buildup?
A gradual buildup.
Did you socialize outside of work?
Yes.
Did you travel together?
Yes.
Did you receive any sort of financial assistance from her in addition to your regular paycheck?
Yes.
Would you tell me what that is?
She loaned me some money for a down payment on my house.
Anything else?
I don't believe so.
When you vacationed together, did she pay for you to go?
She paid for some of it. Yes.
As her, you said as her assistant and her right hand, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever sign any documents for her?
Yes.
What were those documents?
If she wasn't in the office, she would have me sign the paychecks for the drivers.
What else? Anything else?
No, I don't recall.
Did you ever sign any documents that were then went on to be notarized?
Oh, yes.
And what was that?
I couldn't tell you. I don't remember.
Do you remember how many times you did that?
Not really.
Could be
Oh,
more than
my.
one,
Yes.
more than 5,
Yes.
more than 10.
Probably because I was a notary for her. So
So you would sign in then notarize.
Yep.
More than 20
Oh, crap.
maybe.
could be. Okay, so we're getting up there. Too many to count, I guess. Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, my. That's
Taking you
about-
to
oh,
April
no.
23rd,
Ooh,
2021, you indicated that Ms. Warner, you said, was nervous and preparing herself to talk to Todd.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that because she'd had an argument with employees at the company? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
I was, but I was on the other end of the office, so I kind of just heard the yelling from Todd.
Did you hear Ms. Warner's side of the argument?
I don't remember the conversation. I heard loud voices.
And by loud voices, you mean plural, so that would be Mr. Nayrink and Ms. Warner.
Yes.
And you said yelling, is that what you heard? You have to answer yes or no for the
Yes,
record.
sorry.
That's all right, everyone does it. How would you describe Ms. Warner's personality? It sounds like you were her colleague, staff member, and friend 5 years.
She was very outgoing, had a huge heart, feisty.
Did she have a temper?
Yes.
Did she express that temper?
Yes.
You indicated that you worked in the office with her. Did she express that temper just to staff members or also to family?
Both, I guess.
And who in the family would she express that temper to?
Bill.
Did you witness that?
Yes.
And would she raise her voice to him?
Yes.
You indicated that Mr. Warner told you that Craig told him to stay calm. Do you know who Craig is?
I do.
Who is that?
Their counselor.
Their counselor?
Yes.
Did you witness at times Mr.
Oh.
Warner remaining calm while Ms. Warner was expressing her temper?
For maybe a small period of time, yes.
What do you mean small period of time?
What I mean is, like, when she was yelling, he was kind of calm listening, but then it would escalate.
Would he walk away?
In certain fights, they would both walk away.
You described what Ms. Warner told you about a goose egg you set on her head, about a quarter size. You didn't witness that, correct?
Witness it happening?
Yes.
No.
So you only know what she told you.
And saw on her head, yes.
Right, it's on her head. So for example, if I have a bruise on my hand, you have no idea how I got it. If I tell you I got it from banging it into this podium, unless you see it, you don't know if what I'm saying is true, correct?
Correct.
So anything that Ms. Warner told you about her relationship or anything that's going on, unless you personally witnessed it, you don't know if it's accurate, correct?
Correct.
So ugly.
You
to
indicated
question
Mr.
this
Warner
way.
asked you about a blood test, but you didn't know anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible that she had a blood test and you didn't know about it?
Yes.
And is it also possible she said she had a blood test, but she didn't?
Yeah.
You stated that you booked travel arrangements for Ms. Warner, and you specifically mentioned a cruise and a timeshare. Were you aware Ms. Warner would leave her home for periods of time without Mr. Warner?
Yes. To go pick up her daughter, to go to the store. Like, what are we talking? Sorry.
Sure. Yeah. General question on my part. That she would leave for at least one night, sometimes multiple nights, that she would leave her home without Mr. Warner. Are you
Yes.
aware of that?
But she would tell people yes.
Great. Didn't ask you that though. You're aware that she would leave, right?
Yes.
Where would she go? Do you know?
Sometimes she stayed at the house on Sand Lake.
Is that the lake house that her son had?
Yes.
Where else?
I mean, staying overnight, I guess that would be the only place that I know of.
So she might have stayed other places like hotels that you're not aware of, correct?
I do not know that. No.
Right. So the point is you don't know if there were other places she would handle those travel arrangements without you, it sounds like, if she did that.
Yeah.
Who first interviewed you about this case? Do you remember?
Detective Greca.
Detective Greca, do you know when that was?
I believe it was the Tuesday after she went missing, but I could be wrong.
Do you know how many times you've been interviewed by, or even communicated with law enforcement?
How many times?
Mhm.
I do not.
More than 10 or less than 10?
I probably more than 10, maybe.
Have you spoken to the prosecutors in this case?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
When was the last time?
Maybe, was it Monday?
And how long was that meeting?
It was just over the phone.
Have you, but how long was that phone call?
2 minutes.
Did you observe or have you observed any of the proceedings in this case? So have you watched it on social media, YouTube, seen any news clips? Oh, since the exam started on Wednesday.
Prior to that, yes, I have.
Since Wednesday started, have you done that?
Prior or forward?
So Wednesday on. Have you seen
no.
any hearings or anything? Why did you say, oh no, like that? It seems pretty adamant about that.
Well, because I thought you meant back.
Okay, no, but when, I'm sure you watch the news, which we'll get into in a minute, but as it relates to these proceedings that started on Wednesday, you haven't read anything, watched any news coverage, watched YouTube, anything like that?
No.
And why is that?
I don't know.
Were you told not to do that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, great. So you thought that it would be improper to do that?
Yes.
And you followed that rule?
Yes.
Prior to that, there was, no one told you not to do that. So of course you did watch news media, right? Right. No, and again, nothing wrong with watching the news. I just wanted to make sure once the hearing started, you didn't, and it sounds like you didn't. Are you a member of the Justice for Dee page?
Yes.
And have you commented on that?
Probably.
Have you gone to any vigils, rallies, anything like that from Ms. Warner?
Yes.
Have you spoken to any news media or documentary crews?
I don't think so.
Have you given any statements to the media at all?
Yes.
Do you have a Justice for Dee sign or ribbon in your yard?
Yes.
Do you have a bracelet at all that you
I
wear?
do.
Have you spoken to any private investigators about this case?
Yes.
And who was that?
Billy Little, and I don't remember the name of the other two.
Were you responsible at all for finding a private investigator?
No.
So that was handled by someone else?
Correct.
As it relates to Ms. Warner, you have no personal knowledge of what did or did not happen to her on April 24th or 25th, correct?
That I see, no.
And so you don't know, as we stand here today, when you sit and I stand, where Ms. Warner may be, correct?
No.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Yes. Was there a time that Dee Warner came to you angry or upset about the Hummer?
Objection, leading.
I'll allow.
About the Hummer?
Correct.
Yes.
This also goes outside of the scope of cross.
She
So objection.
she did bring up the Hummer and the Cadillac, and when she drove the Hummer and when she drove the Cadillac.
Sure
In
did.
response to questions that were asked on direct. It's not like I brought up a new topic. The prosecutor spoke about the Cadillac and the Hummer. I wanted to clarify what I felt was an unclear answer by Ms. Vogel. I didn't
That
have
is
any
not
arguments about
what
it.
my
That's about
understanding of redirect is.
This goes directly to driving the Hummer.
I'll allow that.
Wow.
Was there a time that Dee came to you angry about the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, do you recall when that was?
I don't.
How'd she appear to you?
She was frustrated.
Okay. Did she have anything in her hand or anything else?
I am going to object this to relevance because we don't even have a time frame there.
Counsel, can you clarify?
She said she's not sure of the time, but can you estimate for us?
Maybe within the year before she went missing.
Okay,
The year before she went missing.
so 2020? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. And where's this conversation at?
In the office.
Okay, and what does she have with her?
She actually showed me I believe she showed me a picture of, no, it wasn't a picture. I'm sorry. She showed me the actual thing that they found on her Hummer.
Okay, and what was the thing that was found on the Hummer?
It appeared to be like a tracking device. She
What?
thought at the time.
Objection as to hearsay. Unless she has personal knowledge of what it is, I would move to strike.
I would say, I'm sorry.
She
Absolutely.
saw it.
So you say, I'm assuming it's a GPS device. Okay, why do you make that assumption? Do you have any knowledge? And how do you know that?
Wow.
I don't know that, but that's what she was saying.
Then objection as to hearsay.
And based on that conversation, do you know if Miss Warner continued to drive that Hummer after that?
I don't believe she did continue to drive. the
Oh,
Hummer.
I wouldn't either.
Let's talk about the second phone. Did Dee indicate to you the purpose of that second phone?
Yes.
Okay, and when was this conversation?
I want to say it was the end, like November, December of 2020,
Okay,
because it was, or maybe even January of 21, because it was in preparation of them going to Florida
okay, and when did they go to Florida?
in March of 2021.
Okay, do you recall the dates?
Maybe the beginning of March.
All right, and when you say they went to Florida, who went to Florida?
Dale, Dee, and Nina.
All right, and so she was getting this phone, you said, in preparation of this trip?
Yes.
Describe that to me.
She said that she was going to get it in case she needed it for an emergency or if something happened.
Okay, and during this trip, do you know how long they were gone to Florida?
I think 2 weeks.
Okay, but you have no knowledge of a purchase of a phone in Florida?
No.
Setting up the second phone. So you said Dee was having you look into purchasing this phone. Do you know if she wanted you to set that phone up?
She probably, no, I don't.
You don't,
She-
okay. There was some testimony about some back and forth between Dee and Dale and the fighting. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were asked about Dale, being able to remain calm, I believe you testified that sometimes he would, in fact, escalate. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
yes.
Okay. Can you describe that to me?
During that fight,
Is there a particular fight you're talking about, or did this happen more than once?
this happened more than once, yes.
Can you give me a time frame from a certain date to a certain date?
Within the last year of her going missing, I guess.
Okay. And what did you?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Things were heated within the last year of her missing. So,
Okay. More heated than normal over
yes.
the period of 5 years.
Interesting.
And so describe what you would observe from Dee and Dale.
So we were in the office, Dee and I, and he walked in very upset and said, he came in and looked at her and pointed at her and said, "You outside now." And he pulled her outside and
What?
he was screaming at her. And I stood by the window to watch
She's
Just
not
to
a
make sure.
dog.
that nothing else would happen. And
Why did you do that?
because of the history,
When you say he pulled her outside, what do you mean?
well, I don't mean physically pulled, but he just came in and said, "You outside now." And then she walked around her desk and went outside, and he started in on her, yelling
Okay, where did they go?
right outside the door, probably 20 feet.
Are we talking about the doors of the office?
Correct.
All right, and so where are you standing and looking?
I am standing in front of the window as you walk into the office to the left,
And how close is Dale to Dee?
face to face, like maybe 2 feet.
Okay, tell me about his body language.
He put his hands around his back and he was screaming, like very angry, red face.
Okay, and was he standing? You said he had his hands behind his back. Was he standing straight up? Is he leaning in? What's he doing?
Leaning in.
Okay, and what's Dee doing at this time?
She was standing there listening, but also arguing back with him.
Is that the only time that you observed Dale act in that manner?
No, there was another time that they were both in the conference room screaming and fighting with the doors closed.
So you didn't actually observe any of that?
No, I just heard it. I mean, walking in and going to the conference room, yelling.
Sounds like a real loving relationship.
I believe Ms. Chartier asked you about the argument between Todd and Dee on that Friday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she asked you about a fight with Terry and Terry?
Yes.
I did not ask about Terry and Terry.
Oh,
I didn't, those names didn't come out of my mouth.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So you don't know what the topic of that argument was?
Between her and Dale?
Yeah, or no, her and Todd.
Between her and Todd, I do know. Yes.
Okay, how do you know that though?
Text messages
Okay.
from Dee.
Now, you testified that you were aware of times where Dee would leave and stay the night at the lake house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, during those times, would you still be in contact with Dee?
Not every time, but yes.
Would she come to the office, to the best of your knowledge, when she was staying at the lake house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of how long she would be gone from the home for?
It was usually just overnight.
Objection is unless she has personal knowledge of how long it will be gone for.
Do you have, how do you know that?
Because sometimes it could be on a weeknight, and if it was on a Tuesday and she stayed the night at the lake house, she would be at the office the next day.
But again, I don't know how she would know that unless she went to the lake house, observed her there for a night or two, and then saw it when she went back to Munger. So I don't think there's personal knowledge.
Ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Vocal, you indicated that you don't think that Ms. Warner drove the Hummer after she had this device in her hand, correct?
Correct.
But the Hummer was driven after that point in time, right, for vacations and things?
Okay. The time frame, I don't.
Well, you're the one testifying. So you said you didn't know the time frame, and then you said you think it was 2020 when she had this device in her hand. So when do you think that occurred?
When she showed me the device, like a year prior, I really don't know.
Okay. So in the year from when she showed you that device to April 24th, 2021, do you know if the Hummer had been driven at all?
Okay, yes. Now that you have that big of a time frame, yes.
Right. So the Hummer had been, that's what I'm trying to get at. The Hummer had been driven in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
And the new phone, I was a little confused about your testimony on redirect. You're saying she was going to Florida and she wanted a new phone?
Yes.
Why would she want an international plan if she's going to Florida? Do you know?
I have no idea. I don't even remember that.
Okay. And actually, she wouldn't even need a new phone for that. She would need a new plan, right? Or,
Objection, counsel's testifying.
no, I'm asking her. Is that correct? She's the one researching it.
I
Okay.
only researched the phone.
You only
The
researched the
price.
phone.
Yes.
Okay. The arguments that you described, you saw a husband and wife verbally argue, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing additional.
Ma'am, do not go after this sweet woman. She is a friend. She worked for her. She was trying to do all the things that a good friend should do, which I'm not so sure that defense counsel knows how to even be that based on how she's questioning and treating this poor woman. Good night. That was really unnecessary. Okay, I am looking here. I want to get into the rest of the people before we get into any sort of forensics or anything. And the next segment I have is an hour long, and my belly's a little hungry, growling. I usually eat my lunch at 11, so I'm a little hungry. So I think what I'll do is I'll leave the stream up. I will put a lovely picture for all of you to view and some nice music. And we will come back at 12:15 Central Time. So in 30 minutes from now is really what I'm referring to. Let me move some stuff around here. We'll come back and get right back into testimony. I don't want to waste a ton of time. So I am going to give you this lovely picture here, and let me find some music for all of you to listen to. Let's see. I think I did dance pop the last time. Y'all want some rock instead? Oh, I think that's too heavy for a Monday. How about that? I'll see you all back in 30 minutes. Hey, everybody. Hope you have a full belly. I got a little chilly. My little studio room here gets pretty toasty. And so I always have to dress appropriately, but whew, the rest of my house is a little brisk. So I had to put my little sweat jacket on here. So, okay. Are we ready to get back at it? Let me get my life in order again because we're going to. Ah! I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. So let me try to get this. We just finished with Stephanie Vocal, and we are now going to head on to Raquel. This is Raquel Bach. This would be Dee's daughter from her first marriage. And I have not watched any of these preliminary hearings. So I am seeing it for the first time, just like all of you are. If you are joining after lunch and you don't know what this is about, this live stream is a replay of the preliminary hearings in the disappearance of Dee Warner. Dale Warner, her husband, is currently been charged in her murder. They did ultimately find her remains in an anhydrous tank on their property in 2024. That was 3 years after Dee went missing. The murder trial is going to start on the 27th, and these preliminary hearings were the family's attempt at getting Dee declared deceased so that they could proceed with some of the other business and financial contractual obligations. So that's where we are. We're going to start with, this is witness number 4 that I have, and it's going to be Raquel Bach. This is Dee's daughter. Oh, good grief, Janet, what have you done? Let's try this again. You know, you hit a couple of buttons and then everything changes. Let me make sure I've got us on the right settings here. Ay, ay, ay. And yes, Raquel is the sister, and she spells her name Rikkell. So it's literally Raquel. And USMC, you can keep all of that mess up there in Michigan. I want no part of any of it. No, I am not built for that kind of crazy. All right, let me see if I can. I don't know why this is going all crazy on me, but hey, here we are. I don't want that. Why are you doing this? Let me try to remove this and re-add it. That might be what my issue is. Okay, let's try again. That's better. Okay, let's hit it. This is Raquel Bach.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated. Speak directly into the microphone loudly. Spell your first and last name, please.
Raquel Bach, Rikkellbock.
Hi, Raquel.
Hello.
Tell us how you knew Dee Warner.
She was my mom.
Okay. And your last name is Bach.
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell us why the difference between Warner and Bach?
She remarried.
Okay. And about how old were you when that happened?
I think I don't remember. Maybe,
Or maybe how long ago has that been?
I believe it was in 2008.
Okay. And the person she got married to at that point in time was who?
Dale Warner.
Okay. And
Council, I apologize. I think the piece of the phone again, should we put that away, please?
Do you want it up here? Or
You could just leave it upside down on the counter. Okay, thank you.
all right. Do you have kids?
I do, yes.
Okay. And did your mom have any other grandkids?
Yes.
Tell me about your kids.
I have 3 kids.
Okay. And as of April 2021, how many did you have?
2.
And was Dee involved in their lives?
Yes, she was my daycare, basically.
Okay. Do you work?
I do, yes.
What do you do?
I'm a hairstylist.
And back in April 2021, where did you live?
I lived at my dad's house.
Okay. And how far is that from the Munger property?
About 3 miles, maybe.
Okay. It's real close, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your dad's name?
Tim.
Tim Bach?
Yes.
So you said that you had the 2 boys or girls?
At the time, I had 2 girls.
Right. And you said there were other grandkids as well.
Yes,
How many?
4 other ones.
And who did they belong to?
My 2 nephews were from my sister Amber, and my 2 nieces are from my brother TJ.
Okay. So how many kids were there from the first marriage?
4.
And can you give us the names in the order?
Amber, TJ, Zach, and me.
Okay. And then you have a stepsister, correct? Or a half sister?
I have a
I'm
half
sorry.
sister. Yes.
That's Angelina.
Yes.
During the time leading up to April of 2021, you said that you were living with your dad, right?
Correct.
Why was that?
We had a really big remodel on our house.
Okay. And so where was your house in relation to the Munger farm?
Basically in the backyard.
Okay. Could you, from your house, see the Munger house?
Yes.
Had you ever lived in the Munger house?
Yes.
And who was doing the remodel?
My boyfriend.
Okay. Father of your kids?
Yes.
So tell me about how much time you would spend. Were you helping doing the remodel?
A little bit.
Okay. I mean, were you there every day? Were you back and forth?
I was there pretty much every day.
Okay. And tell me about your daily routine as it involved your mom during this time of the remodel.
I spent a lot of time at my mom's house through the remodel. She was my daycare while I worked. And then when I wasn't working, I was at her house because my house wasn't done enough for my kids to really hang out there very long. So I spent a lot of time at my mom's house. I pretty much ate dinner there almost every night. Did my laundry there. And she helped a lot with my kids.
Okay. So is it fair to say you saw your mom almost every day?
I would say that's pretty fair, yes.
Okay. And how long had the remodel been going on as of April of 2021?
About a year.
During that time, were you able to observe the relationship between your mom and Dale?
Yes.
How can you describe that?
Business partners.
Okay. Tell me about the businesses.
What were they?
Exactly. What were they?
There was the farm, the chemical and fertilizer, and the trucking company.
Okay. And at that time, were you doing any work for any of those companies?
No.
Did you see any contention between your mom and Dale during that time? I'm talking about things you personally observed.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe some of that?
Yelling.
Okay.
My mom was a yeller. And I'm not really sure. I mean, I feel like there was a lot of yelling. There was a lot of cussing, slamming things, maybe.
Okay.
Irritation.
Was your mom happy in the marriage?
No.
Yeah, I would object to that for speculation.
What?
Did you ever see, again,
Oh, that's
personally,
funny.
any eavesdropping by Dale?
Well, I couldn't see behind walls, so I'm not really sure how to answer that. I mean, I know there were times
I would
where
object to speculation if she-
I'll ask a different question, Your Honor. Were you ever aware of any
She's
time
so
that he
put
was
off by
recording
that
her conversation?
Objectioner.
no.
Okay.
Oh, closed
Were
caption.
you aware
Y'all
of
didn't
him
tell me.
tracking the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay, how were you aware of that?
She showed me the tracking device.
Were you in communication with your mom by phone?
Yes.
Often or seldom?
Often.
daily, weekly?
Pretty much daily.
Okay. And what can you tell us about how often she would let it go to voicemail, how often she would ignore text, that kind of thing?
Never.
Do you have firsthand knowledge of times when your mom would leave for a night or two from the Munger house?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know about that?
She would tell me.
I would object that that's not firsthand knowledge and that's hearsay.
I agree, Your Honor. Withdraw. So you were not at the house any of these times when she left for some other place?
I have left with her before, yes.
Okay.
Ah,
Tell us about that.
The last time I left with her, she was pregnant with my little sister, and we stayed at another house.
From your mom's habits that you observed, was she secretive with her possessions?
Like her phone
Yes.
to certain people.
Okay. To who was she secretive?
Dale.
And tell us about that, what you observed.
She kept her phone in her pocket. She was also secretive about her car keys. She kept her car keys in her pocket at all times
interesting.
with her phone.
Okay. And
That's
is there ever a time you observed her hiding those items?
In her pocket.
Okay. In the couch?
I have seen her hide her phone in the couch before, yes.
Okay. What were the circumstances?
Wow.
Dale walked in.
Oh, wow.
Did she ever instruct you to lock something up so that no one could get at it?
Yes, her
Okay.
car.
Was that once or more than once?
I can recall one time
Okay.
specifically.
All right. And do you know when that was?
Not long before.
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
Well, first of all, lock my car is a command, not a statement. And I can
What is happening with
And I can
this
show the
woman?
witness to refresh your memory in terms of when it was.
Ay,
I can approach
ay,
this.
ay.
Showing me how it's marked as Exhibit 12, or proposed Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
You see a date on there?
March 23rd, 2021.
That's a month
refresh your
before she went
recollection of when
she went
this took
missing.
place?
March 23rd, 2021.
Okay. And what did your mom tell you to do?
To make sure her
Objection, hearsay.
This is the same thing. This is a command, not a statement.
I'll allow it. I don't know what the statement is.
she said to make sure that her car was locked
And
Big,
where
huge
was the car?
hearsay.
in the garage.
I'm sorry.
Ay, ay,
Your mom
ay.
had, and
This woman.
now were you aware first?
Giving me a headache.
Any medical issues that your mom had and or medications that she took?
Yes.
Okay. And from your knowledge, what, if any, things did she suffer from?
Oh, what if any? Here we are.
Chronic migraines and like high blood pressure. Is that what you're asking too?
Yes.
And cholesterol, depression.
Depression. Interesting.
That's all to my knowledge.
Was there anything with her neck?
She had chronic neck pain, but I'm not
Oh.
sure what she,
Testify, girl.
besides getting a massage.
Do you have any experience with migraines?
I do, yes.
Are you on medication for that?
Current-
Objection, relevance.
This would bear on her knowledge of what her mom is going through and taking, what the effects are of the medication that her mom is on. I haven't gotten there yet.
You haven't gotten there yet. I don't know if she can testify to what the effects of medication were on.
I can ask it in a more specific way, Your Honor.
Thank you.
When you have a migraine, what do you do in terms of the pills?
I would also object, Your Honor, I don't think there's a foundation laid. She's not an expert. She's not a doctor. Getting into this medicine and what it treated, I don't think is appropriate for this witness.
Well, she has firsthand experience. I'm not asking for her opinion. I'm asking for what she does.
I'm not sure how this is relevant.
Well, we've already heard that Dee had a migraine that night.
Right.
I will tie it up in a moment.
Just have to say, I was trying to figure out why the objections were coming across so much softer than they had before. And it's because it's this woman right here who clearly does not have the bug up her tail that Chartier has. So she's objecting, but at least it's not like dripping with sarcasm and nastiness like that other woman. I'll probably come up with a name for her too. This ain't over.
I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you. When you have a migraine, do you take a pill?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of pill?
I don't remember the name of it, but just specifically for migraines, just to calm the pain of the headache.
Okay. Do you take 1, 2, 3? How many pills do you take and in what order?
One pill at a time. I think you could take up to.
Again, I think this is going far astray.
This is my last-
So my objection is relevant. What pills she takes, how does that affect Ms. Warner?
It's my last question. Okay. All right. Did you ever see any signs of addiction with your mom?
No.
Did you ever see her high on medication?
No.
That's what he wants to get across.
In the months leading up to April, did she talk with you about divorce?
Yes.
All right. Is that often, seldom?
I would object again to hearsay. In the months leading up, there's no specific time frame, and this court has determined that April 24th, 2021, and its previous rulings is what the date is based off of.
Yeah. I think it's relevant because it shows the pattern leading up to. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll
I'm sorry,
allow
can you
it.
ask me again.
How often did she speak of divorce?
Divorce was a common conversation she had, but more specifically, the day before, on April 24th, was she was absolutely ready to file for divorce.
Objection, speculation.
Is that from your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a
Not,
conversation?
it's not
with your mom that
speculation
day?
then.
Yes.
Where did that take place?
At her house.
At your mom's house?
Yes.
Okay, and what time of day?
4:30ish.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation in regard to divorce.
My mom was very upset because of a fight that happened with some employees and some text message that she got that Dale was talking to an employee's wife about how my mom takes Xanax every day, and my mom felt and always felt like he never had her back.
Objection, speculation.
I got to back this up. I got to
Just wait
back
just a
this
lot.
up, y'all, because I want to hear what the employee, what this conversation was. So I'm so sorry.
And some text message that she got that Dale was talking to an employee's wife about how my mom takes Xanax every day, and my mom felt and always felt like he never had her back.
Objection, speculation.
Can we strike just the last sentence, Your Honor?
Yes, we'll strike that last one.
Thank you.
And
So let me stop you right there. Did she specifically mention divorce in that conversation?
yes,
What did she say?
She's-
Objection, hearsay.
This is her plan under 8033.
she said that she was her marriage was already over, and she was gonna divorce him.
Did she say anything about her plans for later that day?
She said, I don't even have the energy to pack my bags.
Aw.
Do you know if she had plans for Lena that night?
I do not.
Gosh, it's got to be so hard.
Was she complaining? Did she complain at that point in time of having a migraine?
At that point in time, no.
Okay. Do you think you were able to tell when your mom had a migraine?
Yes.
Did she appear to you that she had a migraine at that point?
At that point, it did not appear that she had a migraine. She was just too upset.
And tell us about that. How did you know that she was upset?
Because she was sobbing.
She had hit her limit, it sounds to me.
Did she make any other statement to you during that conversation that would indicate any fear on her part?
One of the last things that my mom said to me was, I watch Dateline like every night and he could do something like that to me.
Oh my
What did she mean? What
word.
did you take that to mean? He could do something like that to me,
Objection, speculation.
if you know.
Make her disappear.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh.
Did you, would you describe Dale as a calm person in general?
Depending on who he wanted to be calm in front of.
Okay. Did you ever see any anger coming from him?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe a specific instance where you saw this happen?
I specifically remember one night of a big fight.
Objection, relevance, there's no time frame about when this.
I was about,
I'm sorry. Yes.
More time.
So yes, if you could tell us, when is this event that you're going to tell us about?
it was about 2009.
Okay.
And,
Well, let's stop right there. That's probably a little too far back.
okay, sorry.
So was there any other instance that you can recall between 2019 up to 2021?
That I personally witnessed?
Correct.
No.
Because she was older.
So,
she wouldn't have been around her
after
mom all the
you-
time.
Left your mom that afternoon, that Saturday afternoon. Did you see her again at all Saturday night?
No.
Where did you go after you left?
I went to my house
Okay. And did you ever leave your house again that night?
to go back to my dad's house
Okay. Approximately what time was that?
about 10:30.
Okay. And from going from your house to your dad's, does that take you past the Munger property?
Yes.
And did you happen to look and see what was going on as you drove by?
I did. All of the lights were on in the house.
Okay. And was that usual or unusual as far as you observed?
All of the
Unusual at that time.
lights in the
Okay.
house
What was usual
on.
for those hours?
Pretty dark, maybe the TV on and a couple of lights.
Okay. Did you see where the Hummer was? Did you notice where the Hummer was at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see whether any cars were at the office at that point?
I did not see any cars at the office at that point.
Okay. So Sunday morning, do you go back over to your mom's?
Yes.
Okay, who was with you, if anybody?
Dustin and my 2 girls.
Okay, and about what time did you go over to your mom's?
About 9:30.
And what was the purpose of going over there?
We went to go have breakfast, and my mom and I grocery shopped on Sundays.
And so, what is the usual routine when you go over there? Do you knock on the door or do you just go in?
Just walk in.
Okay, what about that day?
They just walked in and nobody was there.
All right, so when you say no one was there, did you look around or no one was immediately apparent when you walked in?
I kind of walked around a little bit and kind of, yelled for her. and Angelina, and that was it.
Okay, so can you tell us what rooms you were in when you briefly looked around at that time?
I was in like the kitchen and the living room. And I think I peeked around to maybe her bedroom briefly.
Did you at that point notice any vehicles down by the office?
Yes,
And what did you see?
the Hummer and the JCB.
Okay, and tell us what the JCB is.
It's a
We remember the hooky
Loader.
thing.
Okay.
Had a scoop on
Is it
it,
farm equipment?
but it could have
Yes.
a forklift
Is it
thing on it.
About the size of a car or bigger?
bigger,
A lot bigger or a little bigger?
a little bit bigger than a big SUV.
Okay. And you say a loader. Why do you call it a loader?
Had a bucket on the front.
Okay.
A
And
scooper.
you say that and the Hummer were down by the office.
Yes,
Do you know where your mom's car was at that time?
in the garage.
Okay. Did you also look in the garage?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did she drive any car besides the Hummer or the Escalade?
No,
Did that cause you concern that her cars were there and she wasn't?
yes.
Okay. What did you think had happened at that point?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Did you do anything in response to your mom not being in the house and both of her cars being in view?
I thought they were down at the office.
Did you try to get a hold of her at that point to see what was going on?
Yes, I texted her.
Okay, and did she text back?
No,
What did you do after she didn't respond to your text?
I left and went back to my house.
Okay, and did you go in the house?
No,
Okay. Where did you go in relation to your house?
I sat in my driveway.
With Dustin and the kids?
Yes,
And what did you do while you were sitting there?
I called her.
And what happened?
Her phone went straight to voicemail.
Okay, was that unusual?
Absolutely.
Did your plans change for the day at that point?
Yes,
And how did they change?
I started searching for her and calling people.
Okay, so you had plans to do something else.
Yes,
Okay, and forget that.
right.
Okay. Who else did you call?
I called my brother Zach
Okay, anybody else?
and Stephanie.
Um,
Sorry, guys.
and did you get a hold of them?
There we
Yes.
go.
So you talked to Zach, talked to Stephanie?
Yes,
What did you do after you talked with them?
I went back down to the office.
Okay, what was your reason for doing that?
I thought my little sister was in there listening to them fight.
Okay, so you had an idea where your mom was at that point?
I thought I did.
Okay, because the other two didn't know?
Correct.
Okay, so what did you do?
I walked into the office to see if there was anybody there.
And was there
No,
any sign of, were the lights on, anything?
I think the front office light was on, but I think that stays on most of the time.
All right, so she's not there. What do you do next?
I continued to call my siblings. Then I went down to my aunt and uncle's house,
Okay, so your aunt and uncle are who?
Greg and Shelley,
And approximately how far do they live from the Munger farm?
2 miles maybe.
And how do you get there from the farm?
Drive
And do you know east, west, north, south?
west,
Okay, west on Munger?
west on Munger.
Do you go straight, and what are their names?
Greg and Shelley.
Okay, do you go straight to Greg and Shelley's?
I went to the farm, to their big barn to see if she was there.
Okay, so their big barn, that's separate from where their residence is?
Yes.
And was she there?
No.
Do you get a call while you're at,
Objection, meeting.
Sustain.
does anything happen while you're at that place?
Yes.
What happened?
Dale called me.
What did he say?
He asked me if I talked to my mom and that she was mad at him for the fight that happened and that he hadn't talked to her. She won't answer him.
And did he tell you why he was calling you?
To see if I had talked to her.
Okay, and why was he curious as to whether you had talked with her?
Objection, speculation.
Did he indicate to you why he was asking about your mom? Why was he, did he indicate to you why he was asking where she was?
No.
So you go to the big barn. Where do you go from there?
Greg and Shelley's house.
Okay, was your mom there?
No.
From there where?
To their property in Onstead.
And by their property, you mean who?
My mom and dad.
Okay, and is there a name for that?
Cedar Point.
Was she there?
No.
So then what?
I went back to her house.
Okay, and what do you do once you get back to the house?
I start looking, seeing if there was anything out of place or that was missing, that maybe her stuff was gone.
So you'd already looked around just a little bit. Was this a more thorough
Yes.
search? Okay. Where did you go in the house?
Her bathroom. To see if her makeup bag was gone.
Did you notice at that time whether it was there or not?
I noticed it was gone.
Okay.
And her hair stuff,
Her hair stuff was there or gone?
gone.
Okay. Anything else that you noticed missing?
A can of hairspray and her curling iron.
Now, did you use that bathroom when you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And being a hairstylist, did you sometimes do your mom's hair?
Yes.
So you use those products that your mom used?
Yes.
Okay. She's not in the bathroom. Then where else do you check in the house?
I checked all of the bedrooms.
And how many bedrooms are there?
There was 5 upstairs and then 2 downstairs
Downstairs in the basement?
in the main floor.
Main floor, okay. Any sign of your mom?
No.
Is there anything that caught your attention when you went upstairs?
There's a mock door. Looks like a bookshelf. These two like an attic. And the door was open with items that were on the shelf that were on the ground.
Oh, that's weird. We know about that
Right,
little
which-
pretend bookshelf. We heard about that earlier.
Martha's People's proposed number 10. You recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
that's the door.
So that looks like a shelving unit.
Yes,
But you say that's a door.
correct.
Where does it lead to?
An attic.
And was the door in that position when you saw it?
No,
What position was it in?
it was pushed open and things that were on the shelf were on the ground.
So it was open to the attic.
Correct.
Was that unusual?
Yeah.
That caused you concern?
Yes.
We move for the admission of People's proposed number 10.
Any objection?
No objection. Oh,
First proposed exhibit 10 is submitted for examination.
Did anybody else help you search?
Dustin.
And, oh, sorry. about that. Does anybody else, well, let me first ask you this. Are you familiar with the sprayer?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a big piece of machinery that opens up wide and sprays chemicals on fields.
And would you recognize the sound of the sprayer if you heard it?
Yes,
Had you heard it before that day on April 25th?
yes.
How many times would you say?
Once that morning or afternoon.
Previous to that, had you heard it a few times, many times?
Oh, many times.
Okay. Did you hear it again that morning while you were in the house?
Yes.
Could you tell where it was or where it was coming from by the direction?
No.
Do you leave the house or does somebody come in the house at that point?
Dale came in the house.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
Where were you when you had the conversation?
In her bedroom.
Were you already in the bedroom when he came in?
I believe so.
Did you see where he had come from when he came to the bedroom?
I don't know.
Was anybody else in the bedroom with you besides Dale?
The first time, I believe my Aunt Shelley was with me. And
I just want to talk about that first time. For a
Yes,
minute.
I'm
Okay, sorry. Did he say anything at that point when he came in the bedroom? He being Dale.
I don't really remember if he said anything at that point.
Okay. Was there a massage chair in the room?
Yes.
Were there things behind the massage chair?
Yes.
Did he go over there and look in those
no
things?
objection, leaving.
This attorney is so much softer.
Did he show you anything?
Yes, he went through like empty like tote bags that my mom had behind her massage chair and was pulling out any medications from the bags and talking about how she has pills everywhere and he doesn't even know what they are. And
Had the subject of pills been brought up at all?
before that, no.
Correct, okay. Did he show you
How
anything else in his
odd.
hand?
Yes,
What did he show you?
her ring,
Okay. What kind of a ring was it?
her wedding ring.
That's quite the display he's showing the children of the wedding ring. Remember, the
Same with
son
he was proposed on the 11th?
saw it also,
Recognize
but
that.
in the office.
Yes, but that was her first ring.
Oh, did we upgrade?
That'd be a different picture. But he showed you a ring.
Yes,
And what kind of a ring was it?
her wedding ring,
Okay, the current wedding ring.
the current wedding ring.
And what did he say in regard to the wedding ring?
He said that he found it on his desk in the office.
Did you know your mom to take off her wedding ring?
No,
Did he say anything else to you in the bedroom about your mom's conduct?
Objection leading.
Thank you. About your mom's conduct leading up to that weekend.
he said that she had a burner phone.
Okay, let me stop you right there. What does that mean to you?
A phone that she buys minutes for, maybe. I'm not really sure.
As opposed to her main phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know your mom to have a burner phone?
No.
Okay. Did she ever ask you to contact her on a different phone?
No.
Voice, text, anything?
No.
Did you ever see her with a second phone?
No.
All right. What else did he say in that regard about your mom's conduct leading up to that, if anything?
He said that she was leaving in the middle of the night, and he didn't know where she was going.
And were you aware of that conduct if it ever took place?
No.
Did he say anything about what had happened the night before, Saturday night?
He said they barely fought.
Okay.
And he gave her a massage after he got her calmed down, and she fell asleep, and he picked her up and put her on the
Oh,
couch.
can we
Had you
distance
ever seen
ourselves
Dale
anymore?
touch your mom, like giving her a massage?
Not really.
You haven't seen her squeezing her neck or shoulders, anything like that?
Objection lacking personal knowledge.
It must be from your own personal observation. Thank you.
Not really.
A relaxing massage? No. He would come up behind her when her and I were in conversations.
I guess I would object then to speculation because how could she classify what the touching if it was relaxing, not relaxing?
I bet she can tell
I'm just
whether her
asking you
mother was
Without
relaxed.
characterizing what kind of touch it was, tell us what you saw in terms of the touch.
She was uncomfortable.
What was he?
Objection speculation.
So let me clarify the question, then. Thank you.
May-
Was he using his hands?
Yes.
Okay, where was he placing his hands?
On her shoulders,
What was he doing with his hands on her shoulders?
massaging.
And could you tell your mom's reaction to that?
Yes.
What was her physical reaction?
Uncomfortable.
Would you let it continue?
No.
She's like, don't touch me. I agree, Reese. I like this daughter too. I like her kids. She's raised, she and her husband, her first husband, have raised
Right.
fine people.
Did you stay in the bedroom or did you go to another room?
I went back out into the like living room, kitchen area.
Okay. And did Dale come also?
Yes.
So there was more interaction with him in the living room, kitchen area?
Yes.
Is that one big open room?
Yes.
Was there any other statements regarding pills that happened when you were out in the living room, kitchen area?
Yes.
Were those made by Dale?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He went to the cabinet with medication in it and kept talking about these pills, and he didn't know what they were. And she's got all these pills everywhere. And
Okay. And could you observe his demeanor when he was doing this? Was he calm?
no,
Okay, what was he?
frustrated.
Were you familiar with that cabinet? And what was
Yes.
in it?
I couldn't tell you everything what was in it, but I
Do you
knew
know
it
if
was there.
Do you know if Dale had any medication in that cabinet?
Yes.
Did Dale say anything to you out there in the living room?
He said, something about how my mom has ruined his life. She's always trying to ruin his life.
Wow.
Can't remember the exact.
Okay.
That's the kind of dialogue
And,
you have when someone is
Did
missing,
he say
right?
anything about
Lots of
all the things he's
concern.
worked for?
Yes. He said everything I've worked for is gone.
Okay. And did you know what that meant at that time?
No.
After your mom went missing, did you have a conversation, a phone conversation with Dale?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm talking about it within a week or two after that Sunday. Did he talk about what had happened on Saturday night more than what he told you in the bedroom?
Objection, these lines of questioning, there's just a lot of leading. Did he talk about this? Did he talk about that? Versus what did he talk about?
Thank you. Did you have a few or many phone calls with Dale in the, let's say, 2 weeks after the 25th?
I had a fair share of conversations with him.
Okay. Did he say anything to you regarding what had happened between him and your mom Saturday night?
He said that they barely fought, and that at one point he reread their vows to her.
What?
He said, in sickness and health, and for rich or for poor, and so on.
All right, so back to
Weird.
Sunday
That's
morning.
weird.
After what happened in the living room kitchen, do you leave? Does Dale leave?
I think I left shortly after that.
Okay, and where do you go from there?
I took my kids to a sitter.
Okay, and did you come back?
Yes,
Where did you go when you came back?
to the office.
Okay, and what did you do while you were in the office?
I watched parts of the surveillance.
And did you ever see your mom on the surveillance?
No.
Never on the security cameras. Interesting.
Did you ever come back up to the house from the office?
I don't believe so.
So I guess I'm asking, did you see, you said earlier that you saw the Hummer, or actually, let me ask you that. Where was the Hummer when you went down to the office to watch the video?
He moved it back up to the house.
Okay. All right. Did anything else draw your attention in relation to the Hummer when you're in that area?
The two, like JCB tracks
Okay.
up to the sliding glass door.
All right. So could you explain what you mean by the JCB tracks?
So the JCB had big tires on it, and there were two tracks that led up to the sliding glass door.
Okay. And where were those in relation to the Hummer?
The Hummer was basically on the tracks.
Okay. And where is the sliding glass door in relation to the kitchen and living room area?
It goes off of the kitchen living room is like one area, and the sliding glass door is like in the middle of the two.
Between the kitchen and the living room?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk out of between the kitchen and the living room, you open the sliding glass door. Where are you now?
I was,
No, I'm just talking about if you are at the house
oh,
and you're going from the living room, kitchen area through that sliding glass door, where do you end up outside?
where the Hummer was parked and where the JCB tracks were.
Are there steps going down there?
Yes.
Okay. And what's when you saw it, what is at the end of those steps?
Oh,
The
yes,
Hummer.
Serenity.
With the JCB tracks underneath.
Correct.
Okay.
Her remains were found in an anhydrous tank on another part of their farm. So he absolutely had to move her body. Absolutely. And I suspect, based on this JBC information that we're getting, that is how Mr. Warner did it.
Did you, after the office, where did you go next?
I walked around the property
What was the purpose of that?
to see if I could find anything.
Okay. Any sign?
No.
Okay. Then where?
And then I think I left.
And where did you go, if you recall?
I went to my brother's house, Zach,
And where did he live at the time?
on Pentecost Highway.
Okay, is that on one of the lakes?
Yes, Sand Lake.
And was it just you and Zach at his house?
It was me, Zach, and TJ.
All right, and what did you do once you got there?
We filed a missing persons report.
It
And
was
how did
the
you do that?
children.
Was it a phone call? Was it online? Did you?
A phone call.
And had there been any conversation previous in the day involving Dale about calling the police?
Yes,
And
he
what-
said he wasn't going to. He said he would do it maybe the next morning after he took Angelina to school.
Oh my. Y'all, this is
Did
not
he-
good.
That day or in the next 2 weeks, during the times you interacted with him personally, seemed concerned about your mom being gone?
No.
I'd say not. You're absolutely right, USMC. It is sad to watch this because at
Good
the
afternoon,
time
Ms. Bach. My name
this
is
was
Martha Vinsky,
happening,
and I represent Mr. Warner. I just have
I got to get her name again here. So it is sad to watch because we know now what actually happened. Because I don't think it was too many months. I can't get a date specifically as to when this happened, when this preliminary hearing took place. I don't know exactly, but it was definitely before her remains were found.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bach. My name is Marissa Vinsky, and I represent Mr. Warner. I just have
Marissa
some questions for
Vinsky.
you. You testified on direct that when your mother was pregnant, you and her left to go to another house. What was that other house?
A friend's house. A friend's house.
Who was that friend?
Kim Brisky.
Did you ever go anywhere else with her besides that friend's house?
Yes.
Where?
That are you asking for that day?
Yes.
No.
Was there any time where you left with your mother and you went anywhere else for the weekend?
Yes.
Where?
We would go to the Dundee Hotel.
How often was that?
Once every couple of months.
Dundee is another city not very far from
Who would go with
Tecumseh
you
and
when you went? Was
Adrian.
it just you and your mother?
Yes.
You also had testified on direct that your mother had asked you to hide the keys. What car did she ask you to hide the keys for?
She didn't ask me to hide the keys. She asked me to lock the car.
Locked car, excuse me. What car?
Exactly.
Her Escalade.
Did Mr. Warner have his own set of keys to the Escalade?
I don't know.
In that command, when she told you to lock the Escalade, did she tell you why?
No.
Do you know that your mom took oxycodone?
On a regular basis?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not an evidence.
The government opened the door by asking if she saw any signs of her mother's addiction or any drug use.
She didn't ask. Yeah, she asked that.
What?
Are you aware? Thank you. Are you aware if your mother took oxycodone?
I am aware that she took it when she got her neck injections.
To your
Thank
knowledge,
you, Dizzy.
did she have a prescription to that?
To my knowledge, I don't know.
Did your mom like attention?
From who?
Based off your experiences with her and how you saw her interact with people, your observance of how she would act with other people, and do you think she liked attention?
I think it's fair to say she did.
Can you describe your mother's temperament?
What does that have anything to do with anything?
She didn't put up with a lot of anything.
Shenanigans. She
Would
didn't
you
like the
classify her as dramatic?
shenanigans.
That's fair to say.
Would you classify her to overreact to situations?
Yeah.
To your personal knowledge, would she sometimes have outbursts?
Yeah.
What does this have to do with anything that with
And
her
you
being-
actually took things that she said with a grain of salt because of this.
What facts are we talking about? Otherwise, it's irrelevant.
In the context of when she told you that she didn't want to be another Dateline episode that you testified to on direct, things that she said in that conversation, were you of the opinion that you had to take things with a grain of salt with what she was saying?
Yes, because I never heard her talk about being scared,
So you personally never heard Miss Warner say she was scared of Mr. Warner?
except for the last comment she made to me.
Well, that's usually what happens, isn't it? That last comment,
When you testified on
that last time.
direct that you drove by the night of April 24th, 2021, and you said all the lights were on, do you literally mean every single light in the house? Can you describe that a little more?
From traveling from my house to my dad's house, there's the whole side of the house, which had the living room, her bathroom, and her bedroom. You can see the windows, and all of those lights were on. So like basically the whole first floor.
So the living room, the bathroom, the bedroom, you don't know about any of the other lights in the house?
I couldn't see there.
When you arrived to the Warner house on April 25th, 2021, did you use a key to get in or was the door unlocked?
It was unlocked.
When you got there, did you see any signs of struggle?
No, other than the fact that that door was open.
What door do you mean?
The bookshelf door.
Did you see any stains on the couch?
No,
Did you see any stains on the carpet in the living room?
no,
Did you see any marks on the couch?
No.
Did you see any stains or marks on that bookcase to get to the attic?
No.
What vehicle did your mother drive more, the Hummer or the Cadillac?
the Escalade.
Everybody has said that, even I know.
And then
the
you
answer to
testified that you went and looked in the camera system on that morning. How did you get in the camera system?
My brother had access to it.
Did he show you the videos?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Warner on that day, April 25th, 2021, would you say he was acting the same way that he typically acted any other day you interacted with him?
When he was talking about the pills, he was very frazzled.
Would you say how he interacted, though, was the same way that you've seen him interact with you on other times? Is that how his demeanor always was?
Mm. Not necessarily.
So you're saying he was not acting the same way that he typically acted that day?
Yeah.
Do you remember having an interview with Detective Dwyer or Dreyer, sorry, where you said, do you remember having that interview?
Yeah.
And in that interview, you actually said he's always the same. That's exactly how he was that day. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Was the Dale call that you testified to after you called Stephanie or before when he called you? Can you clear up that timeline a little bit?
I called Stephanie and my brother, and Dale called me maybe an hour or so later.
Do you have a key to the office?
No.
And to your knowledge, does Mr. Warner use the JCB to take trash from place to place?
Yeah.
Where have you seen him
I'm
park that
sure
when he's usually
that
taking
trash.
trash from place to place?
When he's done with the trash, or
Can you describe, in your experience, what you've seen when he's moving that JCB, when he's taking trash?
he drives it around to the office in the house to get the trash and then dumps it out in the back to burn it.
Have you seen him park it in front of the office before?
No.
Do
Interesting.
you remember doing an interview with Billy Little?
Yeah.
And in that interview, do you remember saying you have seen him park it in front of the office when he's taking trash place to place?
I said I've seen him park it there, but he doesn't leave his equipment out.
But you have seen him park it there when he's taking trash from place to place, which is what I asked.
Yes.
And that is
Not
where
what
you
she
saw
asked.
the JCB when you arrived at the Warner farm on April 25th?
Yep.
25th.
Yes.
Were you involved with the businesses at all that your mother and Mr. Warner had?
She already answered that. No.
Did Dale express to you that he thought your mom had voluntarily left at the time when you were talking to him?
He didn't really express anything. He just said she didn't know where she was. He didn't know where she was at.
Do you remember him saying that's why he didn't call the police? Or didn't feel the need to call the police?
Yeah, he said that she'll come back.
What was your involvement in getting Mr. Little on this case?
None.
And you have no personal knowledge of where your mother is?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ay, ay, ay. It's interesting to me that Chartier went in so hot on her brother
You were asked if you know. If
when
Dale
she
had a
didn't even
key to
question the
Escalade.
sister.
Do you know who was the primary driver of the Escalade?
My mom.
Did you ever see Dale driving the Escalade?
It was really rare, and sometimes when they would all be together.
Who drove the Hummer?
My mom.
And between the two, which one would she drive the most?
The Escalade.
In the time that you were talking about, let's say from March through that weekend, did you see the Hummer parked someplace?
I never saw it move.
Okay, from where? Where was it
From
when you
the-
saw it?
From right outside of the sliding glass doors.
Okay, so from where Dale moved it back to,
Yes.
you saw it previous days in that same place.
Yes.
Do you recall the last time you saw it moved from there? Or how far back can you say the Hummer was parked in that spot?
A long time.
Do you know, did Dale and Dee go to Florida?
Yes.
Okay, did they go that year?
Yes.
When did they go, if you recall?
It was at the, I think it was like,
Objection, Your Honor, this is not part of the cross-examination, so it's going to be on scope.
This has to do with who drives what car.
I don't think there was a foundation made for that.
I'm a little confused, maybe a little more foundation.
Sure. What was the Hummer primarily used for?
when they traveled with a RV,
Okay, thank you. And when your mom was at the house, what did she drive?
the Escalade.
So they had an RV
Now,
also.
You mentioned that your mom, that Dale said your mom had left and she'll be back. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of other times when she had left and come back?
Somebody knew where she was.
Okay, that was my question. Had she ever left and not let you know that she was gone?
No.
Okay, not let you know where she was?
Yes.
Not waited 3 years with no communication?
Correct.
Objection leading.
I'll try that, yeah.
Any requests?
Miss Bach, were you with your mom every time she drove somewhere?
Oh, for heaven's
Were you
sake.
with your mom every time she chose what car to take and where to take it to?
No.
And you don't know every time your mom left, do you?
No.
Because you weren't with her 24/7.
Yes.
You only know what she
Obviously.
told you.
Yep.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. I don't really know how that was such a big deal that her brother watched her testimony. Like, I'm not getting why that was such, why Chartier was so salty about it. That doesn't make any blessed sense to me at all. Okay, let's head into, and I'm sorry, I thought I had that on a faster speed and I didn't. So we're going to head on to the next person here and hopefully I can have my act together a little better. I kept thinking, boy, they sound like they're talking awfully slow for, for the speed that I had it on. And then I figured out why. All righty.
The dry chemicals are not kept in this.
Oh.
No,
We're
that's
not, we're not at the beginning of this little witness. Let me get
Raise
our
your right
act
hand.
together here.
Spell and your first and last name.
Todd Nerick, TODDNEYRINCK.
Sir, where were you working at in April of 2021?
I worked for DDW Investments,
Where was that located?
2170 West Munger Road, Tecumseh, Michigan.
Okay. Is that considered Tipton or?
It has a
I am so sorry, y'all. I am clicking and messing stuff up on us.
Tecumseh Street address with a Tipton mailing address.
Okay, and that's in Lenawee County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did you do for DDW Investments? What was your job title?
I ran the trucking business and whatever else they needed.
How long had you been there at that point?
I had worked there since I worked there part-time in 2006 and I started working there full-time in 2007.
Okay. And were you in that same position that entire time you were there?
More or less, I started off helping them hauling seed part-time in the winter, and then I just more or less drove truck, and I told Dale and Dee, I said, I can do this stuff and pretty much
Okay.
grow a trucking business
Okay.
for you.
Was there an office for the DDW Investments?
Yes.
Where was that located on the same property as the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe the property for me? So if I'm looking up, so I'm above the residence, I'm looking down.
Yep.
Can you tell me what kind of buildings are on the property?
There's the house more or less in the center. And then to the east, there's like a shop building, a chemical storage building. Then there's a conference room. Then there's another office, and then the office where I used for the trucking business is on the east side of the property, the far east side.
Okay. And you said something about chemicals.
There were farm chemicals that they sold or
Okay.
used to.
Is this one barn or two barns?
There's a more or less a storage barn, which is the first building directly east of the house. And then there was a chemical barn on the southeast corner where there were liquid chemicals, and it was like for loading the sprayers and storing liquid fertilizer and that type of thing.
Okay, so you said liquid. Is there a difference in location between the liquid or wet chemicals versus the dry chemicals?
The liquid fertilizer is a larger quantity as a rule.
Okay. and would you
Liquid fertilizer, there's probably storage there for 200,000 gallons of liquid fertilizer. And the chemicals, there's maybe 2,000 gallons of storage, because that's, you use less chemicals in that type of business.
Okay, and did you keep those in two separate locations, the
I
wet
didn't
and the
keep
dry?
them, I didn't keep them, ma'am.
I
It was the
apologize.
farm.
Let me rephrase that then.
Okay.
Were those two located in different locations?
Yes.
Okay, and
There was like a more or less a storage facility, and then once the chemicals were mixed, they were in another building.
I'm going to show you what's a map of the area, and I need you to explain it to me. We've marked this for record purposes only as People's Exhibit 25.
This is going to be important. I remember telling you all when we were looking at when I was doing the summary, and I said that it'll make sense to you. You can see here, I'm going to make myself even smaller so that I can make this bigger for you. Okay. So this is where the house is. I just want everybody to get an idea of what it looks like here. There's my cursor. This is a house with the circular driveway, and they've talked about the shop, and this is, my understanding, is where the offices were located. And he's going to be talking about the dry barn and the wet barn over here. And I mean, it's a big piece of property, as you can see. So I'm going to leave myself tiny here and leave this large so y'all can see better.
More or less the storage.
Hold on, I'm going to have you take a seat. I want you to look
Yeah.
at that, but go ahead and take a seat. I don't want you to stand up.
See, here's the office right here. Right there. There's like a little red square, and over the top of it, it does say office.
There and testify.
Okay.
Okay, sir, do you see how these different buildings are labeled
Yeah.
on the map? Okay. So to the far east, we have something labeled wet fertilizer barn. Is that what you just
Yes,
described?
yes, yes.
Okay, and is that accurate for that
The
location?
far east, yes.
Okay, and up to the, I guess, south of the property, but just directly west of that, we've got a building. It's labeled new shop and office. Is that
Yes, yes,
also accurate? Okay.
yes,
And then just to the west of that, we have something labeled dry fertilizer barn.
yes.
Is that also what you just talked about?
No, I didn't even mention that.
Is that, okay, so the dry chemicals are not kept in this barn?
No, that's strictly dry bulk fertilizer, potash, urea, diammonium phosphate, and that type of thing, ammonium
Okay.
sulfate.
Okay. And then southwest of that, the next building is labeled old shop. Is
Yeah.
that accurate?
Yeah,
Okay, what would that building be used for?
well, maintenance, working on trucks, there's parts storage in there. So working on whatever. That's
Okay,
what
and
it's
then the southeast of that, we've got a building labeled house. Is that where the house is located?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about the office, okay? And can you describe where you would walk in? There's a little pointer up there that's collapsible. It looks just like this. And I want you
Yeah.
to try not to talk when you go up to the screen because the microphone won't pick you up. So can you just go up there and point for the court where you would walk into the office at?
Is it okay to stand? I don't want to.
Please.
Okay. Right here.
See, there's the office.
There's an entrance. And in the back, there's another entrance.
Okay, so. And then when you say that next entrance where the new shop starts, there's no more office, correct?
There's no office.
Okay, so,
And then there's an entrance, a doorway entrance, then a garage door entrance into that building on the,
okay,
for the chemical storage.
I also want to point out to all of you, I think this is super important also that everybody is aware of is this was before her remains were found. So they're not talking about any of that. But the property in which the anhydrous tanks and the one that had her remains in it was found is a few miles from this particular property or this particular map that you're seeing. So you're not going to get a lot of background on that because of course they hadn't found her yet. When the trial goes on, I'll guarantee you there will be more information about that. And I believe as you're looking at the property, if they have north, south, east, west correct on the map there, the road on the eastern side is, if you continue down that road, my understanding is where the property is. Remember, we saw in the little video clip, private investigator Billy Little, and I think that's who it was, and Dale standing in the same spot that they ended up finding her remains in that shed area. That is not on this property. It's not in this specific map. It is further down. And like I say, if I remember correctly, it's like down in I don't know if you can see my cursor. Oh, here, let me make me itty bitty again. Let's try this again. Cursor. Right in this road here. I believe that's where the property is. It's a couple miles away.
so if I walk all the way in on the east side entrance that you pointed to, what office would I be walking into?
That's my office where I do my business.
Okay, and describe the layout of your office.
I have a bunch of papers laying around. There's a desk, a computer, printer, and that's about it. And then there's a couple filing cabinets and that's it.
How many?
So semantics, I see your question here. What they said is the fake bookcase door would take you to the attic and you could get from the attic to the garage, but not necessarily to the shop from that area, only to the garage. So no, they are not attached or connected, but the garage is.
Doors into your office are there?
There's one.
Okay,
And then there's a walk-through door there as well.
so when you walk through the the door, not that comes from inside outside, but when you walk through that next door,
Mhm.
what office do you walk into?
You walk into, there's more or less a lunchroom right in the middle of the two offices.
In 2021, was there any other office in that area?
No, ma'am.
When you are in that, did you describe it as a conference room? Is that what you said it was?
Well, there's like a lunchroom.
lunchroom,
It's where
okay.
we would sit and congregate and have lunch and solve the world's problems.
Okay. And then were there any outdoor entrances into that office?
There is one.
Where's that located at?
It's right in the back wall. There's a, hang on a minute here. You know, you walk by the darn thing every day and I can't. No, there is not one. There is a doorway in the center where the bathroom, and there's a room where the computer crap is and everything else. And then there's a door there.
Okay, where does that door lead to?
Out in the back of the barn where the old barnyard and stuff is, there's just more or less a bunch of junk back there and that type of thing.
Okay. Is
It's
there
kind of in between the buildings and everything. So
is there a door leading from that break room, lunchroom area that goes further into the office?
there's a room that walks, a through door that walks like from the east side all the way through to the other side of the office and into the conference room.
And there's a conference room. Okay.
Yep.
Did anybody share your office with you?
At that time, there was just me on my side of the office. And then on the other side were Dee's desk and Stephanie and Zach were
Did Dale have an office?
right in between. There was an office there.
Okay.
In the lunchroom, Dale had a desk and a chair. And
Okay. Did he
his,
consider that lunchroom his office?
yeah, you can call it what you want.
Again, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 26 just for record purposes.
You could call
Is
it what you
that-
want. Oh,
Look to be an accurate drawing of that office that's on the last map.
Yes.
I need to pause this because I had questions about where you could maneuver in this office and whether you would be seen or not. So let me, there we go. That looks, it says not to scale. Okay. So we've got the trucking office. I believe this is what he was talking about. Dale's office, this conference room. And okay, so this main office area here is where Dee's desk and Stephanie and Zach's desks were. That's what I'm understanding here. But it looks like you can get in and out from the back side of this. It says 2170 Westmonger office. It looks to me like this goes to the exterior. Are y'all seeing that too? I don't know if you can see my itty bitty cursor on there, but that's what it looks like to me. So it would be possible for him to pull shenanigans in here and not be seen on any of the security cameras. However, if he is claiming that she left her ring on her desk, that is just plain bovine scatology because she would absolutely be seen in this main office area doing that. So
Look to be an accurate drawing of that office that's on the last map.
Yes.
Okay, so to the far east, we have it labeled trucking office, but you've indicated that would be your office. Is that correct?
That's a trucking office.
Okay. Did you keep any money or checks or invoicing or anything in that office?
No, I didn't keep any money in there.
Okay.
Just whatever I had. If I had money, I put it in my desk or something like that or whatever, but I didn't have any checks there or anything like that. And if there were invoices that had issues or problems, I would go through them and keep them there until I got the issue solved.
Okay. What about in the lunchroom / Dale's office? Did you see any money located in that area?
Not really.
Okay.
You know, if Dale had a couple dollars in his desk or something, I didn't go rifling through it or anything like that.
Okay. And there are cameras on the inside of the office. Is that
There's a camera in the main part of the office, but there's not a camera in my side of the office.
okay? So if you wouldn't mind again, can you please point on here where the camera is in the office?
It would be right in that part right there.
just like we were talking about.
Okay, so for the record, just west of the lunchroom
It right at the main entrance for the lobby.
Okay,
That's where the camera is located.
okay, and in that main lobby or main entrance, those were where the other offices were located that you indicated?
Yes. Yeah, the
so-
desks. Yeah.
Can you tell me again whose offices those were?
Zach Bach and Stephanie. And Dee's. More importantly.
I think that he
And
testified
what did
prior
you say
to
that
us
your
seeing
job
the
title was
picture.
working for them?
I ran the trucking
You
business.
ran it. Okay, so tell me what you would do on a day-to-day basis. You come in, what's your job?
I secured the work, customers, all the customer back and forth that needed to be done. Dealt with the drivers, any issues they had. If they broke down on the road, I would get it taken care of. Anything that came up, I would handle it.
You said you dealt with the drivers. Does that mean you didn't drive for the DDW?
I drove too,
How,
because
how often would you drive?
it varied. The last 3-4 months, I drove quite a bit. We were shorthanded, and from everything with the COVID and everything, business had picked up, so there was opportunity there. So I got in a truck and drove.
All right. I'm gonna take you to the weekend, April 24th and 25th of 2021, okay?
Okay.
And when I ask you a question, I want you just to tell me what you personally know.
Okay.
I would like you not to guess, or I don't want you to tell me what other people have told you. Just what you personally know, okay?
Okay.
All right. When was the last time that you saw Dee Warner?
It was Friday afternoon,
Okay, Friday,
April 23rd,
okay.
about 4 p.m.
And where was that at?
It was in the office.
What was her
What
demeanor?
Was her demeanor like at that point?
Oh,
It was very frazzled. She was just not herself. She was not dressed her normal self, and she was just not herself at all.
When was the last time you spoke with Dee?
It was on Saturday, the 24th.
And where was that at? Or how was that communication?
I was on the phone. It was just.
Was that, I'm sorry, was that a phone call, text message?
It was a phone call. She had texted me, and I called her back, and she was even more unreasonable. And
I'm sorry, I didn't.
pardon?
I didn't hear that last
Oh, she was just even more unreasonable. It's just I was trying to talk to her and reason with her about some stuff that came up, and it just wasn't.
She was upset.
Yeah, she was upset.
Okay.
She was upset Friday,
All right.
and she was upset even more Saturday.
All right. And approximately
Off the
what
rails.
time is this conversation? Just give me close to it.
It was around 10:30 a.m.
Okay.
at her limit, it sounds.
How often did you talk to Dee on the telephone, phone calls?
It varied. The last 3 months before this, not very much. It's just for a person that was running a business, I didn't have a lot of contact with her at all. She just I don't know, she just seemed withdrawn from it at that time.
Okay. And what would your typical, so starting in 2007, you said you were full-time? Is that-
Yes.
Okay. So starting in 2007, how often do you think you would have contact with Dee on the phone?
Pretty much daily. I mean, we would talk about different things and just everything. It's just we talked a lot.
Okay. What about text messaging? How
And
often-
texted and all of that. It's just when you're driving, it's kind of hard to text. And I told her, call me when I'm driving, and I'm driving, because I don't want to be texting and driving down the dang road.
What about social media? Did you know Dee to be on social media?
Yes, she was back and forth. I mean, it's just, and I go back to like a month before, or I don't know, it was 6 weeks. And I stopped and saw my mom, and I hadn't seen her like in person because of this COVID stuff. And Dee commented or something that it was so great that I stopped and saw my mom in person because of, it's just, and I stopped with the truck, and and then she'd gone on. We had a cat that was in the
So
office.
hold on, I'm gonna stop
Pardon?
you. It's non-responsive to my question.
I'm sorry.
I'm asking you about Dee's social media
Yes,
usage.
yes.
All right. Was she on social media?
Yes, she was social media. Yes, ma'am.
All right. What types of social media was she on, to the best of your knowledge?
Facebook and Snapchat.
Okay. Were you friends with her on Facebook?
Yes.
And would you communicate with her through Facebook?
Not very much. A little bit, but not, I guess it would be limited, we'll call it.
Okay. What about her posts? Did you see her posting on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. How often were you on Facebook? I guess
Not,
let's start there.
not that much. It's what it is. It's anti-social media.
Okay. And anytime you were on social media, did you notice posts by Dee?
I noticed it, but I just took it for what it was.
And you also said Snap. She's on Snap. What's that?
It's some sort of social media. I'd heard that she
Okay,
was
I'm
on
gonna
it.
stop you. You heard it.
I had heard. Yes.
Do you
Okay.
know? Were you? On
No,
social
I am
media?
not on Snapchat,
Okay.
ma'am. I am not.
Okay.
Nor am I, sir. I get it. I haven't even figured out the Insta.
Saturday, the 24th.
Mhm.
When you respond, I need you just to say yes or no. And I know you're just saying, but because they're picking it up and recording it, please say yes or no. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Saturday, the 25th. Did you go to the Warner residence?
No, I did not. I had worked.
I meant
did you
Saturday.
say
I
Saturday the
did.
25th?
I did. I meant
Okay.
Saturday
No,
the
it's Saturday
24th.
the
I
24th.
apologize.
Saturday the 24th. No, I did not set foot on the property on the 24th.
Okay. What about Sunday, the 25th? Did you go on the property?
Sunday the 25th, I left it. I drove in the driveway at 3:25 a.m., went to the truck, started it, hooked it up, and left. I was out of the driveway like at 3:40 a.m. and went to Burns Harbor, Indiana.
All right. So you said, can you go ahead and pull up that map that we had up just a minute ago? You said the other.
3:25
All
a.m.
right. You said 3:27 a.m.
3:25.
3:25. Okay. How do you know the time?
Because I remember it. This nightmare has been going on for 3 years, and I remember that I got in there and turned the truck key on at 3:25.
All right. So what are you driving when you get to the Warner property?
What's that?
What are you driving?
I
when you
drove
arrived?
pickup.
Okay. Show me where you take that. Show me where you pulled in at.
Right here.
Okay. And then what'd you do?
Truck was sitting there.
Okay. So it looks.
Started it.
Hold on. So just for the record, it appears that you took the pointer that you have, pulled it on the east side of the office, up north and around into the dry fertilizer barn area?
No. Right here. Around the gravel driveway. To here. Right there. That's where the truck was sitting.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I started the truck, put the dolly, rolled the dollies up, put the airline, hydraulic line up,
Where are you doing this at?
right there where the truck was sitting.
Okay. So just west of the dry fertilizer barn again?
Yes.
Okay. And then what?
Got everything hooked up. The truck was warming up. Checked the tires. Pulled the pickup around over here. Parked it. Came back out the truck and drove out.
Now show me how you drove out.
There, thing like that. And then
Did you look up at the house at all?
yes,
And well, I'm gonna go back. What time did you pull out?
it was like 3:42.
3:42 a.m.
Yep.
Okay. What did you notice about the house, if anything?
The light was on. Normal light was on. TV was on. And nothing else out of the ordinary.
Okay. So when you say normal, have you been to the Warner property to pick up trucks and loads at this time of the night
Yep.
before? Okay.
I was there Monday morning and did it this past week.
Okay. And did you notice any vehicles parked outside of the house?
The Hummer was parked where it had been parked.
All right. There's a zoomed in of the same map. Can you please point to me where the Hummer was parked?
Right in that area.
Okay. Okay. What else was parked?
Dale's pickups were parked in that area here to the right of them,
Okay.
like at the corner where it's always sat.
Anything else parked over there?
No,
Nothing else parked over there.
Nothing further.
Interesting. And I don't know, Kelly, is this the one that quit? I thought his name was Terry that quit. Oh, we have the non-snarky one. Thank goodness. This might go smoothly and I won't be outraged.
It's still morning. Good morning, Mr. Namerink. My name is Marissa Vinsky and I represent Mr. Warner. I just have some questions for you. You talked a little bit about the doors to get into the office, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. How many doors are there to get in the building? From what I understood, there was 2 in the front and 1 in the back, but I just want to make sure.
correct.
No, that's okay. Thank you. What was your relationship like with Miss Warner?
We had a pretty strong, a very good relationship up until like 2 years prior to this. It's just our relationship was strained at times. It's just, and it would go where we were very close, like we were previous, and then it was just strained.
What was she like on a daily basis?
a normal day, she was fine. You couldn't have asked for a better person to deal with. I mean, she was Dee. She's a little high strung at times, but you know, for the most part, Dee was a good person.
When you
Easy
said
on the
normal
high
days,
strung
what do you
people.
mean? by
Like
that?
when
Come on
she
now.
didn't have something else bothering her, it's like you could tell on a daily thing if something else was bothering her, and it could have been just any little thing in the world, but she would take it to heart so much and just let it bother her.
So when something bothered her, how did she act?
She could be a little bit feisty and just like that type of thing. Unreasonable.
What was your relationship like with Mr. Warner?
It was fine. We never had any arguments. I was closer with Dee than Dale throughout the years.
Did Miss Warner have a temper?
Yeah, she had a temper.
Did you witness anything that led you
I've
to that
witnessed over
conclusion?
the years a few times Dee having a temper.
And how would that?
Fits.
How
It
would
just
that
she would
visualize?
yell, scream, holler, and she could get just to any level of mad you could think of.
Did you notice a change in time over her temper, or was it from the time you knew her to the time
It's just
you last
she
saw
always
her?
had the temper from day 1 or 2 of me being around there. She was yelling at somebody one time when I first started working with her and Dale, and she was giving somebody a chewing out that anybody would just like, wow, you know.
Going back to the office, you said there's 2 doors in the front, 1 door in the back. Was there any other ways to get into the office area?
The only other way, there's a old storage barn in the back where they stored like fertilizer fittings and just junk of all sorts. There's a doorway there, but like to get into the office, it was locked. You couldn't get into the office, but you could get into the storage room, and we had like a truck driver bathroom where the guys, if they got back at night, they could get in that back door and go to the bathroom or whatever. It was like a not real spiffy deal, but it worked.
When you say that it was locked, does
It
that
was
mean there
locked.
was a door? It just
Like-
was typically locked.
The door back into that storage room in my part of the office, we locked it so nobody could come into the office. They had access to the back room and the storage and everything, but they didn't have access to get into the office.
Do you know who had keys to that door?
Dale, Dee, me, Zach, Stephanie.
So there's the answer.
Zach, Stephanie. Sorry, man.
Speak
Do you
up.
know anything about how Mr. and Mrs. Warner, how it went about picking Miss Warner's wedding ring?
I know they went to Hacker Jewelers and bought it after she had lost her original wedding ring.
Did they go together?
I'm not 100% if they went together or not. I know that that they had bought that replacement wedding ring at Hacker Jewelers.
Again, only things that you know. I appreciate that. You said that you were close with Miss Warner
Hold
for
it.
the most part when you worked with.
I thought, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the daughter Raquel said the picture of the ring she was shown was the old one, which led me to believe that Dee had upgraded her wedding ring. But now there's a story that she lost her wedding ring. And then how does this fall into play? Because everybody's testified that she never took her wedding ring off. I have so many questions now. I can assure you all of my jewelry comes off when I go to bed at night. I cannot have any of that business. Don't want any of it on. It's got to all come off. Bless the people that can sleep with it on. I am not one of those. So if she had it on all the time, I don't know how she lost it. Just saying. I'm confused.
her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that you took Miss Warner to the hospital?
I never took her to the hospital. She took me
Okay, she took you to the hospital. When was that?
in October. Well, it was in June of 2020. I fell off a truck and broke some ribs.
Ooh.
So how did she, why did she take you to the hospital?
There was nobody there, and I was kind of having a little bit of trouble breathing. And my mom
I
was
bet.
over by Akron, Ohio.
When you went to the hospital, you mentioned you had broken ribs. Did you learn that there?
Yes.
Did you learn anything else about your condition?
I had a tumor on my kidney.
So what was the result of that?
In August, I had to have surgery on my kidney.
Who took you to the hospital?
Dee
for that?
did, actually. And I thought that, yes, Dee did, actually.
Did she stay there the entire time?
Yes, she did. I told her to just drop me off, but I think she was trying to get in there and finagle a way to go in when her daughter had a baby, like a month or 6 weeks later, so she could get some sort of pass to get in there.
Was she there when you were in the recovery room?
Yes.
How was she acting at that point?
The doctor came in and told me that I had,
Objection.
This is not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. It's just to lay foundation, and then it's not used for the truth about what the doctor told him.
Yeah, a lot of
the doctor came in and told me that I had cancer on, they had taken a piece, it was cancerous. And Dee was there and she was like hysterical about it.
So what was the effect of that statement on Miss Warner?
She's like, I don't know what I'm going to do without you. And it's like, and she's like, I've done stuff that I can't fix. And I tried to calm her down and everything else. And it just, I could never get her to open up about it.
Did you ever tell Mr. Warner about her reaction?
No,
and
I did not. I never told him until after this happened.
After Miss Warner
Disappeared.
left or was gone?
Yes.
You had testified on direct exam that you last saw Miss Warner on Friday, April 23rd, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you spoke with her on April 24th, 2021.
Correct.
What was the end result of that conversation? What did you want to do based off your conversations?
Myself and Dale.
Objection. How is what he's going to do relevant to this situation?
It is relevant because it goes to the effect on the listener. One of the things this court has to determine is what happened to Miss Warner, if she is even dead, in fact. So Mr. Nabring testifying about what happened leading up to that, we've gone into the testimony about the 23rd, the 24th, and now the 25th. So this is important context, and as well as if Miss Warner knew what Mr. Nabring wanted to do based off those conversations that were brought up on direct.
Huh?
sustained.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. I don't know what you're trying to do there, Tootsie Wootsy.
You testified that you arrived at the farm on April 25th, 2021, and you got into the truck at 3:25 in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you doing with that truck?
Took a load of lime out to Burns Harbor, Indiana.
Was that a scheduled delivery?
Correct,
It's something that
Izzy.
today that we do pretty much all the time. We supply lime into Burns Harbor. I have a guy going out there tomorrow, actually, doing the same exact run that I did that Sunday.
Okay, so what I'm getting from all of this is it was something that is typically done as part of the business.
Yes. And in the weeks previous to that, the week prior and the week prior to that, I had gone to Burns Harbor, Indiana on the weekend and did the same exact.
And did you provide all of the documentation of that specific load? I'm not talking about weeks and prior and whatnot. That specific load on April 25th, 2021, did you provide documentation of that to the police?
Yes.
Yes, Dizzy. They were using the Gone Girl defense.
Specifically on April 24th, 2021, did you have a plan that you wanted to engage in with Miss Warner?
Pardon?
Did you have a plan that you wanted to engage in with Miss Warner on April 24th, 2021?
A plan is in,
A plan on what you wanted to do, and did she have knowledge of this plan if you had one?
I
Isn't
just,
this the same
when I left the
question?
office, I told her, I said, Dale, I said to her, I said, Dee, we need to get somebody else in here and look through the books because what you're telling me about not bringing enough money in doesn't make sense to me. And you, me, and Dale need to sit down and figure out what is truly going on here. Because what you're telling me about not bringing enough money in after all these years, and then all of a sudden the 2 months prior to this, whatever happened going on, is when it became an issue. And I constantly heard from her about not bringing enough money in.
Okay. Changing subjects, did you learn from Miss Warner that she was using opioids at any point?
She told me that she had been to the doctor, Dr. Weintraub, and Dr. Weintraub would not.
Objection. Hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes to the effect on the listener. Mr. Nabring had dealt with Miss Warner.
Why
for
are we talking
years,
about
and
everybody's
what happened
health?
to her if she used these opioids at
I will
all?
sustain the objection as to more foundation.
Yeah.
Did you
come
know that
on.
Miss Warner suffered from migraines?
Yes,
Did you know at any point that she was going to get treatment for those migraines?
yes.
To your knowledge, what you know, was she able to get treatment for those migraines?
As of April 23rd of 2021, no.
And
The
why was
doctor
that?
would not treat her anymore.
Objection. There's lack of foundation for his knowledge. He does not have any
Yes.
personal knowledge of this.
Absolutely no idea what her doctor said.
Mr. Nabring, what was Miss Warner's relationship like with
Ay,
her
ay,
brother,
ay.
Mr. Hardy?
It was strained. I mean, they had a strained relationship through the years.
Did you experience anything between the two of them that would cause you to come to that conclusion?
Dee would talk sometimes about,
Again, objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking for your observation. So not what Miss Warner said, anything that you observed that would come to that conclusion.
yes,
And what was that?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, again, one of the things that this court has to determine is if Mr. Warner was a person, if you determine that she's deceased, was the person that killed Miss Warner. So it's certainly relevant other relationships she had.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You said Mr. Hardy, or did you give a first name?
Greg Hardy, Mr. Hardy. Yep. So did you observe anything between Miss Warner and Mr. Hardy?
they would bicker about anything in the world anytime they had contact almost. And Greg would, at the time of April 23rd, they had stored some anhydrous ammonia there for Greg, and Dee was upset about it because it was always an argument that she ended up having about weighing the wagons out correct or something like that.
So 2 days before she was last seen, she got into an argument.
I wasn't there for an argument between
Okay.
her. I
Well, then-
overheard it.
Again, only what you have witnessed. That's all you
Okay.
can testify about.
Sir.
Have you seen Miss Warner interact with Angelina? Again, anything you've witnessed, seen with
Yes.
your own eyes, what
Yes.
have you seen?
I seen a few times that she would correct Angelina in a way that no mother should ever correct the child.
What do you mean correct?
Like, get the F off of me, I'm on the phone or something like that.
Objection. This is character evidence. It's irrelevant. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, we had testimony from Miss Alexander about Miss Warner's relationship with Angelina, so I think it's fair to have another witness describe his experience of their relationship.
Prosecutor, open the door.
So you said correct. What do you mean by that?
She would just, Angelina would be like any kid and climb on their mom or anything like that. And Dee would just say, get off me. I'm not going to use the word that she used.
Was it
here
a
in the-
swear word?
Yes. And I'm not going to use that here.
Did you notice a difference in Miss Warner's relationship with Angelina as time went on?
It just seemed like that increased more as time went on. And then she would do that, and you could tell that she felt bad about doing it. It's just like, she's just like, what did I do? You know, when she would do that.
Y'all, all my ladies, she was 52 years old when she went missing. I need you all to chime in the chat for me, because a lot of this behavior sounds very, very reminiscent to myself when you have unregulated hormones, they're meaning perimenopausal, and little things can set you off, and in the middle of you saying and doing what you're doing, you know you shouldn't, and you're trying to stop it, but you can't, and it's already out. And then afterwards you're like, I'm so sorry. Am I the only one that is kind of picking up on this, being exceptionally reactive about things? I'm just saying, there's a very strong possibility this was a hormonal imbalance, and that's why she was reacting the way she was to so many stressors in her life. I'm a little tired of our society not giving women grace when it comes to hormone imbalances, whether that is postpartum depression, whether that is perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause, whatever it is. Y'all, everybody needs to talk about this a whole lot more, because this guy throwing shade about how she's talking to her daughter is absolutely triggering me about having hormonal issues that I myself had. You know, in the midst of what you're doing that you should not be saying or doing whatever you're doing, but you can't stop it. So until those chemicals in your body get evened out, stuff like this can happen. Oh, Kelly, you were told twice this weekend that you're being mean. You're not mean, but you're 50. Hey, go get your hormones checked. I'm telling you. Stuff happens. You don't have control. It's not your fault. And this is sounding very, very, very much like what was going on with her. So I shall hop down off of my soapbox here, but it gets me upset that there's this stigma, and women are made to feel that we're unstable because of chemical imbalances that we don't have any control over. It's got to stop. We need to talk about this. It needs to be an open conversation. There needs to be compassion and understanding to every single loved one in our lives, because it's a real thing. Stop trying to make it sound like it's something bad. If I needed my knee replaced, I'd go to the doctor and I'd get my knee replaced. So if I need my hormones balanced, why wouldn't I go to the doctor and get my hormones balanced? It's the same thing. We got to stop with this. Mental health has to be made a bigger priority in our society. All right, I'm officially off my soapbox now.
It's not, it's just, I don't know if it's just she, like,
hormones.
She said it before she thought, and then you could just tell that she felt bad after she said that.
Okay.
That is absolutely
Mr.
hormone.
Kneering, do you have any personal knowledge about what happened to Miss Warner?
No, I do not.
Do you have any personal knowledge about where she is currently at?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Oh, honey, you stay seated there. They ain't done with you. Nice try, bucko.
All right, you testified that Dee and Dale had keys to the office, and then you said Zach and Stephanie, but you went like, Do you have knowledge that Zach and Stephanie have a key to the office, or are you guessing?
Zach Bach and Stephanie Vlecki had keys to the office, ma'am.
Okay.
They would let themselves in or out of the office as needed.
Okay. And you testified
Why are you coming in
about,
hot, sir? What's going
Dee's
on?
relationship with Angelina and things that you observed. Is that correct?
That is true, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember when the first time you spoke with law enforcement was?
It was May. It was about a week. Well, they were there on the Tuesday after this started. There were 2 state police detectives at Dee's desk on the computer.
Okay. So
And
that was
then
in,
probably a week after, it was a Tuesday, I believe, a Tuesday evening, Deputy Hall called me on the phone. It was like 7:00 at night.
so is
on
that
phone.
still the first time that you talked to law enforcement?
Are you meaning interviewed, ma'am?
I
Or
said, when is the first time you spoke with law enforcement?
it was the state police detectives on the Tuesday at the farm when they were there?
Okay, so the 25th, 26th, would that be the 27th of April?
Yes, on a
Okay.
Tuesday.
And do you recall the next time you spoke with law enforcement?
It was on probably a week after that. It would have been the 3rd or 4th of May. I believe it was Deputy Hall from the Sheriff's Department. I spoke to him on the phone. And then a week after that, I spoke to Detective Greca here at the Sheriff's Office in Adrian. Then on March 28th of 2022, I was interviewed in Ann Arbor at the FBI office with Detectives Drewer, Singleton, and Agent Buchanan with the FBI.
Were you ever interviewed in your home?
Y'all. What is happening? Everything was fine. What is happening? This man just like flipped on a dime. What are we doing right now? Oh.
By law enforcement?
They came and picked my phone up.
Okay.
It was like February 10th of 2022.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. And
Yeah.
during those
Yeah.
first interactions, did you describe Dee's relationship with Angelina to officers?
I mentioned that she would say that type of thing to her, that she talked to her,
Sir,
Like
I
it
do
was-
not like
Did
you
you in the
now.
first interviews?
I don't know if it was the first interviews, ma'am. I don't recall.
How often would you see Angelina with her mother?
When she was growing up, I saw her pretty much daily. Once she got into school, if I was in and out, it depended on where I was at that day.
She's still growing up if she's in school, sir. You're not grown up at 4 or 5. What is happening? Seriously.
Did you know Dee to watch her grandkids?
I saw Dee watched Cora, her granddaughter, when she was a baby, and she watched Olivia, her granddaughter, when she was a baby, when she was, up until the age where they would go to daycare.
Me too, semantics. I like this man at the start. Now I don't. Like, what happened to him? Oh, I'm going to remember him when the trial starts. Oh, boy, am I going to remember him. I want to see what kind of shade he throws
Do you
then.
recall? So you said you talked to Deputy Hall on May 3rd or 4th. Is that, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And Do you recall telling Deputy Hall she has a 9-year-old daughter they're joined at the hip?
They were joined at the hip, but Dee would sometimes talk to Angelina the way I just said she did, ma'am.
I'm asking the questions. I just want you to answer them. okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, you need to step off because now you've just gone and pissed me off.
Did you continue to work for DDW Investments after April 25th, 2021?
Yes.
And how long did you work for DDW Investments?
From that time,
Correct.
Yup.
it was October of 2021. Or hang on a minute here. It was November of 2021.
Okay. Did you continue to work for Dale?
Yes,
Okay. In what capacity?
I did the same thing. I ran the trucking business.
Okay. What do you mean the trucking business? You just said you stopped in November.
DDW Transportation.
Is this different than DDW Investments?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me why.
Because for one thing, I wasn't going to work for DDW Investments anymore
Okay. And how long did you work for DDW Transportation?
until June of 2022.
And who worked at DDW Transportation?
The same people, the guys that work for me, the drivers,
Okay. What about in the office?
just me and Dale's daughters.
Okay. Did you communicate with Dale regularly?
Yes.
All right. Did you communicate with anybody else regularly about the business?
Mark Weisberg was there as well.
How come he didn't get asked if he watched any of the testimony? Everybody else has been asked. All of the people in Dee's family have been asked. How come she didn't ask him? What's that face? Get that mug down, sir.
After April 25th,
God.
2021, when is the very next time you go to the Warner's home?
I got back that afternoon from Chicago and I was there and, just that was it. I was back that afternoon.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Dale about staying at DDW?
No, I didn't have a conversation with him. I just did it. I took it upon myself to just stay and that's what I did.
Did you ever tell anybody that Dale told you to come back, that Dee wasn't going to be a part of the business anymore?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Well,
You testified that Dee and Dale purchased her wedding ring at Hackers Jewelers. Were you with them?
No, but I saw there was a receipt of it. So
Okay,
I
you have no idea what you saw a receipt for, correct?
I didn't see that it was written on there, a wedding ring, but it was
Okay.
the time they were,
Okay.
but she,
Oh, please speculate some more. Tons
Did
of
you ever
speculation.
see Dale Warner grab
Come
Lena and spank her?
I saw him spank her once she'd gotten kind of mouthy and
Okay.
it was just, and it wasn't a violent spank. It was just,
So we can qualify
We-
that.
people our age, we got spanked. It was nothing violent or anything like that, man.
Okay. This male chauvinistic jackwagon has pissed me right off because that's what this is. It's okay for a man to spank a female child, but Dee, on the other hand, she just did not behave in a motherly fashion. Sir, I'm going to need you to get down off of that witness stand because I want to smack that smirk right off your face. Ooh, I'm feeling such rage right now. Oh my goodness. And y'all, I just want you to know this rage, this is while my hormones are balanced.
Kind of offended that you suggest we're the same age.
Hey now. I'm not as old as I look. I feel it some days, but
You indicated Dee came to see you at the hospital and you had some kind of treatment.
yeah,
And what hospital was this?
St. Joe's.
St. Joe's. And who was all in the room with you?
Just her and me. That was all at the time that they would allow.
Can you remind me again when this was?
It was August 20th of 2020.
August of 2020.
Yes.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for allowing me the rage.
I have nothing further.
Get this toad off of the witness stand. Oh my goodness. I did not see that one coming, y'all. Whew. Oh, boy, oh boy. All right, so we are now going to get into some
People
detective
would call
work.
Daniel Dreyer.
We have heard this gentleman's name several times during these proceedings, and I want to make sure I have everything caught up the way that I need it for all of you. I believe this is, oh, doggone it, Janet. Let me write his name down. It is Daniel Drewer. Drewer, I think is how you say it. He was the lead investigator. All righty. Not the one that they had to chase all over Ohio. Not that one. This would be the investigator. I think the lead detective is who they had to chase. All right. Y'all ready? Here we go. Yeah. It's okay, but don't say the F
Raise your right
word.
hand, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Speak loudly in the microphone. Spell your first and last name.
Daniel Drewer by the Michigan Department of State Police.
And how long have you been with the Michigan State Police?
I am going
Just over 10
to
years, ma'am.
get through
What's
some
your
of
current
this
role?
because I don't care about his background. I want to know what he has to say
in order to
about
become a
this case.
trooper with the Michigan State, to become, and then we have continued in tactics, interviewed interrogation.
If you all want to watch
analyzing
all of
evidence.
his background, you can do that another time.
In business.
I'm
Yes, ma'am.
flippity flipping.
Okay, and
March, 2 years.
two,
Yes,
March, okay. And so at that point, it was to assist in the investigation?
that's correct.
All right, and who were you working with from the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
There were several people involved. My primary contact was Detective Greca.
And
I'm sorry, didn't hear that.
Detective Greca, sorry, Judge.
Detective Greca, that's the one that flew to Ohio. Not like flew,
and at
Like-
some point,
bound.
did you take this case on full time?
Yes,
And when was that?
that was August of the same year.
Okay. When you became involved, either with the Sheriff's Department assist or when you took it over full time, what did you do first?
Initially, when I first became involved in aiding the Sheriff's Department, my primary goal, aside from getting up to, I'll say, speed, so to speak, just becoming more knowledgeable on the case and circumstances, was due to length of time since the incident. It had been almost a year. My primary goal was to make sure we had collected and possessed all of the evidence that could go away. So certain evidence expires over time. My primary goal, let's figure out what that is and make sure we have that.
Okay, and as a result of that, what did you do?
We did do a search warrant back at the Munker Road residence.
Okay. Do you recall what date that was?
I don't. It was within the first couple of months of assisting. So that spring going into summer of 22.
Okay, and when you say on the Munger Road home, what did that search warrant entail?
That search warrant was for the residence that Dee Warner had lived in up till 4/25/21, and all of the outbuildings on that property, including vehicles. The primary reason for the search warrant was electronic devices, but other things were covered in that warrant also.
Okay. Was there land associated with that Munger Road residence?
Yes, the landing surrounding curtilage.
Okay, do you know how much land was associated with that particular property?
I'd be estimating, ma'am.
Okay, can you give me an approximate?
It's about 20 acres, I think.
Okay. And did you seize electronics on that particular date?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, tell us all about the
Did you do
electronics.
any other search warrants? Not necessarily that day. Did you yourself draft any other search warrants when you took this case over?
I did other search warrants in the assisting capacity leading up before August.
Okay, and what were you doing search warrants for? Like what types of items or property or?
There was a search warrant in close proximity to that one for an additional electronic device. I can't recall if those search warrants included the seizing of the devices and the forensic search of it, but I may have drafted another one to actually search the devices that were seized. And I'm sure there's a couple more that I drafted in an assisting capacity, but I can't recall what they were.
Okay. During the execution of those search warrants, did you ever come across Dee's physical phone? A phone that was, I apologize, I'll reword that. A phone that was identified as Dee's physical phone.
That's kind of a complicated answer. So we seized devices
Oh.
that we now know were her previous phones. So maybe a phone that she had in years past. I came in contact with a phone that had her data on it that she never possessed. But as far as the phone that she would have been in possession
What?
of the weeks and days leading up to her disappearance, no. So in other words, the phone that she would have possessed on the weekend of 4/25/21, we have never discovered that phone. No, ma'am.
Okay.
What? Oh, I'm fascinated by this.
Once you took the investigation over from the sheriff's department, did you draft any other search warrants?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those search warrants for?
That's a long list, ma'am. We did search warrants for healthcare records, phone records. We searched numerous vehicles a number of different ways. We got records from OnStar. We got records for social media. We did several land searches. We searched residences of secondary parties, their electronic devices. We've done search warrants for what I'll refer to as internet-related accounts. So Google, for instance, several search warrants to Google, to Yahoo. I can't think of, we've done search warrants for things of a biological nature through our lab.
What about
Yo.
bank accounts?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we did numerous financial search warrants for several different institutions, banking institutions.
Okay.
And
Quick, want to remind everyone, it is a Cadillac that she drove most of the time. Cadillac is a General Motors product. That means it will have OnStar on it. And if you all watched Murdoch, you know there's a lot of information you can get from OnStar with these vehicles. So if he tries to claim any kind of craziness, we're gonna know in short order whether he's lying or not.
credit as well. Credit check, essentially, search warrant for the credit bureaus.
When you say you did several search warrants for bank accounts, did you get data back from as a result of those?
Yes.
All right, and how many bank accounts do you believe you discovered as a result of that?
Those search warrants were done in phases, so only because of discovering new accounts, getting search warrants. In total, I'd be estimating how many total accounts there were associated with this case. It would be, I would say, over a dozen.
Okay, when you say associated with this case, what do you mean by that?
There were bank accounts associated with just Dee Warner. There are
Okay.
bank accounts associated with their business entities. There are bank accounts associated with just Dale Warner. There are bank accounts associated with Dale Warner and another party. There are bank accounts associated with just Zach Bach. There are bank accounts associated with another gentleman, Chris Wallach.
Who's Chris
You
Wallach?
said there are bank accounts associated with Dale and Zach.
Dale and
Not
another
those two together.
person.
Okay.
Sorry if I
That's
misspoke.
right. No.
Dee and Zach, I may have misspoke. Dee and Zach
Okay.
had accounts associated together.
Okay.
No, Dale and another person is what I heard. I want to know who that is, and I want to know who this Chris character is. Tell me everything,
And
Daniel.
let's focus on Dee's personal accounts for a minute, okay? Did you review all those records that you received back from the bank on her accounts?
Yes.
Okay, and did you notice a pattern? First off, let's start. When did the date range start for the records that you received?
Most of the bank records that we received date back to January of 2020.
Okay, and
There-
what was,
if I may, ma'am, there are some records that we requested for a larger span of time, but those are not her sole accounts.
okay,
Interesting.
what's the end date on the search warrants?
The end date is written to present day. We read the language in my search warrant. So if I'm writing the search warrant on August 1st, 2023, it's going to give me information to that day.
Okay. When you reviewed those bank
I thought it
statements
was
that were in
Wallach.
sole ownership of Dee Warner, did you look at a pattern between January 2020 and April 25th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe, if you can, like on a monthly basis, what's the typical pattern for that?
Objection, this is going to be based on hearsay. I don't believe these records have not been admitted, but I also don't believe they're proposed records. And I'm specifically looking at proposed exhibit 15 with the listing on there. I don't see anything related to financial records.
How did I know it was snarky snark?
That is correct. They are, again, they're business records, which he is relying on to make his conclusions. I can print every single statement and bring them down through the
I
court.
will allow it in for preliminary exam purposes.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Tell me about the pattern of activity starting in January 2020 to April 25th, 2021 on a monthly basis? What did that monthly usage look like?
There were several accounts that had just Dee Warner's name on them. Their uses were for different things, so it's hard to put them all in the same bucket. But essentially, the accounts had regular use throughout the months.
Can you define what you mean by regular use?
There was deposits and withdrawals into the accounts on a regular basis. Regular meaning some might be multiple times a week, some might be once a week, but each of those accounts in her name essentially have those similar types of transaction history.
Were there times where it was every single day there were transactions being made?
Yes. Maybe not every single day for the full month, but there'd be consecutive days on a consistent basis.
Okay, and that was just for the account in Dee's name alone?
Yes.
Okay, now, how many business accounts did you get bank statements for?
Has to be at least 5 or 6. I'm not certain how many.
Okay, and again, give me the time frame that we're looking at on those.
Some of them date back to all the way of 2019. Some were just at 2020 to April or to present day when I wrote the warrant. So it depends on the business. I'm not certain if from memory I could differentiate for you.
Okay. Were any of those business accounts listed as the bank with a sole owner?
Yes.
Do you recall how many of those accounts were listed with a sole owner?
I don't. And now that you say that, ma'am, the business accounts might all have someone else associated with it. For instance, I'm thinking of DW. I'm near certain that D and Zach were on that account. Now that I say that, I'm not certain that D had any business account with no one else on it.
Okay, so when you say
That would not
associated
be
with,
smart.
do you mean it could be not a joint owner or an authorized signer or anything in that capacity?
That combination or one or the other, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
You're going to want signers on your business.
and I'm sorry, how many
account.
business accounts did you say there were?
No less than 5 or 6.
Okay,
That's a complicated answer because some of the businesses that they had previous bank accounts also. So they may only have 4 or 5 businesses on paper, but we might have 10 different accounts. Does that make sense? They might have moved institutions or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Tell us everything, Daniel. Keep talking. I want to pick up what you're laying
On the
down.
accounts solely owned by D, was there a balance on that account on April 25th, 2021?
I asked it, are we on business now, or this is personal or business? And I did hear him say originally sole owner, but then there might have been someone else associated. So if he doesn't have the clear answer, I'd ask him to refresh his memory, because this is getting a little vague. I think there might have been someone else. I mean, I don't even think he has the personal knowledge for some of this.
I think we do need some clarification on this last question specifically.
The accounts owned solely by D that were her personal accounts, not the business accounts. Was there a balance on those on April 25th, 2021?
Yes, there was cash available in those accounts.
Okay. And after April 25th, 2021, were there any transactions on those personal accounts that you just testified to?
Yes, there were transactions on those accounts, which were attributed to,
Card swipes prior to.
in essence, a conservator taking the account over.
Oh,
So the transactions were not conducted by Dee Warner. If that makes sense.
Okay. Were there any deposits put in that account after April 25th, 2021?
Yes, there were payroll deposits.
Okay.
but then those
And
stopped.
were there any withdrawals after April 25th, 2021
Withdrawals?
that were not attributable to the conservator?
Does she mean withdrawals?
No, ma'am.
It's withdrawals, just so you all
indicated
know.
that you executed some search warrants on medical. Is that correct?
For medical records and for Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay, so Blue Cross Blue Shield, how far back did your request for records go?
Through January of 2020.
Okay, and did you receive those records?
Yes.
And would that be the same thing? It was to present day whenever you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me an approximate month and year that you executed that search warrant?
I believe that was the fall or winter of, I'm not sure, ma'am, I'm sorry. I want to say the fall or winter of 23, but I could have done it earlier.
Okay. Did you review the records that you received back from Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yes.
Okay, and starting in January 2020 22 up to April 25th, 2021, did you notice any type of pattern in their use of that medical?
January 2020 to April 2020.
January 2020 to April 2021, I apologize.
I'm sorry, I think I almost heard you. January of 2020 or 2021?
January of 2020, that's when you said you wrote the
Correct.
start date, okay? So January 2020 through April 25th, 2021. Do you see a pattern of use on that Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yes.
Okay, describe that to me, for me.
There are two different avenues to explain her health insurance coverage and use. Essentially, you have medical billing and then her prescription billing.
Okay.
Do you have a preference?
Let's talk about the medical first.
Okay.
Tell me about the pattern.
She had numerous uses per month very consistently in that time span. So there were times she would have what appeared to be 3 or 4 medical billings a week. It would be very difficult to find a singular week that she didn't have one. And most of those times are attributed to a vacation where she's out of town.
Interesting.
After April 25th, 2021, is there any medical use on the Blue Cross Blue Shield medical portion?
No.
And you discussed prescriptions?
Yes.
All right, tell me about that.
The prescription billings on the account are very similar in activity as described as the doctors. There are numerous billings per month very consistently in that time span. It appears that she picked up prescriptions very regularly. Perhaps not weekly, but very close.
And again, can you give me a time frame on that? Was that also January 2020?
Yes.
Okay. After April 25th, 2021, is there any activity for prescriptions?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
There were 2 transactions at a CVS pharmacy in Tecumseh. There were prescriptions that were auto-filled that weren't picked up. So CVS charged Blue Cross Blue Shield when they weren't picked up after a certain amount of time. That was then refunded back to CVS. Or I'm sorry, refunded back to Blue Cross from CVS.
Any activity after that?
No.
So she's not even picking up her
You
medication.
indicated that you did search warrants for social media.
Yes.
And what in particular did you do those search warrants for?
For Snapchat and Facebook.
Okay, when you say Facebook, is Facebook and Facebook Messenger the same, or do you have to do separate search warrants? Or
Our search warrant contained a request for both record sets.
okay, and what was the request date range for those items?
I don't recall the start. I want to say it's also January of 2020, but I'm not certain. And it would have been written to present date whenever the search warrant was authored.
When you were writing the search warrants for all these, some of these different things, did you expand the time frame for any particular reason?
Yes, I expanded that time frame on the front end dating backward to establish a basic pattern of life.
Okay.
Oh,
And specific with Facebook, it was to see if I could find any communications through Messenger that may not have been on her phone. For instance, if she was messaging somebody that perhaps other people didn't know about.
Okay. Did you in fact get records back from Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. And
oh,
again,
tell
is
us
that
all
the same
about
that
it.
the end date for those requests would be whatever date that you requested them?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review the documents that you received back from Facebook?
Yes.
And was there a pattern of activity on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
The pattern was very regular. So things were posted in a regular capacity, messages were exchanged with friends in a regular capacity, near daily use, essentially on a daily occurrence of her interacting with Facebook in some way.
Okay. When you say interacting with Facebook in some way, are you also referring to Messenger? Because for some reason I look at them differently in my head. So is there some different data you have for Messenger, or is that the same?
The messaging data is kind of intermingled. So when I say interacting, I mean, each day she's posting something on someone else's page, for instance, commenting on something or sending a message. I kind of think of it as using Facebook in those capacities.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't look at it that way
You
either.
indicated you did a search warrant for Snapchat.
Yes.
Did you receive any data back from them?
I received a response that contained no data.
And are you familiar with Snapchat?
I am.
Oh, boy.
Do you have an explanation of why there is no data?
Nothing?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me.
Snapchat, by its nature, is meant to get rid of the messages and interactions you have with people. So it is not uncommon for us to get search warrant results that say they have no results, especially given the length of time in between in between when she was last seen and when I authored the search warrant, it had been at least a year. So I wasn't surprised to see that there was no response.
You did search warrants for a lot of electronics, correct?
Yes.
All right, and let's talk specifically about cell phones.
Yes, let's talk
Did you do a
about
search
cell
warrant for something
phones.
called FOG?
Yes.
Fog, what is that?
FOG is essentially the one of the companies that collects and sells your information for advertisers.
Oh, really?
For instance, maybe you've driven by the same Radio Shack every day for a month.
Oh, well, we hate
You're going to
them.
start receiving ads on your phone
At least
specific to
I
that Radio
do.
Shack, hypothetically. So FOG is a
I don't
housing
like
body
FOG.
of that housing data, essentially tracking your phone's location, your common routes,
Yeah,
and they're
no
selling it
way.
to advertisers to target you and where you go.
Okay, and what was the purpose of doing that FOG search warrant?
That type of electronic data capture is valuable for investigators when they're looking for a particular device that may not be known in a particular geography at a particular time. For instance, if I'm looking for someone at the Munger Road Farm during a certain time and it's an unknown electronic device, FOG may have captured that phone device.
I'm assuming that's through geofencing of some kind is what he's talking
Did you get a
about.
response from FOG?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
No devices were detected at the farm during the weekend of 4/25/21.
No devices or no unknown devices?
I believe there were no devices. So FOG does not claim to be 100%. They have
Wow.
they have documentation about doing a particular data set at Ford Field during a football game, for instance, and I forget the percentage, but it wasn't every device that was there.
Okay. And
Well, that makes sense to me. Ford
geofence. Did
Field.
you do a search warrant, a geofence search warrant?
That's Google. Yes, ma'am.
Google, okay.
Geofence.
Can you explain what that one is?
A geofence search warrant is using similar technology as I described with FOG. However, it's specific to Google. So any application on a phone or mobile device that's running a Google-based application or Android application supported by Google is going to be typically giving electronic data to Google.
By the way, for my non-Michiganders and possible non-football fans, Ford Field is the stadium in which the Detroit Lions always play their home games. And so what he's referring to when he said that the percentage was off, that kind of makes sense to me because there were tens of thousands of people that were at Ford Field. So if their percentage of capturing every single device that was there was lower in that situation, I don't necessarily find that alarming. But Ford Field is the stadium there. So now that you're all caught up to speed on that.
You essentially draw a hypothetical square around an area and tell Google, I want every device that was in this area at this particular time.
Right.
Okay, and what area did you tell Google that you wanted?
They have a minimum area. I forget how small it can be, but essentially it was overlaid over top of the Munger farm.
Okay. When you say the farm, what do you mean?
I mean the residents and the surrounding curtilage, as small as I can make that window.
Okay.
On 4/25/21 was the data set.
Okay, 4/25/21. Is there a time frame?
I think it went from 5 or 6 a.m. till 10 a.m. Somewhere in there. I'm not certain.
They needed to go back
Results after
further.
that.
Yes.
Okay, and what were those?
We did have one device detected within that area.
Okay.
Do tell.
And when you say
What device?
tell me. It's Google. So do I have to be connected to a Wi-Fi or anything like that for my phone to interact with this particular geofence?
You have to have some form of data connection, and you have to have your phone has to be operating a Google or Android supported app that's allowing location data.
Okay.
Ah,
You said you located one device in
Yes.
that. Okay, and were you able to identify the owner of that device?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
Dustin Lally.
who? Whoa, what? Dustin.
And
Oh,
who is Dustin
oh.
Lally?
Dustin Lally is the
Son-in-law.
romantic partner of Raquel, Dee's daughter.
Now, I know you testified that you didn't have Dee's physical phone that she owned on the day she went missing, but did you do a search warrant for her phone data?
Yes.
Okay, so I might use the wrong terms. Feel free to correct me if you want. So when I say phone data, I mean anything that would have been within her phone at the time she went missing. Okay. When I say phone, I don't mean physical phone. I mean is iCloud or whatever the device uses. Okay. So Who do you send the search warrant for her phone to?
There's a couple of ways to answer that question. So because her known phone was an Apple iPhone, search warrants were sent to Apple to get that information.
Okay.
However, we served search warrants to Dale Warner for the phone that possessed her data.
Okay. Did you also serve any search warrants to Verizon?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have a time frame for the records that you requested from Verizon?
There were several search warrants served to Verizon. My search warrant was not drafted until 2022. The Sheriff's Department did search warrants in 2021, beginning of May 2021. There was also a request for exigent information on 4/25/21.
Okay. Did you review the Verizon records for Dee Warner that you received?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a pattern of use on her phone?
Yes.
Okay. And what applications or things were being used on her phone? I don't know if I said that right. So like, you know, you can make a phone call, you can text, you can do all kinds of things on your phone. What was she using on her phone?
With the records that we received, we're only able to see her mobile phone and data use, essentially. So whatever Verizon and the iCloud report, which are phone calls, text messages, data usage for apps, it doesn't specifically tell you how much data you're using.
Oh, tell me
and
all
then
about the
Apple
text
messages.
messages. Tell me all about it.
Dee Warner. Now, specific to the iCloud for Dee Warner, that's the one that, is that the one that you just testified that you served on Apple?
Yes, and that search warrant, if I can expand a little
Excuse
bit.
me, Your Honor. May we approach? Thank you.
Oh boy. We're approaching. Let me flippity flip us. Make sure you all stay safe while I flip us.
Media who are either. It has come to the court's attention that there are members of the media who are either recording or viewing notes that are on the defense table. If you are seen doing that, you will be removed and banned from the courtroom. That is absolutely not allowed and will not be permitted.
Wow.
I think we left off with the iCloud.
We
for
did.
Dee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If I could expand on those search warrants.
Yes, please.
Search warrants were served initially by the county. There was an issue with retrieving some of that data. We then made a request for that same data set, which was delivered, and then we did an additional search warrant, several additional search warrants to Apple for more data.
Okay. And was that the iCloud data that you received in response to that?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what is the cloud? What is iCloud?
The cloud is Apple's, the iCloud is Apple's way of managing and storing user data. So depending on how you set up your phone is going to dictate what your phone is sending to the cloud, so to speak. In case you lose your device, they're able to give you back everything you had saved on it.
Okay. And what types of things did Dee have saved in her iCloud?
Primarily messages and pictures.
Okay.
So Apple Messages, pictures. There's some location data. There were some other application data, but the bulk of that Apple iCloud dump is contacts through Messenger and photos.
Hmm.
And the
And
iCloud data
all
you
stopped
you
when?
received, I apologize, went back years before 2021. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the date that it goes back to?
I'm near certain we have data going back to 2017.
Okay. And when you're reviewing that data for the iCloud, is there a pattern of activity on there?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk first about text messaging. Was there a pattern of text messages?
Through the iCloud, I'm not being cute, would be iMessages or Apple Messages. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so no, I thank you for correcting me. So the iMessages do not get saved in the iCloud. Is that what you're saying?
The opposite. Those are the only messages saved in the iCloud. So if you were to possess a iPhone supported by Verizon, if you send an Android user a text message, Verizon's going to have that record. If you send another Apple person, an iPhone user, an Apple message, that will be stored in the cloud.
Okay, so your review of the cloud is apple to apple as far as text messages go.
Correct.
Okay, was there a pattern of use in those text messages?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what the use looked like for, let's say, a period of January 2020 through April 25th, 2021.
There was hundreds of messages exchanged each day.
Okay.
That doesn't surprise
And-
me. Everybody has said she had her
Let's talk
phone on her
about
all
phone
the
calls
time.
or
So
voice calls. Is that what it's called? Voice calls? Okay. Is that a yes? You have to say,
Well, that would not be necessarily supported through the iCloud, though. That would be through Verizon.
okay, so the voice calls are going to be through Verizon.
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't see any evidence of that in the iCloud.
There might be some call logs, but I didn't analyze that data for the signs of life that you're getting to.
Okay, all right.
I
So you
probably
didn't
need
analyze
a
any phone calls?
Celebrate person,
Not from the cloud. That would be
not
from Verizon.
Ian with
So you did for Verizon.
Correct.
Okay, tell me what kind of pattern you noticed there.
The average day would consist of more than 10 phone calls per day, incoming and outgoing.
Okay, and pictures?
Yes, a very regular exchange of pictures through her phone. Yes.
Okay, what do you mean exchange?
Receiving and sending.
Okay,
How many of those phone calls were spam? Because like 10 of mine a day are spam. Just asking.
after April 25th, 2021, is there any activity, first let's talk about the iCloud, any activity on the iCloud?
The activity related to the iCloud after 4/25/21 is either due to an investigator's manipulation. We did access her iCloud to an attempt to retrieve some data.
Okay.
Or on at least 2 different instances, Dale Warner obtained a phone and put her iCloud information on it, I believe, to further the business. So we could use that information for the business,
Oh.
that phone number.
Okay,
Okay.
Essentially,
right.
her phone number was tied to her cloud account, and he activated that phone, in my understanding, to use as a business phone. And so that was an activity on her cloud account.
Still find that a
as
little
far as the
shady.
Verizon records that you reviewed, are there any phone calls from Dee Warner's number after 4/25/2021?
There was some very limited activity last winter, and it was the situation I previously described. They had reactivated that phone number for the business, and there were some calls made on that line.
So the situation you're talking about where Dale got a new phone and downloaded this, what is it? You download the iCloud to a new phone?
That's correct.
Okay. And so May 10th of what year did you do a search warrant for that phone?
We did a search warrant for that phone on May 10th of 22.
Of 22, okay. And what was the search warrant for? What were you gonna do?
Well, we had done a search warrant just previous to that at the Munger residence to retrieve electronic devices.
Okay,
While there, I had contact with Dale Warner and asked him, I knew of this specific phone that he had with this iCloud information, and I asked him, where is that phone? His answer was, he pointed to the devices on the table and said, you had it.
okay. So you asked for the specific phone that he had Dee's information on,
Correct.
okay? And he told you already had it,
Correct.
okay. And then, did you have it?
No.
Okay. At some point, you come to realize that Dale still has that phone in his possession?
Yes.
How is that?
We had collected, it must be over 100 Apple devices or electronic devices from the house that day.
Okay.
I hadn't yet reconciled each device and what it was. This is probably a day or two later. In an effort to help him continue, his life and his business, I told him I would work to get him certain devices back as fast as possible. His primary iPad, for instance, business computers. He contacts me to schedule that, and he calls me from Dee's phone number.
Oh, what?
Okay, did you ask him about that?
I waited until I hung up and then took action to go and retrieve that device, obviously realizing that he had it.
Okay, and did you
Shut
want
the
a phone for
front door.
that? And where did you get that phone from?
We went back to the residence on Munger Road and made contact with Dale initially at the office.
Okay, and did you ask him about that phone?
I did.
Tell me about that conversation.
Dale stated, upon arriving, I informed Dale that we needed that phone. I can't recall how I came to know that it was in a vehicle parked in front of the office. I'm not sure if Dale told me that or someone else. In any case, I discovered it was in a vehicle parked just a few feet away in the office, and Dale was not complying with giving that device.
Okay, what do you mean?
Wow.
I told him that he needed to provide it, and he did not want to do so. He refused.
Wow. Oh, this is the tea I've been waiting to be
ask you when we talked
spilled.
about the Facebook, the records after April 25th, 2021. Do you see any activity on Dee's Facebook?
No.
As part of your investigation, when you took over this, what
Among
else
many
did you
other
do?
things.
Upon the state police receiving investigation in the sheriff's department, our first step was to do a little housekeeping and get the case organized. So as a transfer of property, we received thousands of pages of documents. We began to organize it so we could essentially start the investigation over. So that included conducting our own interviews. We were already evaluating electronic media based on the search warrants I just described to you, so we were continuing to do that, but as the housing agency instead of an assisting capacity.
Did you also, you said you conducted your own interviews. Did you watch any of the original Lenawee County Sheriff's Department body cams?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall interviewing Brian Bush?
Yes.
Do you know what date that was?
That was the first week of June of last year, I believe.
I think that's probably 2023.
And where did you meet Brian Bush at?
I first came in contact with him at his residence.
Okay. And did you have a discussion with Brian about the GPS tracker for the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay. And did he indicate to you?
Objection, hearsay.
It's a prior inconsistent statement. I questioned Brian Bush about it. There were certain statements that he eventually acknowledged that he made, and there were other statements that he flat out denied. This is absolutely not hearsay, is a prior inconsistent statement.
Which she could have addressed with Mr. Bush when he was on the stand, not getting it hearsay through Detective Sergeant Dewar.
I did question Mr. Bush about it, and again, he denied this portion of it. Did Brian Bush tell you about the Hummer tracker?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you what Dale asked him to do?
He stated Dale came to him and said, I need you to buy me a tracker for the Hummer.
Okay. And did he tell you what Dale wanted the tracker for?
So he could spy on Dee because he thought she was having an affair.
Okay. Did you ask him if there was any other use or purpose for that tracker?
I did.
Okay. And what was his response?
He stated no.
Okay. Did you also speak to Mr. Bush
Was
about
definitely a tracker.
Dale's statements to him the morning of April 25th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want y'all to know, because I'm sure you have the exact same question that I had. Who the heck is Brian Bush and what is this testimony? I don't have it. I am looking and I don't see that he is an individual in this playlist that was provided by WTOL. So I think we're going to get all the information we need to get through investigator Drew. No, how do I say that? Yeah, Drew. Oh, it's hard to say. So don't be asking me all about it in the chat because I've already looked and I can't find it. So unless somebody else finds it and can send me a link.
And did he tell you that Dale told him that there was a big argument that night before?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you that the argument?
Your Honor, I am going to object again as to leading. And so it's just essentially the prosecutor asking leading questions and then now Detective Drewer saying yes. Thank you.
Did Brian tell you what Dale told him the argument was about?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you?
Brian stated Dale told him that the argument on the evening of 4/24/21 was because Dale confronted her about money and cheating.
No, I think
Did
it might
you
have
talk
gone the
to
other
Brian
way
Bush
around.
about the safe that was placed in the home, or the camera? I apologize. The camera, the trail cam that was placed in the home.
Yes.
Okay. And did he indicate to you what the purpose for that was for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose?
Brian stated Dale knew about a safe that was some form of secret upstairs in Zach's room, and there were documents and maybe secret money in there, and he wanted the camera to see who was coming and going from that safe.
Okay. When he said who was coming and going, was he specific about who was coming and going?
In particular, Zach.
Okay.
Y'all realize if he put a trail cam in there to see who was going in and out, there's a very strong possibility that he got to see what the combination was to that safe as well, which I think is probably what the initial intent of putting that trail cam in there. Holy smokes, this man. Oh my goodness.
Did he say anything at all about strangers coming in?
No.
Did you come into possession of surveillance video from the Munger farm.
Yes,
And how did you come into possession of that?
that was in the transfer of property from the Lenawee County Sheriff's Office, our department.
Okay. And did you review any of that data?
Yes,
And did you do anything in particular with that surveillance video?
there were several things that we did. Yes.
Okay. And tell me what you did.
One of the first steps that we took was to verify that the time in the video was accurate.
Okay. And tell me how you did that.
At
Oh,
first
I hope we're
glance,
not
the,
gonna get into
the video
drift.
clearly had a discrepancy. There's a time on the video. I think it's in the upper right-hand corner. It says one date and time, and that doesn't appear to be coinciding with the actual date and time.
Are there 2 dates and times when you're looking at this surveillance video, or tell me what I see when I'm looking at it?
Yes, I believe the time in the upper right-hand corner is what the camera or the DVR is set to, and the time in the upper left-hand corner is what the, I believe the milestone application has the time to be.
Okay. So one's the actual DVR and one's for this actual security system. Is that
The software system the camera runs on, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
okay? And you said you had to figure out the time discrepancy. What did you do to try to determine the time discrepancy?
By the use of Detective Recca's body cam, we knew that time to be accurate because it's cloud supported.
It's what?
Cloud supported.
Explain that to me. What does that mean?
The internet is continually telling that that camera what time it is.
Okay. So you compared that to the surveillance?
That's correct.
All right. And what was the time discrepancy?
Essentially, there was a 1 and 35-second discrepancy with the time in the upper left-hand corner of the video. So if the camera time says that it's 7, it's really 7:01 and 35 seconds.
So you would add the 1 minute and 35 seconds? Is that on the end?
To adjust it to what the real time is, correct?
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was the left camera?
The time in the upper left-hand corner, yes, ma'am.
Y'all, if we're able to watch the trial, this will become important, knowing how to read this.
Also, do any search warrants for, as a result of your conversation with Brian Bush?
Tell us all about Brian Bush.
Yes.
Okay. And who did you send that particular request to?
There were search warrants done in preparation for contact with Brian Bush and search warrants done afterward. I'm not sure which ones you're referring to.
Okay. Did you do any search warrant as it related to the GPS device?
Yes,
Was that as a result of speaking with Brian Bush or as a result of something else?
that was as a result of something else.
Okay. And who did you serve this search warrant on?
The company is Vinks by Agnic LLC.
Did you get a response from Vinks?
Yes,
Okay. And what format did they send you those records in?
I received a PDF document and an Excel spreadsheet.
May I approach the witness? What is that document?
This appears to be is the Excel spreadsheet that I received in response to that warrant.
Okay. And what's the username on that?
The username is Bush5411.
What's the start date on that?
The start date is 1/11 of 2020.
Okay. What's the end date on that?
The end date is 8/11 of 2020.
Is that an accurate record of what you received from Agnex?
This is a part of it. There was one or two other documents.
What were the other 1 or 2 documents?
One of the account user information, essentially the sign-in of Bush54, what that is associated to. I think it had a Gmail address.
Okay.
The other document was a similar record set that's trying to think of a good way to explain this. This document details every time that the device was used to do a real-time GPS location.
Okay.
So essentially, every time there's a line item here with the date and time, the user Bush5411 logged into that application and checked the location of that device.
Okay.
The other document is when there was a subscription associated with the device in which you could check past GPS location history. In addition, the device has some diagnostic ability to diagnose mechanical issues with the vehicle. That is detailed in the separate document.
Wow. Well, all right.
And I understand the court's ruling on business records, but I just am renewing my objection to any sort of report like that. Thank you.
I will make preliminary exam.
Thank you.
Sit down, snarky snark. Yes, I'm flippity flipping because I don't know what's happening, but it's a lot of whispering like this.
Just to clarify, when Mr. Warner didn't want to give you the cell phone that he had to pay down for Dee, did you eventually get that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified that as a part of your investigation, you were given all of the evidence, correct?
Everything the sheriff's department had collected, yes.
Were you given body cams as a part of the evidence that you had?
Yes.
All right. And were you given a body camera dated April 25th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what the topic of that body cam that you watched was.
42521 is the initial responding deputy, Deputy Hall, arriving to the Munger farm and making contact with Dee Warner after the initial missing persons report was filed by the adult children.
Okay. And you have that, you provided that for today, correct?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to play Deputy Hall's body camera.
Oh,
April 25th,
boy.
2021.
I already have fire objection. Thank you.
I bet you do. I bet you do. All right, let me make myself teeny tiny so you all can try to see this. Hey guys, I'm gonna back this down to normal speed also. How does that sound? Oh yes, he has to put his mask on. It was 2021. That's not me. Beautiful home. We get to see inside, everybody.
You can make contact in RC at Winfield Park. There'll be a blue screen forehead at the east end of the park in the restroom. With a Shannon Aldridge reference that domestic assault that occurred yesterday.
Don't we though, Kelly? We love a good house view. I haven't seen anything from the inside of this house, and you know how much that bothers me.
Hello.
This will give us some perspective of the property as well.
Oh, appreciate that. Thank God. All right, so I hear your wife is missing.
Well, I don't know if she's missing or if she just left. So
Oh.
she had an altercation with one of our employees, two of them.
Sir.
Yesterday, I came home last night and she was really upset. She was talking a lot of bad things as far as employees. The one employee decided to quit. She was going to talk about killing herself and taking off and leaving. Okay. But she had COVID 3 weeks ago. She just got over COVID like a week or so ago. And she ain't acting right since. Her glands are swelled up. She's like got an infection. And she's got migraines. And last night she's coming down with a real bad migraine. So she's got some migraine pills and she takes. She took quite a few of those and then she finally basically passed out on the couch, went to sleep, and got her calmed down. I thought, that was close to midnight when she finally went to sleep. I said, I got to go to bed, man, I got to get up in the morning. Right. So she was sleeping on the couch. And then this morning around 6 o'clock, I got up and, she was snoring away. I was going to wake her up and tell she was, been up all night. Right. And then I went out and run. So then I went out and got my chemicals and got the sprayer loaded up and spray patch. I texted her and she didn't answer, so I figured, well, she's still sleeping, she's not answering. So then I loaded up another batch and I went back up by acid, now springing. And then Raquel called me, her daughter Stephanie called me, said Raquel called her, she can't find her mom. And I said, well, she's at the house, she's in there laying on the couch.
Kelly, I don't like this view either. This is like the boob view in the Uvalde trial, which I am not watching. I've gone, I'm au pairing it because I can't do kids. You know how that is. This is giving me shades of that, of, you know, boob view. I can we raise it just a touch?
Excuse me, so she couldn't find her, and then I called Raquel, and I says, your mom's not there? She was just there, you know, when I was there an hour or two ago. She said, no, she's not here. And I said, well, I'll be done spraying here shortly, and I'll be back. So about, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes later, I got back here, and I went in the house, and she was gone. And I walked around in the house, went in the bathroom. Well, her hair curler's gone, her hair dryer's gone, her makeup bag's gone, and she had.
Y'all, Mr. Demeanor would have absolutely positively no idea whether my hair stuff was gone or not. Y'all, this is just preposterous. The little girl, my understanding based on what Zach was saying is the daughter, Lena, I believe, was at one of the siblings' house. I think that's who it was. What? My husband's not going to know. Mr. Demeanor's going to go, I don't know. What does it look like? You know, I got like 7 different brushes. I've got, you know, different drawers for different stuff. He's not going to know. But boy, he knows right down to the hair curlers, the product that this is.
Has a go bag packed all the time. I mean, this is the first time she's
a go bag?
Goes to her son's house and stays for a day or so. Pentecost. Yeah, he comes Zach. Usually she gets all pissed off and takes off and goes over there for a day. This time the difference is she ain't missing anymore. Right. When she said her mom wasn't here, I went and seen all that stuff gone. I wasn't real concerned because she thinks she does it all the time. She goes over to Zach's house and stays, so she'll cool off and she'll come back home. Well, nobody get hold of her.
I think she did. I think Dee took her, because I remember Zach testified something about Lena being picked up or dropped off or something to that effect. Now, I clearly she wasn't at the property because no one's talked about that. So I think, yes, Dee may have sent her to someone else's home in anticipation of an ugly situation breaking out in the home. And go bag, isn't that from like Gone Girl or something? Where have I heard a go bag before? Like, who talks like that? Yeah, she's got a go bag packed all the time. Get out of here. You
when Zach came here, I says, she's at your house. I know she is. You're just telling me the story. You know, you're covered for her. Say that. Yeah, you're covered for her. Yeah. You know, and he says she's not. Well, I wasn't real convinced of it for a while. I am now because, you know, but nobody can get a hold of her. So, but she didn't take her vehicle. She accused me of taking the key last night. And I said, you were home before I was. How could I take your key? Sure. But I think it was because of the migraine. She gets to where she can't see and she can't talk. It gets so bad. And I don't know. But then she was gone. She took all her bags. So somebody picked her up. So she's with someone somewhere. Okay. Do you know of anybody who? I don't. They called everybody that, you know, like I said, I figured she was with Zach with her son. Right. I mean, I don't know what else to do other than wait a day or so and see what she shows up. Yeah, I mean, if you say I don't want to get everybody all fired up, the kids are all fired up and call police. This isn't the first time she's done this, guys. The first thing is
it's the first time none of them knew.
Communicating with anybody. But the only thing that's really strange too is this time.
Absolutely.
She put her wedding ring in with us.
He had in his pocket now.
Yeah, that is nice. So she set this on my desk in the office, and she went in. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just puzzled.
This woman was able to sneak into his office, leave her wedding ring, get picked up by somebody else, and get out of off of this property, and nobody saw it, sir. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He is making me really super pissed off.
You know, I'm concerned because my daughter's wondering what the hell's going on, and I'm just gonna tell her, you know, Mom's working things out. She's
Right.
frustrated. So.
Right, and her kids were insinuating that she normally has never left without your guys' daughter.
Yeah, that's the other strange thing is our daughter went over to my brother. He's got daughters close to her age.
Hold ya.
Last night stayed. And I don't know. It's really weird.
Yeah,
But I mean, I would think something was up, but she took her stuff. So I mean, it's not like somebody forced her to go anywhere.
Sure.
I mean, she
Sure.
took her clothes and took her, you know, her curling iron and that stuff. So
And do you guys have any like farm trucks or anything like that? She would have been pissed off, jumped in, taken.
no, it's everything's here. You know, there's 15 semis out back, and everything's here.
Okay.
The employee that she has allocation with, he was never here today. He was going to come clean his truck up. He never showed up. And the other one was here this morning and took a load of lime, but he was up. He left here at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3, and he just got back a few hours ago.
Okay.
You know, so I mean, it ain't nothing with them.
Right.
That I face and tell you how it is. I mean,
Right. Yeah, I get that. And these kinds of things happen quite often.
I mean, that's, I told him, I didn't want to call him, but I was going to come into the office in the morning. Call you, I guess you can't come to the office, not get here, can you come to the office?
You can go to the front lobby, that's about it, yeah.
I mean,
It
you don't
is.
get everybody all fired up and then she shows up a day or 2 later.
No, yeah.
Get everybody fired up.
You know, get everybody fired up.
It's their job.
Right, right. So, do you know how much cash she normally carries in her purse?
A lot.
A lot. Because the one son had said that he was on her bank statements or something, and he checked, and she said no activity.
No, she usually has a lot of cash, she carries a lot of cash.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Until another day goes by.
Right.
I'm concerned, but I'm not, you know, alarmed yet.
Right.
Like tomorrow night, we ain't heard nothing. Well, yeah, we can start
Figuring it out.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, it's one thing to be, wife to be pissed off and take off.
Well, you know, we got 3 different businesses here, so the tensions are high all the time.
Sure.
It's all the time.
Sure.
It's when you're married, you're quiet.
Yeah, well, that's the idea too.
We got 9 kids.
No, I can imagine that, absolutely. So, you tried pinging your cell phone, nothing. The last ping was home here, and that was at 7 something in the morning. So, I'm not sure. She clearly doesn't have a phone working. Is she a person who's normally keeps your phone on her hip, or is she
Never without it.
never without it?
But I told the other kids, she's got a second phone. She doesn't let anybody know she's got another phone.
Do you have a phone number?
No, it's a secret phone that she doesn't know that I know she has it. But
Why would she have it?
I have no idea. I haven't confronted her about it because I didn't want the confrontation. But I know she has another phone.
Okay, well, that might be an important chunk of information there.
So she calls, I mean, she got another phone. She calls somebody on that phone, I'm sure.
Okay.
Because, and the reason I know she has another phone is when we were in Florida, she tried telling me it was my daughter's phone. I didn't say nothing on her vacation. I wasn't going to tell her.
That's smart.
Whatever. It's my daughter's phone. It wasn't. So I was like, no. But originally, we went to Mexico. It's been quite a while ago. And she had 2 phones in her bag when we was unpacking her room. And she said, oh, that phone was in the room. I was in the room with somebody else. I'll take it down the front desk with her. I said, you know, you gotta choose your battle.
Get that.
There's a lot of other little things, but if you don't show up, it's like you can figure them out.
Right, absolutely. And I'd say, I mean, it's only been
Well, I mean, it's only been
13 hours since you saw her.
Yeah, well,
Do y'all believe she had a second phone? I'm starting to think she did not have a second phone. I think he caught wind that maybe she was trying to get a second phone. And I don't think she ever did. And he got a second phone and tried and did the cloney clone thing that we heard about earlier.
Cell phone thing, 12 hours since 7 o'clock now.
Right, so I would definitely say though, if by tomorrow morning, we still have nothing on her, I'd be digging through paperwork trying to see if you can find anything where the cell phone would be. If she has a different one that she's keeping on her, and we can ping that, that'll give us a location.
She's got her car, she parks her car locked, so she's very, very secretive what she's doing. Fair enough. I don't know everything you're doing, but you can't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, that's a little
Whoa.
I appreciate it, sir. I'll get out of your hair. At this point, I got really nothing to go off of, just wait it out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else, no, I don't get all excited yet.
Sure.
Alright, a couple more days. By then.
A couple more days?
Absolutely. So,
If she, the way she left, she doesn't want to be, she doesn't want anybody to know where she's at, so I mean,
yeah.
obviously she knows what she's doing, because we can't find her.
Right. No, I get that. I absolutely get that. All right, I will, I'll clear out here, and if she does show up, please give us a call.
Okay, you got a card?
Yes, I'll give you that. For whatever reason she shows up.
Yeah, give me your card so I know who to avoid the next time.
All right, just call into central dispatch. They'll let me know, and that way. Yep. So, all right.
You related to Matt Hall or?
Matt Hall, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. Yep, he's my cousin.
Okay. And Marty, no Marty then.
Yep.
Oh.
Mike and Lisa.
So how are they related to Gary then?
Sorry.
Matt's dad. That would be.
Then we might be talking about a different side here.
I'm talking Matt Hall.
I got a cousin, Matt Hall, from like St. Creek area.
Okay, this one's right from around Madison.
Oh, then no.
Okay.
No, sorry. There's a ton of us running around. Yeah, there's plenty. So I appreciate it.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 15H.
None other than what I'd already placed on the record. Thank you.
People propose exhibit 15H is needed for preliminary exam purposes.
Sir, through the course of this investigation, did you learn the value of Dee's wedding ring?
Yes,
Okay, what was that?
approximately $30,000.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we approached.
That's a fancy ring. $30,000. I'm flippity flipping. I don't know what's happening here. Other than a lot of waiting. $30,000. That's a car. Woo, doggy.
At this time, the court is going to be in recess, and we will continue this preliminary examination at a later date once that's confirmed by the parties.
Danielle,
Okay. How we hanging in there, everybody? Picture's getting a little bit clearer, huh? Let's head down here. I want to make sure I'm getting the right person next for us and that all of my settings are correct. I'm going to put it back to normal speed because we seem to have issues with it wanting to stay at the faster speed.
raise your hand, please. Microphone.
Danielle Vandenheuvel.
Oh.
DanielleVandenheuvel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us where you work.
I work for the Michigan State Police.
Okay, and what do you do for the state police?
I'm a digital forensic analyst.
Okay, what does that entail?
The role of a digital forensic analyst is to acquire and analyze data from various forms of technology. By doing that, we create the best possible copy, and then we can take that copy of data and load it into different programs and then make it into a human readable. We can see potentially call logs, web history, and then we can either analyze that data or provide it to an investigator for further review.
What is your involvement with this case?
I located various data from some cell phones and then validated other data too.
Okay.
Sergeant Drewier.
The data that you analyzed.
There was 2 different forms. I got one from Detective Sergeant Drewier.
What was the other one?
It was also provided by Detective Sergeant Drewier, but our office had done the extraction of the device.
Okay, so what is the device in question?
It was a iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay, and you said there's an extraction of that device?
Yes.
What is that?
A data extraction is a copy of the contents of the device.
Okay, and you said there was two copies that were provided to you?
Yes.
And do you know the difference between the two?
Yes. One copy was a data extraction that was performed by Monroe County, and then another copy was performed by an individual in my office.
Okay. All right, and it's your job to go through those and pull out any kind of data that's in there.
Yes, at the request of OIC or whatever is of interest.
Okay. All right. So, Your Honor, we have an exhibit. It's an external drive, and it's got thousands of pages on it of various different items. This one happens to be 15F. So 15F is the Monroe County extraction. We're going to be admitting that portion of it only, or seeking to admit that portion of it only at this point.
Whose device?
This is the one. I'm sorry. It's a device from the Michigan State Police. We're going to be providing the chain of evidence later on in this case. For the time being, I just wanted it marked as people's proposed Exhibit 15, with 15F being identified as the Monroe County extraction.
We just identified.
Correct.
Okay.
But my question is, whose device? So whose phone, whose iPad, who is it? How is it relevant? I don't think that we've gotten into
Correct.
who the owner of the device is.
I think he was just identifying this piece of
That's correct.
evidence, and then I think he's going to get to the
Oh, thank you.
Simmer down.
So these devices are extracted by Monroe County.
Based off user accounts and context, it appeared to be a device used by Dale Warner,
Oh boy.
What kind of a device was it?
an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Oh, Dale's. Dale's device.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as people's proposed 32.
I'm trying to get us to the actual good stuff
Yes.
here.
What is it?
This is a data usage log in relation to the application Find My iPhone.
Okay. Are there more than one page?
Yes.
And what's on pages 2 and 3?
A data usage log for the application Milestone, and then a data usage log for the application My Cadillac.
And those,
My Cadillac?
are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I created this document based off the data extraction.
Okay. That is extraction from Monroe County.
Yes.
Okay. Of Mr. Warner's phone.
Yes.
Okay. On the first page is the Find My iPhone page. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a column that says last connected date/time?
Yes.
I don't think this exhibit has been admitted at this point in time, so we're talking about it without its admission. So that's objection 1.
Is this I'm sorry, this report was created by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, from the phone that you were given, the extraction. Okay, we move to admit this exhibit then.
I'm objecting. This was not made or kept in the ordinary course of business. This is specifically prepared for litigation. She received an extraction from some other individual and then is carving out portions of it for usage by the prosecutor. Therefore, it is not admissible under MCL 766.111B. And without the person who did the extraction, so this is her report that she prepared for
court today, but without the person who did the extraction, it is based on a flawed chain of custody.
So the chain of custody goes to weight, not admissibility. That's why we did it in this order.
Okay, I will allow it.
Thank you. Okay, so in regard to the doc,
That's exhibit 32, because we don't have that listed. as well.
right, this is a new exhibit. Sorry.
And that was 32, is that correct?
Try again.
When did you provide this?
Chartier.
I can't recall the exact date.
Recently, right?
Yes.
Okay. So on the first page, the last connected date/time, what does that indicate?
The last connected date and time indicates when that process was last connected to a cellular network.
Okay. And so is that process an immediate process, or does it go in a length of time? In other words, is it 1 second, or could it be an hour?
It could be a length of time.
Okay. What is the last use date? The column next to that.
That is the last use date of that process from the application.
Okay. So we know when the process connected in the last connected time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the first time that the process connected in the last connection date and time?
It's the last connected date and time.
Right.
That's
Is
the
that
process.
is that when the connection was initiated? So you said it went over, it could go over a period of time.
Yes.
Do we have a time when that process was initiated?
Sir, you're confusing me. I don't know what
The
we're
last
doing.
connected date and time would be when it was connected to the network.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Going down to row 6 on that page. Okay, can you tell us the last connected date and time on that row?
Yes. Last connected is 4/25/2021, 8:48:42.639.
Okay, so on April 25th, 2021 at 8:48 and 42 seconds, what happened?
That process was connected to a cellular network.
Okay, and what was the process?
It was fmfd.com.apple.datausage.findmyiphone.
Okay, and so does the Find My iPhone tell you anything?
It just tells me that the application is the application that the process was coming from.
Okay, so that application, Find My iPhone, connected at 4/25/2021 at 8:48 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. The next column, or the next row, row 7, does it indicate another time that Find My iPhone connected?
Yes.
What time was that?
10/28/49.396.
On the 25th also?
Yep.
Okay. And then the last row, did Find My iPhone connect again?
Yes.
And what time was that?
2:30:56.501.
Again on the 25th?
Yes.
All right, do we know whether this is a user actively using Find My iPhone, or could it be something running in the background on the phone?
We don't know what causes the connection.
All right, turning to page 2. What is the app in question on page 2?
A milestone.
In the first row, what was the time that app connected to the system?
It was 4/25/2021, 8:49:09.411.
Okay. Did the milestone app connect again on 4/25?
Yes.
Okay, when did it connect the second time?
8:49:08.0745.
Okay. And then there's there's a third one at 8:49 also that
Yes.
morning? Okay, and what about the fourth time?
9:04:07.075.
Okay, and again, the same question. Do we know whether this is the user actively accessing milestone or the phone doing it in the background?
No.
You don't know. Turning to the last page.
Does anybody know what milestone is? Because
What
I
app is
don't.
represented there?
My Cadillac.
Okay. And when is the last connected time for in row 1?
Last connected is 4/24/2021.
Okay, and is there a last used date and time in that row?
Yes.
And what is the last used date and time for that?
4/25/2021, 7:44:29.174 a.m.
Okay, so at 7:44 a.m. on the 25th, the phone accessed the My Cadillac app.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do we know what process was used? Does this tell us what My Cadillac process was used?
Just a generic process. I don't know what it is.
Okay. And does this reflect both connections over Wi-Fi or just the cellular network?
Just cellular.
This isn't telling me a whole lot. Am I missing something, y'all?
You said that
I'm not getting any
The
big.
county extraction was for what kind of iPhone?
iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And were you able to determine from the extraction when that phone went into service?
I believe it was around 3/19 of 2021.
Okay, not just me. Okay. Oh, we have whispering again.
Email address that was being used on that phone?
The account associated with it was warag@me.com.
Indicated what phone was used before that phone was activated?
A previous device, you mean?
Yes.
With additional analysis, I might be able to determine, but right now I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Ms. Vanden Heuvel?
Yes.
Okay, great. I wanted to make sure I pronounced it correctly. My name is Mary Chartier. I really just have a few questions for you this afternoon. Lawyers frequently say that, but it is true for me. The report that you were discussing with Mr. McCready, you said you didn't remember when that was prepared, but it was recently. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember how recent? A week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Within a week or two.
Within a week or two? And then what was the request for that report? Because it sounds like you had, well, let me ask this. Had you reviewed data before that report was prepared?
A couple various things, but not all the data. I didn't look through everything.
Was there a specific request for data as it relates to this case that was made a couple of weeks ago?
Besides, I'm just looking through different items of interest.
So I'm trying to get why this report was prepared at this time.
I was requested to look for data usage in regards to this application.
And all data usage or a targeted time period?
Just a time frame.
Just a time frame. And you had done other work and other analysis, but this was a targeted request to look for this application for a particular time frame.
The other requests were about the same time frame.
Okay, but just to do different things?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. I just wanted to make sure I had that under control. And then I have no additional questions for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Anything further?
Ay, ay, ay. All right, we are now on to Georgia Ziegler. I'm going to flippity flip us until
ORGIA, last name Ziegler, ZIEGLER.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell us where you work
the clearing of his
For the
throat.
Michigan State Police.
and what do you do for Michigan State Police?
I am a specialist that specializes in the analysis of historical cell phone records.
Okay. How long have you been employed with Michigan State Police?
For about 5.5 years.
And how long have you been mapping or analyzing cell phone records?
Approximately 4 of those 5.5 years.
Okay. And do you have training in this area?
Yes, I have over 200 hours of training specifically related to the mapping and analysis of historical cell phone records.
Okay. And approximately how many cases have you worked on where cell phone records were involved?
Probably over 50 cases where cell phone records were involved. Some of those cases may have one cell phone to be analyzed or set of records. And I've seen up to 12 sets of records where each set of
I'm
records
flippity flipping. We
contains
understand.
multiple
She's a cell
files.
phone lady.
Analyzing.
Analyst, and I dealt. I started information for
analysis.
Yes, because we haven't gotten to the other facets of whether this is the product of reliable principles or methods. So whether she may be qualified in other cases, I am at this point objecting to her testifying as to an opinion in this case because the other prongs of MRE 702 have not been addressed.
What methods do you use in analyzing cell phone records?
Typically, we utilize different softwares to
object because typically that does not address. She may have done something in 99 other cases. My concern is what was done in this case.
You could answer that question.
In this case, I utilize different softwares to process the data. Both of those softwares have been validated in the eyes of the court.
And
the softwares I've used have been validated in the eyes of the court.
do you go a step further besides just using or relying on the software itself?
Yeah, whenever we have material coming to court, we have to send the report through a peer review process. Court-related materials going through a second layer of peer review. And additionally, me as the authoring analyst, I spot check the records to make sure that the data is being represented accurately in the report.
Okay, and how do you do that? How do you spot check it yourself?
So basically I take the raw material or the raw records. I compare it to what's showing in the software and
Okay.
So the software gives you.
Correct.
Tell us what you found.
Ms. Ziegler,
Profit her as an expert in this area.
may I voir dire on a few of these points?
Oh,
Thank you.
for the love of all things
Ms.
holy.
Ziegler, my name is Mary
Of course
Charrier,
you
and I
want
just
to
have a few
voir
questions
dire.
for Cellhawk do versus
Y'all, I'm not
PLS.
doing
Before
this.
the portion.
I just
What
want to know what the
liable?
data is.
Uh,
This woman's
So when
going to
you
object
said
to
that,
the sun
what
being
was that
yellow.
based
softwares.
And who's the person who told you that?
Another analyst with the Michigan State Police.
In court. What was your
That cell phone rat.
is it another? So they you don't checking right peer reviewed by.
I got to go past her.
So when we generate reports, the authoring analyst, so in
She
this
is
case it would be
still up
myself,
there
does
voir
a
diring.
self-review to make sure that my
What is happening right now? What in the world?
Correct her slides. Yes.
Just for demonstrative. Oh, then I think you've got to.
Well, it's marked. I mean, it is just for demonstration.
Oh,
Okay.
my word.
I don't think a demonstrative should be shown to everybody, but I'm going to leave that to the court.
It's a demonstrative.
Or show it to the witness.
So that's from this. Show two before.
Why are you asking the
I don't
defense
think- I
attorney's
guess we're
permission?
having this conversation, the court should be involved. I don't
Yeah.
think that a document that is not being admitted as an exhibit should be shown on the display. And that is my objection. Mr. McCready wants to show it to the witness and put it on the display. So given that we cannot come to a meeting of the minds, I thought we should end our conversation and then let the court. do it.
The court allow me to show, to display the PowerPoint presentation that the witness has put together so that the court can see it as the witness is testifying to it.
Yes, I'll allow
Thank you.
for preliminary examinations.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to tell you all, I am triggered by Miss Chartier and her and all that because she reminds me of my wicked crazy sister. That's what my wicked crazy sister does when she's uncomfortable or nervous. She does this like nervous laugh stuff. I freaking hate it. All right, I'm better now. See, menopausal.
All right, showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 30. First of all, let's start with, you mentioned when you're being qualified as a witness that you reviewed certain records before you created this report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what records did you look at?
I looked at records that came directly from the cell service provider. So in this case, in the exhibit here is going to be from Verizon.
Okay, so Verizon records is what you're relying on, yes. Do you know whose Verizon records? The subscriber?
The records are associated to Dee Warner.
Okay. So this is from Dee's phone?
This is from Dee's phone number on Verizon, correct?
Now
Did
we're
you also
cooking.
analyze Dale's phone records from Verizon?
I did.
Okay. And what about any exigent records from Verizon?
I did.
Okay. And that was regarding whose phone?
The exigent records were related to Dee Warner's phone number.
Do you all think that's too fast? Just the stuff. It's like, get me to the important
And
stuff.
what about any iCloud records?
I did, yes.
And who's that in relation to?
Dee Warner.
And her phone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what were you asked to determine in relation to those phones? Let's start with Dee's phone in particular.
Basically looking for a last activity on the phone on the Verizon network.
Okay, were you able to determine that?
Yes.
Okay, when was the last time her phone was active on the Verizon network?
The last available network interaction would have been at 7:14 in the morning.
Okay, and referring you to the exhibit, is that represented on that page?
No, this is,
Okay, so what is the last connected data usage? What is that referring to?
that is the last internet access from her phone number on the Verizon network occurring at 7:01 on April 25th.
So is there a difference between data connection and a voice connection?
Yes.
Could you explain that?
So a voice connection is going to be if you're making a voice call or receiving a voice call on the network, and a data connection is going to be anything that requires internet that is provided through the Verizon network.
Okay, and do the records you reviewed make a distinction between those two things?
Yes.
And so this slide indicates the last data session, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Were you able to determine the location of the phone the last time that it registered? This slide indicates the last data session, is that right?
I'm just checking here. 7:01 was the last data connection on 4:25 in the morning, on the morning of 4:25, and it looks like it ended at 7:05. So she was 4 minutes. Her phone was used.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Were you able to determine the location of the phone the last time that it registered to the network?
Yes.
Okay, tell us, does this slide represent that?
Oh, we see circles again. I'm
What
having
the
Zach
blue
Adams
pin is in the middle of the
flashbacks.
slide?
The blue pin is going to represent the Munger Road property.
Okay, and can you tell us what the arc on the south end, what does that represent?
So the arc is going to represent the distance from the Verizon tower that the network is estimating the device to be at.
Is that network tower represented on the slide?
That yes.
Is it, where is it?
So we have two towers displayed on this, one at the south side and one at the north side of the residence. And those are both being
Oh, I wish they
communicated
would
with,
stay there.
with the Dee Warner phone.
Okay, are the times that the phone connected to those two towers, is that represented on the slide?
Yes.
How's that?
There's a call out box pointing to each of the towers and sectors that are being utilized by the phone with the timestamps associated to the time that those were registered and the approximate distance from tower.
Okay. Do these times represent phone calls or something else?
So the time indicated in black is going to be that data session that was displayed on the previous slide, and the white timestamps are going to be the network
don't take us off.
communications with the device.
Okay, so do we know if those are phone calls or something else?
They're not phone calls. They're not anything that the user generated. It was a network generated event.
Okay, and what does that mean, a network generated event?
So basically, when you have a phone connected to a network provider or a cell service provider, that cell service provider is going to communicate. The towers are going to communicate with the device. Just behind the scenes, you don't have to be interacting on your phone or anything for it to occur. These records are just going to generate on their own based on Verizon's needs. And so that's what these records represent.
So does that mean that Verizon needs to know where the phone is so that if a phone call comes in, it knows what tower to send it through?
Correct.
Okay. So how does the distance from the tower to that arc, how do you know where that arc goes?
The distance is provided in the records.
Okay. And so you map that distance onto this
Correct.
slide? Okay. And what is is there a variation? Why aren't all the lines overlapping for the northern arc or the southern arc?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Why isn't there just one line for the south and one line for the north? Why are there multiple lines?
Because there's multiple transactions. Again, this is going to be the cell phone and the towers communicating, and it's based on a signal timing. And depending on what that signal timing is, it's going to give the network's going to estimate approximate distance from that tower based on the time that it took the signal to transmit from the tower to the cell phone and back to the tower again.
Okay. So the network can say, because of the time that it took to go to the phone and back from the tower, we can estimate the distance that it is away.
Correct.
Okay. And for each of those times, 704.29, 705.56, 706, there could be a different arc because there's a slight variation.
Correct.
Okay. Does it help that there are two towers in terms of locating the precise location of the phone?
Yes. So when you have two competing towers communicating with the device, it helps narrow down the approximate device location. Because if we're just looking at one tower in the arc, it could be anywhere among that arc. However, when you have competing towers within a short time frame that are communicating with the device, where those two overlap is a more narrowed down location.
What does this slide represent?
This is a zoom in of where those distance from tower arcs are intersecting on a satellite view.
Okay. And again, the satellite view is of the Munger farm.
Correct.
Oh,
So those are the
I want to look at this, y'all. Okay. So it's showing up on the property until it looks like 7:13. And Kelly, you said, oh crap, not the circle pins. And all I could think of was, oh no, not crop circles again. Okay.
Same arcs, you can see from the south tower and the north tower, correct?
Correct.
Oh, 714. Sorry.
Okay. Besides the location, did you look for any activity from Dee's phone?
Yes.
What was the time range that you looked for?
What do you mean?
So were you looking for all of the calls that came in or that she made, or just a certain time range?
Looking for the last outgoing activity on the phone. Time range around
And
the
what was
24th
that?
and the 25th.
Tell us.
All right, so does this show this shows, well, tell us what this shows first of all.
This is going to be the call activity, the last call activity on the Dee Warner device that was through the Verizon network. I included the last connected call on the 24th, as well as the next incoming calls that occur on the 25th.
So what does this show about any calls
24.
that she would have made herself?
The last connected call on the Verizon
I'm
network.
going to object. I think this shows the last call the phone made rather than she made herself. I don't know how that
Oh,
works.
for the love of all things holy.
So this is just calls that were made from that phone ending in 6797?
Correct.
Okay. So what does it show about the last call that was made from that phone?
The last outgoing call that was made from the device ending in 6797 occurred at approximately 4:47 p.m. on April 24th.
Wow.
So all the rest of those calls, what do they represent?
Those are the subsequent calls on the Verizon network to that phone number.
Okay. And can you tell whether she answered any of those? Whether the phone was answered, I'm sorry, when any of those incoming calls came in?
Correct. They were all forwarded to voicemail.
So is that indicated in the bottom row of that slide?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
This is just a visual of the incoming calls that were handled by voicemail through the duration of the records.
Okay. So I don't know if we've covered this. What is the duration of the records?
I believe it was March 28th, 2021 through April 28th, 2021.
So from the 30th of March up until the 24th of April, the most calls that were ever went to voicemail was 2 on any given day.
Correct.
Okay. And then what happened on the 25th, Sunday the 25th?
You see an increase in the calls being handled by voicemail.
Okay. And so were there 75 calls that went to voicemail on Sunday?
Correct.
43,
Oh, my.
43, and then 16 on the 28th.
Correct.
Is there any data?
That's a lot.
User activated data transmission after the 24th. Sorry, after the first one you showed, the 701 on the 25th. I'm sorry, let me move that down.
Sir, you don't ask
I
very
was-
good questions.
Here's what I'm trying to get. What does this slide represent?
This represents the last, sorry, there's a glare on the screen. These are the incoming outgoing calls and texts between March 28th and April, I think it says 18th, is that right?
It does, yes. Why did you only go to the 18th?
Because that was the last available iMessage, that was the last available iMessage content.
Okay, so in terms of, you say iCloud iMessage on this slide,
Mhm.
what would we be talking about from with iCloud iMessage?
These are going to be internet-based messaging.
Okay, like texts?
Yeah, like texts.
So we don't have any text that went through iCloud after the 18th, is that correct?
Correct.
Right, so if we wanted to take a picture of how often she used her phone for calls and texts, this would be the most accurate way to do that, correct?
Correct.
So what does this show in terms of, do you have an estimate of what her average daily phone usage was between calls and texts?
I have the average up there on the top. It's going to be about 307 interactions via voice or text within that time period per day.
For those 22 days?
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you have the records of any outgoing texts or voice calls after the 25th?
Yes.
And how many of those were there?
After the 25th,
Correct.
outgoing,
Correct.
0.
Well, that's telling. What about that burner phone? Dummy. Oh, my goodness. Folks, you should have your act together on this. This is like
Were you
just
able to get these
scientific data.
without her actual physical phone?
Yes.
Okay, so you never analyzed her phone per se.
Correct.
Okay, and I just wanted to be clear about the data session at 7:01 on the 25th. Do we know if that was user activated?
There's no way to tell.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Mary Chartier, and I've got a few more detailed questions for you. So the exigent records that you referred to, how is that different than the other records that you looked at?
The exigent records are just a sample of the available records. They're not like a full record set.
So you had the full record set and then you had the exigent records?
Correct.
Who determines what are exigent records or that it's a subset of the full records?
Verizon.
Verizon?
Yeah.
How do they do that? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay. Is it based on the request that's made from law enforcement or from you?
Correct.
Okay. So do you know what request was made to Verizon for that exigent record sample?
Me specifically, no.
Did you look at all the records or just the exigent records?
Both.
Both? Okay. And then do you know what the exigent records covered specifically?
I believe they attempt to live locate the phone, and then when and if they cannot live locate, then they try to obtain the last available location.
The phone number that you were working with that's indicated to be Ms. Warner's phone, that was one phone number?
Correct.
That you had? Did you look at iPhone records and iPad records or just iPhone records?
It would just be, I looked at the Verizon records and then some iMessages that were available through the iCloud.
Now, in your report, if I look at page 4, it indicates at the top, so there's an outgoing call on April 24th, 2021 at 16:47:05. So that's 4:47:05, correct? You have to say yes or no for the record.
Yes.
Were there other calls that you excluded after that call on April 24th? So were there incoming calls? This is an outgoing call, but were there incoming calls on April 24th?
After 4:47?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Do you know that for certain?
I would have to look at the records again.
Okay. To your knowledge, though, you included the last outgoing call,
Correct.
but you don't have the records to review. There may have been other incoming calls on that April 24th after that outgoing, correct?
I'm sorry, let me clarify. There should be no additional calls between that last outgoing and the next incoming call on that list.
Okay.
On the Verizon network.
Which was the
Now,
next
going
day.
to your analysis of phone location. So did you request those records or did law enforcement request the records to do the cell phone analysis?
Law enforcement.
Law enforcement. Do you know, was it single towers? We've got 2 towers, or was there more towers analyzing the cell phone location? So for example, triangulation, or it's just that 2-tower method? How many towers did law enforcement seek records from? That's a better question, I think.
I wouldn't have a number of towers because the records that covers, I believe, a month worth of data, so it could have multiple towers.
On this date of April 25th that you are showing phone usage, to your knowledge, there were 2 towers. Is that accurate?
That's what I'm
Yes.
getting out of
And
it.
the distance between the phone and the northern tower is what?
I would have to refer back to the original records.
Okay, do you have it in your report here?
No, I think that was excluded.
Okay, so you don't know the distance between the cell tower record and the purported location of the phone. I just want to make sure I understand that.
Not off the top of my head.
Not off the top of your head. And then do you know the radius for that north tower? So let's even go back. Do you know how cell phones connect to cell towers?
Through radio frequency.
Right.
Oh
Do
my.
you know the distance? So do I have to be 100 feet away or 100?
Terry to Verizon, we don't have we don't have coverage.
This is nothing new.
Visuals or
So
beating
you
a
don't know.
dead
So this
horse.
north tower, you don't know what its connection radius is. So you don't know if I could be 10 miles away or 40 miles away, correct?
Correct.
And is that the same for the south tower? You don't know what that cell tower's radius is, correct?
Correct.
And do you know, did anyone request that from Verizon? What the radius is for either of those 2 towers?
No.
Okay. And when a cell phone connects to a tower, it isn't necessarily connecting to the closest tower. Would you agree?
I would say most often it is, but it's possible that it could be connecting to a different tower that might be further away by bird's eye view, but better signal based on interference between the closer tower and the device.
Now, the numbers that you put here, so for example, with the northern tower, there are 4 numbers that you put there, 71316, 71333, 71405, 71421, and then there are other numbers that you put for the southern tower. So for example, there's a southern tower where it's, according to you, pinging at 71311, and then the northern tower, it's pinging at 71316. Do you know why it's connecting to both towers?
Essentially, your phone is going to constantly be analyzing the network environment and communicating with available and nearby towers so that if a call is initiated or any usage on the network is needed, your phone's going to know which tower is going to have the best available signal to provide that transaction.
So I want to make sure I understand you. So for example, if a phone call had come in at 71312, sounds like the best available signal would be from the southern tower. But if a phone call had come in at 71316, the best available signal would have been at the northern tower. Is that a good summary of what you were indicating?
I guess I wouldn't know that necessarily indicates that those are the best available towers. Those are just the network interactions with the device. So the device is reading those 2 towers.
So you don't know for certain what tower it would connect with. It could connect with either of those 2 towers.
Right. It would have, in order for me to determine what the best available tower would be to serve that device, I would have to have an actual call or transaction on the network that tells me whatever tower is being utilized at the initiation of that, that is the best available.
Is it accurate to say that, at least based on what you analyzed, if a call were coming in, either one of these towers, it could be connecting, the phone could be connecting to either one of the towers, just depending on what's going on at the time that the call came in?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any indication that the phone was moving when it was making these connections? Or can you not tell that from the data?
I wouldn't be able to distinguish that.
Is there any disclaimer in the records that you obtained that these are estimates or based on your best available evidence, anything like that?
Yes.
What are the disclaimers?
For the distance from tower stuff, there's a disclaimer that these are just estimates of the device location based on the network interactions.
Any other disclaimers?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Now, when you talked about 418 was the last available iMessage, did I hear you correctly when you said that? That was, so is that the last available message that you got on the iPhone?
From the iCloud.
From the iCloud. Would that also pick up messages, for example, that were done using an app? So for example, Snapchat or WhatsApp, does it connect or would it give you those messages?
No, I specifically isolated it just to iMessage.
And just, I believe I asked you this question. You worked with one phone number that was given to you, correct?
Associated
with Ms. Warner. Yeah, to
yes.
be clear. Okay, thank you. No further questions, ma'am.
Yes, pretty
I find this to not be very useful.
The phone were accessing the network to send a Snapchat message or access Facebook, would that be reflected in your data?
If it were utilizing the network, yes.
Okay, and that's not reflected in what you've shown us?
Objection, when? We've got records from, or a summary from
Yes,
March
absolutely.
30th.
I'm talking about after 7 o'clock on the 25th of April. Would it be reflected in the data that you had if there was any communication from the phone through the cellular through the cellular network to another internet service like Snapchat?
Correct.
It would have shown up, and I'm asking you, did it show up?
No.
Okay, so there's no record of anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Just want to be clear. My question wasn't about April 25th, 2021. When you are analyzing messages, when you said there was nothing available after April 18th, you are not looking at Snapchat, WhatsApp, any other type of messaging system, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to take a little detour, folks, because I know you all want to know about this stuff. So first up, Dizzy has sent me some links, and the next testimony that I was going to be going into, and y'all can give me a vote in the chat, but Kyle Wagner, that's the IT guy for the business, a guy from an engineer from General Motors, I'm sure that's an OnStar type of situation, and then a Secret Service dude. But we probably want to hear the tea from Amy. Are y'all interested in the tea from Amy? Because Dizzy tells us Amy's got all the tea. And so I am going to pull up this screenshot that Dizzy sent me because we want to see this $30,000 ring. I know y'all want to see the $30,000 ring. So let's look at that first. Let's get that right up there. There it is. It's not the clearest picture, but that looks like a pretty big honker there. I don't know if I can make it a little smaller so that, nope, I don't guess I can. That's as small as I can make it. But there we have it. That's what $30,000 will get you. So also, I don't know how long it is, so I'll probably do, there are images. They had some pictures from inside the house, so we'll probably do that last. Yeah, I get it, Dizzy. I mean, you can only do what you can do. So I totally understand. Whoops. I'm going to get us on over to Amy. Because we want to hear what Amy has to say. All right. I'm going to put the make sure closed captions is on. I'm going to put us back up to 1 1/4. I'm depending on how she talks, we may go 1 1/2. Are y'all ready? Let's do this.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please seat in the chair. Speak into the microphone loudly. Spell your first and last name.
Amy Alexander.
Oh, Amy already looks so sad.
AMYALEXANDER.
Oh, Amy.
Okay, thank you. Morning, Amy. Did you know Dee Warner?
Yes,
Okay. Were you guys close?
yes.
All right. How did you come to know Dee?
I started dating her brother-in-law in 2011, and in 2013 we got engaged.
Okay. So her brother-in-law, can you tell us how the family relation goes that way?
Bill is Dale's brother.
Okay. And that's who you were dating and got engaged to?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no. Sorry.
Yes, yes.
If you can speak up real loud, that'd be great, so everyone can hear you. Do you and Bill have a child?
Yes, we have a 9-year-old daughter.
Okay. And when you met Bill, did he have children of his own?
Yes,
Okay. And what is your relationship with those children?
very good.
Okay. You consider yourself their mother?
Yes,
And Bill and Dale, who's older between the two of them?
Dale.
And is there any other siblings in that family?
They have a sister,
And what is her name?
Julie.
Okay. And what is your daughter's name?
Hazel.
And how old is she now?
She's 9.
Did you and Dee do social things together?
Yes,
Okay. Vacations?
yes.
How often would you go on vacation with Dee?
We did camping trips multiple times in the summers. We went to Florida with them,
Once or more than once?
just once to Florida. Dee went on a cruise with Bill and I. We went up in the UP. They had chemical meetings in Mount Pleasant, and Dee and I would go and take the girls and go to the water park.
Did you ever go on vacation when the motor home was used as a place to camp in?
Yes, we went to Florida.
Okay. And do you remember whose idea it was to buy the motor home?
The one that they have now.
Correct.
Dale wanted that.
Okay. And do you remember if Dee wanted it?
She found a different one that she wanted. If I remember correctly, it was at Lazy Days in Florida, and it was cheaper than the one that they had now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Angelina, you know who that is, right?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Tell us who Angelina is.
Oh, boy.
Their daughter,
And they being,
Dale and Dee's daughter.
and how old is Angelina in relation to Hazel?
She's 3 years older.
And Hazel's 9 now. So,
Yes,
so do you know how old Angelina is right now?
12.
And do you call her Angelina or Lena or both?
Mainly Lena.
And do Hazel and Lena go to school together?
They do.
Where at?
Lenawee Christian.
And did you have interactions with Dee at Lenawee Christian?
Yes.
And tell us about those.
I would go and sit in her car with her while we were picking the girls up
Okay. And was that a weekly occasion or almost daily?
almost daily.
What about holidays and that kind of thing? Were you involved with Dee on special occasions?
Yes,
Doing family things?
yes,
Do you consider yourself part of the Warner family
now
in 2021?
I did.
Oh, boy.
Has there been a break since 2021?
Yes,
Objection, relevance.
Well, it goes to her credibility and bias.
About her relationship with the Warner family, it is certainly not relevant to a material fact in this case.
Thank you. Has there been a break between you and the larger Warner family since April 2021?
very much so,
Okay. And why is that?
because I don't think what they think.
Okay. Are you the one that started the Justice for Dee movement?
I am.
Okay. Are you the one that decided that it would be called Justice for Dee?
I am.
Okay. Thank you.
Angelina would be at this point almost, she would be either 14 or 15. So it would be her choice, I would think, if she wanted to testify. So I agree with you, Dizzy, that I could see that happening.
Were you in a position to observe Dee and Dale's relationship?
Yes,
Okay. And I just want specifically, I'm talking about 2019, 2020, up through April of 2021. How would you describe their relationship during those about 2.5 years?
a lot of fighting.
Okay. And you were witness to those fights?
Yes,
Are we talking physical fights or verbal fights?
a lot of verbal. There was one fight that
I'm only asking about things that you witnessed.
they were verbal.
And were they calm, cool, and collected verbal fights, or were they something else?
No, they weren't calm, cool, and collected. And there was a lot of yelling.
Okay. On both sides or just one?
Dee did a lot of the yelling.
Okay. Did you ever see Dale yelling back?
They were too far away, but I could hear her voice.
Do you recall ever seeing Dale touching Dee?
I never saw that, no.
Okay. I'm talking about any kind of physical touch at all, back rubs, pat on the back, anything like that?
He would rub her shoulders.
Okay. And were you able to observe Dee's reaction to that?
Yeah.
Okay. What was her reaction?
She'd like push, like just like to stop it, like move her shoulders.
So, in a way to get away from the touch? Is that what you're
Objection
asking?
leading.
Were you aware of any pattern of Dee leaving their house on Munger to go stay someplace else?
She would stay at the lake house.
Okay. And how often did that occur?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Do you have any idea how frequently it would occur? Daily, weekly, monthly, yearly?
Definitely yearly, maybe monthly, maybe every other month. I don't.
All right. And do you know, from your own personal knowledge, if she did leave the farm and go stay someplace else, did Lena go with her?
Always.
Thank you.
I'm going to piggyback onto what Kelly has said in the chat. I hope all of you have an Amy in your life. Should you ever go missing, she put up the posters, went looking, and did the Facebook post. Here's the deal. If you have a friend or you know anyone that may be in a dangerous relationship or situation, regardless of what the cause of it is, and they are concerned about their well-being and their safety, please make sure they are sharing their location with you, that they have other types of location services on their phone, and that you encourage them to keep that device on them at all times, because it could save your life. And if you don't believe me, there is a case out of California in which a girlfriend of a young man went out night clubbing without him one evening, and she decided to go to this other home for some partying. And in the midst of all of that, got herself into a very dangerous situation. Her boyfriend, who had been texting back and forth with her throughout the evening, all of a sudden lost contact with her. She wasn't responding. And so he began to check his location services, and he was able to go get her out of the situation. Come to find out, the individuals at this particular party, one was a formerly convicted rapist, and she would have likely not survived that night had he not gone there. So I cannot stress to all of you how important it is to make sure you have location services turned on your phone, and that you have that being shared with not just one loved one, several loved ones. And especially if you know someone that's in a dangerous situation, a dangerous domestic situation, please encourage them to do the same. It literally could change their life.
Did you have any contact with Dee over the phone, either by phone calls or texts?
Yes.
Okay. Was that frequent?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say, again, daily, weekly, monthly?
Sometimes daily, weekly.
And what was her practice in terms of your personal knowledge, in terms of letting the call go to voicemail or not answering a text?
She always answered.
Okay. She always answered when you called?
If she didn't, she would call right back.
Okay. And texts?
Correct.
Same.
Yes.
Did you see Dee on Saturday, April 24th, 2021?
I did.
Right, where did you see her at?
At the house.
At the Munger house?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you over there?
To pick up Lena.
Had you had a discussion with Dee prior to you arriving to pick up Lena?
Yes, there were text messages.
So you and Dee had arranged for you to be there.
Correct.
And you were going to pick up Lena. Where were you going to go with her?
Back to the house.
Okay. And just for clarification, do Dale and Dee have any other minor children other than Lena?
No.
So she would have been the only child in the home that night, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were going to take Lena back to your house for the night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
All right. Was Dee there when you arrived to pick Lena up?
Yes.
And could you tell us what you observed physically about Dee.
You could tell she had been crying. She had like blotchy marks on her neck.
Mm.
And Dee was always fixed up, makeup, hair, jewelry. Her hair was not as fixed up as what it normally was. I don't recall about any jewelry, but you could definitely tell she had been crying a lot.
Was this a usual or unusual appearance from your perspective?
Unusual.
Did she say anything to you about her state of mind at that point in time?
Objection, hearsay.
And this is a present sense impression. 8033.
Hold on.
How did she say that she was feeling or doing at that moment in time? Did she tell you how her day was going?
She did on text message.
Oh, okay. What did she tell you?
That she had been hyperventilating and vomiting all day.
Okay. Did she tell you why she wanted you to pick Lena up?
She said that her and Dale were going to have a talk.
Oh,
And
that
that's not
is
present sense
why.
impression. Even the hyperventilating and vomiting all day isn't really a present sense impression. That's something that happened in the past. I certainly respect the court's prior ruling, but talking about the talk is not a present sense impression. Objection.
No, I agree it's not. It's a future plan, which is also included under 8033.
8033 is then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. It is about a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind or emotional, sensory, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental, feeling, pain, or bodily health. But that you are going to have a talk is not about a mental, emotional, or physical condition.
It's an intent.
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Thank you.
You're going to get all these text messages in the trial. All of it. Because
Was there
it's
any
all going to
interaction
go
between
toward
Lena and
motive.
Dee before you took her back to your house?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that happen?
As Lena was walking out the door.
Okay. Out the door from inside the house to outside?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you see?
Hazel and her friend and Lena were walking out. And Dee said,
Objection.
Yep. Here's what you saw. Did you see any interaction between Lena and Dee?
she gave her a hug. She told her to come back and get a hug.
Okay. And did you see the hug?
Yeah.
Can you describe it for us?
It wasn't like a face-to-face hug. She hugged her from the back and gave her a kiss on the floor, like her top of her head.
And did you say anything to Lena at that point?
I love you.
Objection, hearsay.
That's not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. It's not capable of being true or false.
Then what would be the purpose if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter? Certainly then it would be relevant.
This is to show whether this was a goodbye forever or goodbye, see you later.
If every time a parent hugs and kisses and says to their child, I love you, the prosecutor thinks that is a forever statement or a regular statement is really immaterial. It is a routine thing that a parent does.
So
Did
ugly
Dee
when
say
she
anything to you about
objects.
her plans, about what the talk was going to be about, that she was going to have with Dale?
She said she was.
Objection as to hearsay. Again, it's not a mental, emotional, or physical condition. Go ahead.
This is her plan. This is not something that she's remembering. It's her state of mind as to what she's about to do. Under 8033.
That's the hearsay rule because Ms. Warner is not here for me to cross-examine. So essentially they can get in any statement that she makes by trying to wrap it up and saying it goes to her intent or her plan. If she said, I'm suffering from a migraine, I'm feeling nauseous, that falls under there. If she says, I'm sad, that falls under there. Something, but not we plan to talk about this and this is what we're going to talk about. The prosecutor's trying to get in as a matter of fact as to what was being discussed that evening.
And future plans are admissible. It's things remembered that are not. But if someone's at that moment planning on doing something, a plan, that's admissible under 8033, per the rule.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Did she say what her plan was in regards to this talk with Dale?
She said she wanted to sell the trucking company and be done.
Be done with what?
The marriage.
Ooh. Okay. Well, that's the first time we're hearing solidly.
Did you have any further contact with Dee, voicemail or text later that night?
I texted her later that night.
Okay. And did she respond?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find her response unusual?
Yes.
Okay. Did it cause you any upset yourself to see what she had responded?
It left me questioning because the response was something that she never put on a text.
Okay. Did you have any more? Well, the next morning, did you see Dee Sunday morning now?
No.
Okay. Did you try to contact her sometime that morning in relation to your plans with Lena?
Yes.
Okay. Was that voicemail in person or text?
I texted her
Okay.
and I tried calling her.
All right. And did she answer the text?
No.
Was there more than one text to your knowledge?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did she answer the phone call?
No.
Have you heard from Dee since then?
No.
Did you talk with Dale in the days following that Sunday morning?
Yes.
Did he ever say anything to you about Dee being missing?
I'm sure he did, but I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall him telling you anything about marriage?
Objection, because Ms. Alexander just said she didn't recall. Now the prosecutor is going to state a fact, and then miraculously she may recall. She just said she didn't recall what the conversation was.
Also, if you could make more information before you
Absolutely. So you talked with Detective Dreer on December 1st, 2022, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. You remember speaking with him?
Y'all, this woman objecting is going to make me wet my pants. Every time she objects, I'm like, oh. I need to take a little breaky wakey here. She gives me such anxiety, this woman. And good night, Eileen. Good night, Eileen. I'll see you in my dreams.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall telling him?
I am going to object. This is an improper way to try to refresh the witness's recollection. I allowed a little bit of it with Mr. Bush, right? Everyone's sort of getting their feet under them as the exam starts. But to state a fact and then say, do you remember that, is an improper way to refresh your recollection.
Same.
Do you think if we showed you that interview, it would refresh your recollection of what you said?
I'm sure I've said so many things and been interviewed. I can't possibly remember every little thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't. It's okay. It's okay. I want to give her a hug. Oh,
Thank you.
oh boy. There's still 25
Ms.
minutes
Alexander,
left.
my
of
name
this.
is Mary Chartier.
It's going to go off the rails. It has to, because look at what we're doing here. Oh, I'm going to get really mad. I can tell already. Oh, I can feel my rage simmering. Whew. Everybody, breathe with me now. Chartier.
Represent Mr. Warner, and I do have some questions for you today. I want to start off with the Justice for Dee page. You said you are the one who started it.
Yes.
Did you start it alone or with someone else?
By myself.
By yourself? When did you start that?
I think it was in October.
October of 2021?
I believe so, yes.
And you're wearing a purple ribbon. What does that signify?
For Dee.
How often do you wear that ribbon?
Often.
What's often?
When we're in court, I'll wear it when we go to her events. I'll wear it on my coat.
So do you wear it on a daily basis?
No, not on a daily basis. I wear my bracelet.
So you have a bracelet that you wear on a daily basis.
Mhm.
You have to answer yes or no for the record.
Yes.
Do you have a sign, a Justice for Dee sign in your yard?
No.
Have you at any point in time?
No.
Have you had a ribbon in your yard?
No.
Have you at any point in time?
No.
Have you attended any vigils or rallies for
Of
Ms.
course.
Warner? How many?
All of them.
Have you put out what you think happened to Ms. Warner on social media?
I may have. I don't recall.
Do you monitor the Justice for Dee page?
No, Catherine kind of took that over.
Who's Catherine?
Catherine Adams.
And who is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Pardon?
I didn't hear the name.
Catherine Adams.
Oh, thank you.
Catherine Adams, is she a friend of yours?
Yes.
Did you ask her to do that or did she initiate that?
She just initiated it.
Have you given statements to the media or participated in any documentaries, podcasts, anything like that?
Did the Discovery show, and I gave one statement.
Did you seek out media or did they seek out you?
I don't seek out media.
So is the answer to that they sought out you?
Correct.
Do you know how they would have gotten your name?
I have no idea.
Did you ask them?
No.
When was the first time you spoke with someone official involved in this case? And by that, I mean law enforcement, a prosecutor, or a private investigator.
I don't remember the date.
Do you remember if it was in 2021?
Of course, yes.
Do you remember do you remember who it was?
Maybe Greca? I don't.
Oh.
How many times do
Right.
you believe you've spoken with law enforcement about this case?
I have no idea.
More than 5 or less than 5?
More than 5.
More than 10 or less than 10?
Probably more than 10.
More than 20 or less than 20?
Less than 20.
So somewhere between 10 and 20. Accurate?
I would say yes.
What about a private investigator? Have you spoken with a private investigator about this case?
I've spoke with Detective Dreer, Detective Singleton, the FBI. I don't remember their names. The county, the deputies, I don't remember.
What about an investigator hired by the Hardy family? Did you speak with him?
I don't know who.
Do you know, let me jump back. Do you know if the Hardy family or Ms. Warner's children hired a private investigator in this case?
I don't know that they hired anybody, no.
Well, do you know that if they're working with one?
I don't know that they hired ones. I don't.
So you are not aware whether they hired or working with someone who claims to be an investigator, a private investigator in this case?
Unless you're referring to Billy Little, I
Yes.
did not know that he was hired. No,
Okay, so it sounds like you've communicated with Mr.
Because
Little.
he wasn't.
yes, I interviewed with him
How many times?
once.
Was that your only communication with him?
No,
What about other communications? Phone call, text, how many times?
I don't recall how many times.
More than 10, less than 10?
I would say more than 10.
More than 20, less than 20?
I honestly don't know how many times. I'm sorry. I don't want to say something and then have it be wrong. I don't know.
What about meetings with the prosecutors? Have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
No, twice. They, one, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and then once briefly Monday.
And how long were those meetings? Do you recall?
One Monday was less than, I would say 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And the other one, maybe an hour. I don't know. I didn't.
I want to take you, and thanks for answering that line of questioning. I want to take you back to the 24th. And Angelina was coming over to your house to stay with you and play with your daughter, Hazel.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have to answer yes or no.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to just have to prod you so that you do that. Whose idea was it for Angelina to go over to your house? It was yours, right?
I had said, let them come over and play. Like, enjoy being around each other.
Because they are cousins, Angelina and Hazel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And roughly same age range?
Close enough.
But same age range where they enjoy playing together.
Correct.
It wasn't unusual for the two of them to spend time together.
At our house, yes, it was unusual.
So Angelina came to your house, though, at your initiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
But then you said at your house, but Hazel would spend time at the Warner house, correct?
A couple times she stayed the night there, yes.
Did you stay the night when Hazel did, or?
No.
So it was a sleepover, what we would traditionally think of as a sleepover, where Hazel would sleep over at the Warners with Angelina.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then Dee and Dale, of course, would be there. That's their home.
Correct.
You indicated that when Ms. Warner would go away from her house, whether it's to the lake house or somewhere else. Well, let me just ask you this. Who owned that lake house?
I believe Dee did.
I believe Dee did. Did Dee own it with anyone else?
I have no idea.
So when Ms. Warner would leave her home and go to the lake house or wherever, you said Lena would always go with her. Did I remember that correctly from your testimony?
You did.
Did you always see them when she would leave her home?
No, I was not there.
So when you say Lena would always go with her, that's not based on your personal knowledge, correct?
They were always together. I mean,
well, always together. Angelina went to school, right?
when Dee was gone and went somewhere and stayed overnight, Lena was always with her.
Did you go with them every time they would leave the house?
No.
So did you see them every time they would leave the house?
No.
And so when I'm talking about personal knowledge, I'm not talking about things that someone told you. I'm
aggressive.
talking about things that you witnessed. So you would agree with me. You don't know if Lena was always with her because you didn't see her every time she left her home, correct?
She couldn't know by other means. There may be hearsay, but it doesn't mean she doesn't know.
I asked about personal knowledge.
Dee had told me.
I'm not, ma'am, I'm going to stop you right there and move to strike. It's non-responsive. I'm asking you personal knowledge, things that you observed, things that you saw, things that you heard. When Ms. Warner would leave her home.
No, I was not there when she left her home.
So you have no personal knowledge that Lena would have always been with her, as you stated on direct, correct?
Correct.
On April 24th, when you went to the Warner home,
This
Ms.
is
Warner also
so
told you she was suffering
ugly.
from a migraine that day, correct?
So ugly.
She had said she had a migraine, yes.
When you left the Warner house, you went back to your house with Hazel and Angelina, and it sounds like there was another friend, correct?
Correct.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No.
Or call 911 because of any concern, right?
No.
And when you got that text message that you said was unlike Ms. Warner, again, you didn't call the police because of some concern, did you?
No.
Or you didn't call 911, did you?
Do you call
Ms.
911
Warner's,
every time something
statement to you
unusual happens?
That you said on direct that she wanted to sell her company and be done with her marriage. She had said those types of things to you before, correct?
Not sell the trucking company, no.
She had indicated to you that she wanted to stop working so much and spend more time with her grandchildren and her daughter, right?
That was a problem, yeah.
Okay. And so this isn't the first time you've heard this from her, correct?
To sell the trucking company, no.
To stop working so much. That's not the first time that you heard that line of a statement by Ms. Warner, correct?
She said that several times, but not to sell her company, no.
Okay. No, but my question is, she said she wanted to stop working so much. She had told you that before, and you just admitted she told you that several times, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
And also, again, fights between Mr. Warner and Ms. Warner, it sounds like you've witnessed some of those, correct?
Correct.
With Ms. Warner yelling at Mr. Warner, right?
Correct.
The date of the 25th, you indicated you tried to reach Ms. Warner, but she was did not respond to you, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that that Sunday morning there's a norm where Ms. Warner's children will have breakfast with her?
Objection. If she knows.
I said, are you aware of that? She could say, no, I'm not aware of that.
No.
Wow. Wow.
You seem, I just want to make sure with your testimony and the statements that you have made, you have no personal knowledge of what happened to Ms. Warner, correct?
Correct.
And you do not have any personal knowledge of where Ms. Warner is today, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Woo! That was way too hot than it needed
Just
to
want to follow
be.
up on the questions about whose idea it was for Lena to come to your house. Were you aware of other plans with Lena before you suggested that?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know where Lena was supposed to go that night?
No.
Have you? No further questions, but we may want to recall this witness.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe understand you're still under oath? Yes. Please have a seat, speak directly into the microphone.
Oh, this poor woman was recalled? Oh, for
Ms.
the
Alexander,
love
earlier
of
this
all
morning,
things
I asked
holy.
you about things that Dale said to you in the time after Dee went missing, and you said you didn't remember. I showed you a piece of your interview with the Michigan State Police. Do you think it would refresh your recollection of what he said to you?
Probably.
May I approach on?
Your Honor, it's Mr. Are you playing that for her?
I'm going to have her push the button.
Okay, great. I'd like to come over and see what is being played. Thank you.
And you're right, Kelly, this is not going to go over well with the jury. I hope she remains this aggressive.
What communication, if any, other than what you already told us, did you have with Dale that stands out after that Sunday? You talked about what happened in September, but were there any
He
other
had made a
communications?
comment, and I don't remember if he was at our house or if I was there, but something to the effect that she got what she deserved.
Oh. Oh.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Oh, Amy, tell us everything.
Sorry.
Oh, Amy.
So asking you about a comment that the defendant made to you after you went missing that related to that incident. So now that you've seen that, do you remember what he said?
He said that, but I don't remember where it was at.
Okay. So you don't remember the physical circumstances of where you were you face to face with him?
I don't remember.
So it could have been over the phone?
More than likely, no.
Okay. So what is your best memory in terms of whether you were physically in the same place as him talking or something else?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. Do you remember the actual comment that you just got your memory refreshed?
No, but it's been so long ago that I can't remember everything. I'm
Well,
sorry.
Just asking you to remember that one comment.
It's already been asked and answered. She said she doesn't remember the comment, no matter how much product. She already gave her response.
Well, what she said was she didn't remember everything. I just want to focus on that one quote.
But he asked, do you remember that? And she said, no, I can't remember everything. Or words to that effect. She already gave her answer.
I'm sorry? Okay. All right, two other questions then. Well, can I, is that a, just stay in this?
I am.
Okay, all right. I'm going to ask you just two more things about things that Dee may have said to you. Had she talked with you about divorcing Dale before that weekend?
Objection as to hearsay.
We're talking about 8033.
And this, there's no context of timing. This appears to be a past event.
You lay some foundation, counsel.
Sure. Do you recall a conversation with Dee where she referred to their wedding vows in?
Objection, this appears to be leading.
Well, Your Honor, they asked for a more specific time frame, and so I don't have a time frame. I have an instance.
When you're laying down the foundation for the statement.
Well, that wasn't the statement, but
Try a different way, dude.
in the weeks leading up to April 24th and 25th, 2021, had Dee talked to you about the subject of divorce?
I'm sure she had.
Okay. Do you recall anything that she told you that Dale said in that regard?
I'm going to just, when there's a responsive, I'm sure she has. That's not a yes that she did. I mean, it appears to be more speculative. So I'm objecting based on speculation and lack of personal knowledge.
If I could clarify. Right, so I'm talking about things that you recall Dee telling you.
She had said that
Without a context, this is just hearsay that's being admitted.
I think we established the context. We're talking about the time frame leading up to that weekend, talking about the subject of divorce and what Dale had said to her. That should be enough context.
The prosecutor's question was essentially in the weeks leading up to April 24th and 25th. I don't know what the time frame is for weeks, but didn't object to that. And then she said, I'm sure she did. That's not a recollection of events. That's like saying, what did you eat for breakfast 2 weeks ago? I'm sure I ate something on Monday, but I don't remember what it was. That's not personal knowledge. That's purely speculative.
And then I rephrased the question to ask specific memory. That's where we're at. Did you specifically remember a statement that Dee made in the weeks up to that event from Dale?
That's a good question.
No.
What's that question?
Okay, that Dee said that Dale told her. That's my question. Just so we're on the same page.
Rephrase the whole thing.
Okay, absolutely. All right. So I'm asking you this. Do you have a recollection of Dee in the weeks leading up to that weekend telling you about a conversation that she would have had with Dale about divorce.
While she's pondering that, I see Dizzy said double hearsay. Here's my issue with it. It is this is not in front of a jury, but if this were in front of a jury, I have to go with, here's my issue with it. You want a specific time frame. I give you a specific time frame. Then you don't like what I'm actually asking. So you want me to ask it in a different way. But when I ask it in a different way, you tell me that I can't ask it that way either. I'm a little lost as to I feel like it's a do loop. What are we doing? What is happening? Because he's trying to ask and she no matter how he does it, she objects, but she objects in the opposite way. And so when he tries to do it the way she's doing it the way that she wants it because of the way she's objecting, she objects to that too. So it's like he can't win. I don't get it. I don't understand what's happening here. I am not a lawyer. You all know that. I'm just a jury foreman on our little channel here.
You're asking about the divorce or
I'm asking you, do you have a specific memory about a conversation you had with Dee in which she related to you something that Dale said to Dee about divorce?
He said that this is death to us part.
Thank you.
Oh.
Weeks leading up to, can we get a clarification on timing?
That's why she was objecting so much.
3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Overall, the objection, you'll have opportunity to cross.
Okay, and I do want to object as to the statement being made because without a context as to timing, it is not relevant.
Ma'am, he said in the weeks. Yes, stop it.
All right, last thing we're talking about.
This is beyond,
Again,
by the way, I have to say, this is beyond zealously representing your client. This is almost at this point, and this is how I kind of felt in the last motions hearing, it's almost obstructive. And I think there's a fine line between being obstructive and zealously defending, if y'all know what I mean. Yeah, she's a rabid pit bull, which, I mean, I get it. I mean, it's an option. I just don't know that you need to handle it that way. There's a softer approach. And you can't just object to it because it's bad for your client. And that right there, that's why she was objecting so much, because she did not want Amy to say that. Woo, doggy. Well, we'll have to pay attention to that in the trial because that's one of her little tells.
Context of a conversation that you had with Dee and the subject was divorce. Did she say anything to you about Lena and who Lena might or may not be left with?
She wanted Lena with her.
Okay. And was she afraid about what would happen to Lena if she got a divorce?
Objection leading.
That leaves it open. Do you recall any conversation with Dee regarding divorce where the subject of Lena and what would happen with Lena came up?
Yeah, she was petrified to leave Lena
Why?
because there were certain people that she did not want watching her.
Okay. And was there a specific person?
Yes,
And who was that?
Dale's mom.
Okay. And who's watching her now?
I don't know.
Not right now, but in general, who takes care of Lena?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Wow.
Thank you.
She doesn't even know where Lena
Ms. Alexander,
is.
you said a statement was made by Ms. Warner in the weeks before April 24th and 25th. When was that?
That statement was made several times throughout their marriage to me when Dee and I talked privately.
Okay, but you indicated the weeks before. So in the weeks before, when was that statement made?
This has been 3 years ago. I don't remember how many weeks prior to that.
Could it have been over a month before?
It could have.
Could
Like
you
I said,
be-
it came up multiple times of the stuff that he would say that.
Sure, I'm going to stop you right there. I would like you to just respond to my question. So you don't know, the question from the prosecutor was it was in the weeks before, but you don't know that it really happened in the weeks before, correct?
Correct.
And when did you first tell the police about these supposed statements?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
When the statements were made, again, you didn't call the police because you were so afraid for Ms. Warner, correct?
I had no idea what was going on. I was hoping that she was going to come back. Like,
No, I'm gonna stop you right there. I mean, when the statements were made, right?
Why is she constantly stopping these witnesses from testifying? And Dale's son is the one that has custody of Lena, the same son that was arrested for accessory after the fact, and they dismissed all of the charges. That same son? Lord help us all, and especially Lena. Oh my word. So all of Dee's fears have been realized. That is fantastic. Awesome. Great job, Michigan and Lenawee County.
So you're saying Ms. Warner talked to you about divorce, correct?
Correct.
And you said in response to the government's question, it was the weeks before, but you've admitted that it could have been months before. You really don't know when the statement was made, right?
There were several times where the statement was made.
Well,
Correct.
the prosecutor specifically asked about a statement made weeks before, April 24th and 25th.
It could have been 2-3 weeks. It could have been a month. It could be 5 weeks.
Right, could have been 3 months, right? You don't remember when this supposed statement was made, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember when you told the police about it, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember if it was the first time you spoke to them or the 10th time that you spoke to them, correct?
I have no idea.
And when the statement was made, Hazel continued to go over to the Warner house, right? You said these statements were made by Ms. Warner. Hazel continued to go over to the Warner home, correct?
Only with her father.
But she also spent the night at the Warner home. You've already testified to that.
This was prior to Dee. When Dee was there, yes, she did. After Dee, no.
Yep. After April 20, I'm not asking about after April 24th and 25th. I mean, before April 24th and 25th. You're saying these statements were made throughout your relationship with Ms. Warner, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sorry, yes.
That's all right. My point is that Hazel went over to the Warner household without you, correct?
Correct.
And she would spend the night there with Ms. Warner and Mr. Warner and Angelina, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware at all that Lena is being cared for by her brother, Jaron?
That's what I have heard, but I don't know. I have no contact with Lena.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh boy. I got a lot of feelings about this, y'all. I'm pretty enraged, if I do say so myself. This is unbelievable. And I shouldn't be shocked by it. I really shouldn't. I am, there is other testimony, but what I'm going to do instead is we're going to try to see if we can get inside the house. So let me see if I can get that queued up here. Are y'all ready? Whoo, I feel like something. Right there, y'all. That's what I feel like. Whoo, goodness. This has been something else. I hope I don't get copyright stricken on this, but we're going to try. This is from 48 Hours. And I am going to see what I can do here. Do y'all feel like you need some kinky? I feel like I need some kinky, and I don't even drink vodka. Lordy. Okay. Let's see if we can see inside this house at all.
There were no security cameras pointed
When parked
on an loader to remove Dee's body from their home.
Okay, so y'all see, this is where they're talking about right here, where the front end loader it would have been. Are y'all getting that? And USMC, you don't have to apologize. I get enraged and outraged on almost every case. Well, most of them I have some sort of rage about because we end up having, unfortunately, either not so competent attorneys or really rude or disrespectful attorneys. So this is where the UCB would have been. Y'all see where that is now, right? Okay, y'all. So there's that. How how are you all feeling about how he did this? Since I'd love to know what what time the text messages were with Amy later in the evening, because I have questions. I wrote down the notes. The last outgoing call was on Saturday at 4:47 p.m. I'm going to go back here and see. I don't know. Who do you all want to hear from next? We have three options. We have the IT worker for the business. We have the engineer from GM. And we have the Secret Service guy. Who do you all want to hear next? And I will make it happen. The Secret Service guy, I've got a vote for. I can get him probably up and running here. Looks like a very, very, very nice home inside. Very nice. And oh yeah. I'm going to be so devastated if this is not if this trial is not streamed. Surely Court TV or Law and Crime or someone will cover this. I mean, hopefully at the bare minimum WTOL will, right? Okay, let me get this going here. Okay, I don't need to see his slimy face. Let's get through all this.
Call Ryan Heathhouse.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sorry. I didn't hear you waiting.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Council.
He needs to be sworn in, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. Sir, can you raise your right hand?
So, yeah, if there are 7 media requests, then there's a really good possibility this is going to be a Law and Crime or Court TV. Michigan does stream court. I'm thinking of the Crumley trial or Crumley case with the parents that went to trial for the school shooting that their son did. They gave their son the firearm for it. I don't know if y'all remember that, but that one was televised. That was live streamed. Oops, I have it muted. Sorry.
Thank you. Sir, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the U.S. Secret Service.
How long have you been in that current role?
I've been on for 13 years.
And what do you currently assigned to? What are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned on the Europol Joint Cyber Action Task Force in The Hague, Netherlands.
And what is that?
Since the task force is designed to investigate high-value targets in cybercrime investigations and child exploitation cases. So it's made up of 24 agencies from 20 countries around the world, with Secret Service being one of those agencies.
And how long have you been doing that as part of the Joint Cyber Task Force?
I've been in this role. It was designed for 3 years at our Paris.
Do for the Paris field office. That in the Detroit field office.
We don't care about his background.
In my role in the Detroit field office, we were working a lot of, so our we ended up working.
I want to get to the good stuff.
Partners were part of the Internet Crime Against Children Task, homicides and robberies and things of that nature.
At some point in time, did you become involved in, well, strike that, prior to being at the Detroit field office, where were you employed?
I was a crime analyst, so we worked a lot of homicide cases.
Did you become involved in an investigation involving Dee Warner?
I did.
And do you recall when that was?
I think the first time that I was contacted was in September 2022.
Okay. And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to conduct searches for a report for what we refer to as signs of life reports. This is something that we've done historically over time, looking for any signs of an individual. This can be both in suspects in some cases or in other cases where we're in missing person cases where we're trying to find any sign, a digital footprint, a financial footprint, a travel footprint of this individual.
And did you do that in this particular matter?
Did.
Okay. And did you create a report dated March 10th, 2024?
I did.
All right. And were there attachments to that report?
There were.
Okay. And the attachments, what were the attachments?
When I do the report, I kind of have the summary of what I've run, and then the attachment plan to show the results in the same way that I'm seeing them, just that the investigator who's receiving it kind of has a good way to interpret what is in the report.
And was that the first report that you created in this case?
No, so the first one I did would have been shortly after that contact in 2022. And then over time, I think we updated it one additional time. So usually when I do these, my goal is to find any sign of the person. So I'm usually running these in periodic intervals. So we did it again in 2023 and then in March of 2024.
Okay, so you would do a initial report and make the attachments. So I emailed you People's Proposed Exhibit 17 and copied Ms. Chartier on it. Did you get that email, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is that the report that you prepare on March 10th, 2024?
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
and the attachments were hundreds of pages long, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the document that you received, People 17, is just the initial 4-page summary of the findings of those attachments. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and is the document that I emailed you the document that you created?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I move to admit People's Proposed 17.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a law enforcement report, which is not admissible, certainly not at trial and not at the exam as well. Thank you.
Your Honor, he created this report based on all the databases he researched.
It's still a law enforcement report.
He created the report, Your Honor.
What exhibit number is this?
17.
17? Okay. People's Proposed Exhibit 17 to make.
All right, so I want to go over your report and discuss the things that you did during your investigation of the disappearance of Dee Warner, okay?
Okay.
All right, the first part on the bottom of the report, page 1, talks about commercial databases. Can you explain that to me?
So commercial databases, and I think I named the ones that I ran. Usually it's going to be clear, TLO, accurate. They kind of pull a lot of the same information, but it's things like your driver's license information, any of your addresses that are associated with you. If you have any, 15 licenses, any kind of thing, but that businesses that maybe use. It's kind of a collection of things that these companies collate over time and put into these reports. So we usually run across all three because they pull from different data sources. So it's kind of the best way is to get the full pictures to run across all of them.
So when you were contacted in September of 2022, were you given a date to begin your search? So for example,
yeah, so I was.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
So I was looking for anything from the date that she went missing.
Okay, and so what's the date that you began your searches?
I believe it would have been April of 2021, but I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date.
Okay, if your report indicates April 25th, 2021, would that be accurate?
That would be accurate.
Okay, and when you did a search of all those commercial databases that you just talked about, did you discover any relevant information as it relates to Dee Warner after the April 25th, 2021 date?
So I think I noted in the report that there was one address that appeared as though it was after the fact, but I think I indicated in the report that those that information was things that were linked to other family members or shared assets. So with the commercial reports, one of the things is difficult with the date is that it's going to have her association with a shared business with a spouse and things like that. So the dates will continue on, but there was no new dates or new addresses from that point forward.
Okay, so anything associated with Dee Warner, any person associated with Dee Warner, would that show up in that commercial database?
Yes, it would. So there's the one address that was associated, I think, with her son was the only new information from that point forward.
Okay. Did you look at any financial records for Dee Warner?
So as the Secret Service, we have our financial mission is our main investigative mission. So with that, we have a lot of financial contacts with banks and things like that. So in these missing person cases like this, we will reach out to those financial contacts to ask, have you seen any new accounts associated with these individuals? And then if we were to get a match, then we would bring it back to the investigator and refer them to the bank to follow up with those records.
Did you get any results as it relates to the financial records in this matter?
I did not.
Okay. You have a section labeled law enforcement record searches. Can you tell me what that is?
So those are all the things that I have access to that I either was running correctly. I think in the report, I believe there was a couple of things Michigan State Police had run on their own, and I included them in there just as a reference to that. But the ones that I ran myself would be like FedLinks, which is the national database that has any kind of police contact to include traffic citations and things like that. So that's usually my first go-to search. We also run criminal history, federal and state arrest records, and things like that. I don't have the list. I can refer to the report. That's usually the full scope of it.
Okay, and did you discover anything as it relates to Dee Warner in those records?
I did not.
All right, and there's a section in your report titled Travel and Vital Records. Tell me what that is.
So that is using DHS systems. I'm looking for any international travel records. And then in addition, we also have a system where we can run domestic travel records as well. So that one's, I think, labeled ARC. So that's one that's pretty good for domestic travel as well.
Okay, as it relates to the domestic travel, Did you find anything as it relates to Dee Warner?
I did get a match on a Dee Warner, so that system is a name-only search. So we did get a record that came back to a woman that lived in Louisiana. So I passed it back to the investigator because there was a woman with the same name that lived in that area. So I passed that back for further follow-up on that.
Did you discover anything else as it relates to Dee Warner with domestic travel?
I did not.
All right. International travel. Did you discover anything?
There was me.
Did you discover
sorry.
anything regarding Dee Warner on international travel?
There was no international travel after that date, no.
Okay. Your report discusses the use of facial recognition. Can you describe that for me? Tell me what that is.
So generally speaking, facial recognition is going to be an automated process where you're taking a known image and you are submitting it into a computer program, and it is going to compare against a portfolio of known of existing photos to see if there is a match on those.
Okay. And do you know how long was that technology in place in April of 2021?
It was. For DHS, it's been in place since 2016.
Okay. And are these facial recognition, is this used at any other locations besides airports?
So it's used at all ports of entry and exit. So it's for Department of Homeland Security, we're using, it's not a, if you have a suspect where you're comparing an image trying to identify somebody, that's more of the forensic side. This is a validation process. You're comparing against, when you're traveling, you're comparing against that. It's going to tell you if this is a match for the records that you have. So if somebody is traveling on a fake passport, for instance, it would generate a no hit, and then you go for a secondary check where they do additional biometrics to confirm that the person traveling matches what they have in our existing data set.
Okay. And did you discover Dee Warner through any of that facial recognition technology?
We did not.
All right. You discussed being involved in missing persons investigations. What is, for you and your agency, the definition of a missing person?
So for me, it would be any individual where their whereabouts are currently unknown.
Okay. And so that includes children?
Yes.
Okay. And through your training and experience in your investigations, have you found anybody using your resources that you've worked on in a missing case? Missing person?
Yes. I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
Yes, I'm sorry. In a missing person's case that you've worked on, based on the technology you've used, have you found any of these people that you've been looking for?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And approximately how many cases of this nature have you worked in this particular role you're in right now?
In the role I'm in now, I've done around 1 of these kinds of life reports.
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second there.
I've done around 20.
20, okay. And how many times do you believe you did a search, a full search for Dee Warner since September 20th, 2022?
I believe it would have been 4 or 5 times.
Okay, and during any of those, did you find any evidence of Dee Warner anywhere?
No, I did not.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Agent, my name is Mary Charrier. I just have a few questions for you today. Just to be clear, you went from Detroit to Paris to Amsterdam?
The Hague, but yes, close to Amsterdam, yes.
Nice. What one's your favorite?
It's the one I'm in now.
Okay. It's not Detroit. I don't know why. Pretty nice assignments. So you talked about facial recognition. You would agree with me that facial recognition is not a flawless system, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Sure. So you can't say, for example, that if I walk by a camera, that is not absolutely with 100% certainty going to flag me as matching with my passport, right?
So I think what I was trying to articulate before was there's kind of the 2 different versions. The one we're doing with the lights out searches, and that is going to be where you're doing it comparison for validation purposes versus comparison for, you have a suspect on a surveillance photo where you're then trying to do a match. I think that's more of a forensic science, where in this we're doing verification. So no, you may have a situation where you don't get a hit on it, but then that's what I'm saying with the travel stuff, where you would then get pulled into secondary, where then you do those secondary checks. But for a 1-to-1 match, no, but.
Sure. And so I'm just asking about the facial recognition. You'd agree with me that 1-to-1 match, that is certainly not a flawless system, correct?
And that's not 100% match.
Yes. Right. That's my question. And then in 2021, we're still in COVID times now, but you also have people wearing masks and everything as they're walking around, right?
Yes.
Now, you indicated you've worked on roughly 20 cases and you found some people using your methods, but you also haven't found some people using your methods, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
And in this particular case, to be clear, you have absolutely no idea what happened to Ms. Warner, right?
Not yet.
My role in it was just to try to find her with our.
Sure. So would that be a yes? You have absolutely no idea what happened to her, correct?
Oh, no, I did not.
Okay, thank you. You cut out a little bit, but you would agree with me, right?
Goodness, woman.
No, I do not know. That's not my role in the case. No, I do not.
Terrific. Thank you. No further questions.
Oh, she's exhausting. I'm going to have to make sure I get plenty of sleep for this trial, y'all.
Sir, how many, when you are brought into a case, so you've done approximately 20, you said in this role, correct?
Correct.
All right, at what point in time are you told that you're being brought into a case?
Objection, this exceeds the scope of cross.
She asked the question about finding people, and the last question she asked, Your Honor.
Well, I asked, he said, testified on direct that there were people he had found using these methods. I confirmed there also were people he hadn't found using the methods. And then the last question was, he has no idea what happened to her.
It goes to the people that he hasn't found during these searches.
I'm going to sustain objection.
Try it a different way. Come on, girl.
So
Try.
when you're investigating some of these cases, are there some cases that are involving children?
Objection, this was asked on direct, that some of his caseload involves children.
It's just a foundational question for my next question. Okay, and other cases involve, or do some of those cases involve like custodial interference cases?
Yes.
Okay, and are there times when you're called in to investigate when there is no evidence that the missing person is alive?
Objection. Again, this really exceeds the scope of cross. I mean, I think I have 3 limited questions other than asking him what his favorite place to live was.
I'll draw the question.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Did y'all see at the end of that? I need to call attention because this is just gross on so many levels. I'm so glad I'm going to be watching some football tonight to get rid of some of this anger that I have. All right. Watch this lady right here.
To live was.
I'll draw the question.
Thank you. You can sign off.
Okay.
She's proud, all right. Ugh, gross. Totally gross. Okay, everybody. I think we got through pretty much everything. We didn't watch the IT guy, and we didn't watch the General Motors engineer. But I think we have a pretty good idea of what we can expect in the trial. He totally looks like Harrison Ford. Yeah, you're talking about dude in the gray shirt that, yeah. I am more excited for this trial to start on the 27th. If there are 7 media requests, I think that is very good for us, that it will be streamed by somebody. I don't know how I will be able to do this because I have the day job. And so we're going to have to just see maybe I can try to do some summaries in the evening. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how we're going to tackle that, but we will tackle it. I am excited for this. I really want to hear from the lead detective now. Interesting. What is that all about? Why did he deuces out of there? Well, what was that all about? Okay, y'all, I'm going to look here and I'm going to try to do this. I don't know if I can do this properly. But give me just a second here. I think I'm going to try to redirect all of you. So bear with me while I figure that out. I think I go to the studio to do that. And I think I can redirect you in some way. I thought it was under community, but do you think I can find where to do that? Shoot, no. Well, where I'm going to tell you all to go is Yeah, I don't know how to send you all that way. So I'll do some research for the next time. What I'm going to tell you all to do, though, is to go check out Defense Diaries, because they are in the midst of Zach Adams. And it looks like, I'm kind of glancing at their live right now, they are in the middle of Jason Autry. So I was cracking up at them on Friday when they were finally seeing how ugly Bad Jennifer the Penguin is and how outrageous the prosecution behaved to Mrs. Bobo. So make sure when you click off of here that you go over to them, let them know I sent you over there. But we are going to be done for today. And I'm fingers crossed, I am going to be live streaming tomorrow night instead of Wednesday night for Wine and Crime Wednesday. And tomorrow night, I am hoping to have a special guest. Pay attention to my notification, or make sure you have your notifications turned on, because you will get the notification of who I will have tomorrow night and what we're going to be talking about. I want to make sure that I firm things up with them before I send anything out. So, and I've been with all of you for 8 hours. So, there's that. You are all very welcome. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I'm glad we got a little precursor as to what we can expect in the Dale Warner trial. And head on over to the Defense Diaries podcast YouTube channel so that you can watch our favorite recanting witness, Jason Autry. In the meantime, do the YouTubey things, like, subscribe, become a member, check out some merchandise, get yourself a coffee mug, a cool shirt, maybe a sticker, all kinds of other stuff. So, as I always tell you, it doesn't cost a penny to be kind. So find someone to do something nice for today if you haven't already. And as always,